Hello? 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 Can you all hear me? It's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, I got busy and stuff. There's just so many things going on, had so many projects to work on, and now it's finally like calming back down a little bit, and now I'm like, I want to stream some more, so here we are. I wasn't sure what to stream really, and then like the news came out that like RWBY Beyond, that new sideshow thing that got announced like a month or two ago, that got announced, but it's going to be RT first, and I don't know if I want to get a first membership because I don't know what the show even is going to be yet. But I was like, it's going to be something RWBY related. And then they announced that Volume 9 was hitting Rooster Teeth's website. So I was like, that seems cool. And then they were like, well, and also there's going to be like an expanded end credits scene or something. Like that scene that they had the like storyboard animatic for at RTX. They said something like that is going to be in the actual volume now or something. I'm not sure exactly, but I was like, you know what, that would be fun to react to. So I lined up all the math, and here we are. This is the schedule I got with the math I was figuring out. So, how's everyone doing? Alright, so if you look at the screen, I have it all pulled up here. This is Volume 1, Episode 1, as you can see. I am, in fact, covering up the screen with my little screen cover right here. Because if I don't, it'll definitely get taken down for copyright and stuff. But it's fine, because one, I've added the subtitles. They're small and weirdly high up, which is weird. Like, they'll be, like, here-ish. Like, right here on the screen. I couldn't figure out how to make them bigger, but it's fine. I can see you. So yeah, I have the subtitles on, so you can follow along by reading the subtitles. So if you glance at the screen, you can see what part of the story we're at. And also, it's free to make a Rooster Teeth membership thing. Like, they have the first membership where you pay them, but they also just have a free option. And I don't think we talk enough about how cool it is that they have the free option, and we can watch all of RWBY basically for free. There will be ads, and they will get annoying. That's the thing that pisses me off the most, is when I needed to, like, recapture my footage. Waiting through the hundreds of ads is always the most annoying part. But whatever, they need to make money somehow, and ads is a way to do it. That's on YouTube. This stream will probably have ads, because they've changed the way ads work since last time I streamed. I can't control it now. It just, there will randomly be ads in the middle of the stream now. I'm sorry. I don't know how to change it. YouTube's weird. They change things. So, let's not sit around and wait anymore. If you want to watch along, you could just see where we're at on screen. You can make a free membership and watch along with me, and we can watch this all together. Let's dive into RWBY. You shouldn't be hearing anything if I did this right. Because again, I don't want it to be copyrighted. I'm listening to it. We're just gonna basically be talking over the whole thing anyway, so it's fine. But yeah, that's why the subtitles are on screen also, which is nice. If you remember when I first started watching Volume 9, when that was like finished releasing and we did a stream going through all of that, I wanted subtitles on for that one, but Crunchyroll didn't have subtitles as an option, which was weird because they had like the teaser clips of some small scenes from Volume 9 on YouTube, and those did have subtitles like burned into the video, so you would assume that the show proper would have subtitles too. Oh well. Why am I doing Volume 9 again? I mentioned it. Not only is it going to be on Rooster Teeth's website now, but also there's going to be a new, like, end credit sequence thing. So we gotta check that one out once that airs. Also, it's cool to just go back through and rewatch RWBY every now and then. I've rewatched RWBY so many times. But before that, there was a thing I wanted to do. It was someone's birthday today. Oh, great. We're buffering. Cool. Alright, I'll just let that think. It was someone, when I posted that my schedule was happening, someone mentioned that it was going to be their birthday today. Let me see. Who? Timothy Brashear? 6188? Timothy. It's Timothy's birthday today. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Timothy. I wanted to make sure I shouted you out because you mentioned it. So that's fine. Come on, Rooster Teeth. Just play your video. I can lower the quality since you guys can't see it. Might as well. All you need are the subtitles. Nah, maybe I need to just reload the whole page. I have been sitting here for a couple of minutes, so give me a sec. I'll just, boop. Boop. That one? Yeah. Let me just try reloading. Get this ball going. There we go. Give me them subtitles. Perfect. Okay. Back to it. What was I saying? I was saying something. Oh yeah, I've rewatched RWBY too many times to count. Fish Newt. I haven't seen the full animation. Fish Newt asks if I've seen the new fan animation by Cake Station. I've seen, like, it, and I've seen certain clips from it. I haven't watched the full thing yet. I just, because I was like, I will probably make a video about this. I wasn't sure how exactly I wanted to go about it, though. But it was very cool from what I saw. I clicked around a little bit. I love their voice acting. Their jokes are very funny. I saw the joke with Yang swearing at Oobleck. That was great. That was almost swearing at Oobleck, and they cut it off. It was funny. So yeah, I've seen it. I haven't watched the whole thing yet, though. What was it? Yeah, I've seen RWBY a good couple of times. I've seen Volume 1 more times than I can count. Like, I think it's well over 100 times I've watched Volume 1. Because, like, the episodes would come out, and then I would watch them on Rooster Teeth's website, and then I would watch them again when they aired on YouTube, because they used to do that. It would air on their website, and then a week later, it would air on YouTube. And so I would watch it on their website, and then I would watch it on YouTube, and then sometimes I would just watch it multiple times over and over again. And then also I would rewatch all the episodes whenever a new episode, like, aired. And then the DVDs came out, and I would watch all of the season together on DVD. And then I would watch it all again with, like, the writer commentary. And then I would watch it all again with director commentary, and then all again with the voice actor commentary. And then I would just kind of, and then the next season would come out, and I'd binge the first season to catch up to the next season. So, I've seen Volume 1 so many times. And then while editing my videos, you know, it's not in order. Like, I would say, watching the episodes chronologically in order, I've seen Volume 9 twice, but based on just going through, scrubbing through the episodes to get footage for editing to make my videos, I would say I've seen Volume 9 3 or 4 times, and then that doesn't even, like, all the other older volumes, over and over and over again. Watch them non-stop. It is a lot to rewatch. As more and more seasons came out, it was just more and more to get caught up on. Nostalgia for this volume is strong. It's true. It's so true. My favorite moment of RWBY for its style and its visuals is Volume 1. Everything was so bright and new and creative and quirky. It was just so cool. And they really, we'll see it, we'll get to it later, because we're getting to Volume 2 today. Volume 2 really, like muted the colors a lot more. It's a very brown volume. When I was doing the daily episode reviews, I got to volume 2 and I was making the thumbnails for all of them. And I was like, all these thumbnails are so, like, brown because the world is just so muted suddenly. The movie critic dude. Oh, we reached our first ad. The movie critic dude. Where was your question? I just missed it. Dang. Your thoughts on those upcoming stories that'll be set in Remnant while Team RWBY were in Ever After during Volume 9 and even beyond after Volume 8, like the deleted epilogue. I'm intrigued, definitely. I'm excited. I'm not sure what to expect, though. Like, I do like the idea of seeing what, like, Juniper has been up to. We're gonna see the same ad 4 times in a row, I guarantee it. This has happened to me multiple times before on Rooster Teeth's website, that it will be the same exact ad, just 4 times in a row. So, like, yeah, I'm intrigued to see what Juniper, like, the rest of Juniper was up to, and Crow especially. I remember, like, halfway through Volume 9 was airing, and I was seeing, like, people talking about things, and I thought to myself, I miss Nora, and I miss Crow. So I'm excited to see what they were getting up to. A part of me wishes it could have been in the show proper, you know? Because I think those are important characters, and it's important to keep up with what they've got going on. But also, based off of the end credits sequence, they might not have had anything really interesting going on in general. Jonah Williams, while the ad plays, I'm doing a RWBY rewrite for Blake and Yang's relationship. Any advice? Very fun. My advice, I've been doing a couple of writing myself recently. My advice is, if you have a moment, always try to just add a scene where they just talk to each other. And it's not plot related, it's not forwarding their relationship related, it's just them talking about any random thing. It could be talking about what cartoons they like to watch. It could be talking about their favorite flavors of ice cream. Just things like that. That's where you're really gonna get the humanizing moments for your characters. And it's hard to think of those things, especially when you're really busy yourself with a plot-heavy script. Stopping for characters to be a character is harder than you realize, because you get so distracted with trying to get all the plot going and to have all the important beats that you have planned ready and going. So, just when you have a chance, just have them just be humans. Just be people. Not furthering specific character development, not, like, bending over backwards for the development of their relationship, just being humans and engaging with each other. Gwendolyn, I still haven't seen Volume 9. Is it fully focused on Team RWBY? Yeah, it's just Team RWBY. We'll watch it, because it's going to be on Rooster Teeth's website on March 30th, which is the end of the month. We'll be watching it on stream April 1st, which I thought was funny, because it's also Rooster Teeth's anniversary on April 1st. So, that'll be fun. That's fun lining that up like that. But yeah, Volume 9 is just Team RWBY in the Ever After. I've seen Volume 9 only twice-ish. I'm still a little conflicted on it. I'm a little conflicted on a lot of the later volumes. Bending over backwards like the universe itself didn't force Bumblebee into being. I know. I've been doing streams with Celtic Phoenix, Twilight Guardian, and Kaiser. And we've been talking about Bumblebee a lot. So, and when you sit down and really just boil down just Bumblebee, it's really easy to see how it's a skeleton of the relationship, but a lot of that meat in the middle is missing. Like I was just saying about having just human moments. RWBY as a show often doesn't have human moments. It's a lot of, like, just plot, which I think is why I like volumes 1 through 3 so much, because there's a lot of really great just character moments in these volumes, but once the, like, real crazy plot stuff starts kicking off, those character moments get way and way like, fewer and far between. But, like, here, like, RWBY just eating cookies and being a goof. Being, like, all doing kung fu moves to Ozpin and whatever. That's just fun character. And they don't just play with character a lot in later volumes. Because of all the plot stuff. Axel asks if I'll have a bingo board for Volume 10. I made one already. A long time ago. Like, a couple of months ago. And it was because I didn't know what was going to be announced at RTX, and I wanted to have a bingo board prepared. I tweeted about it. It's somewhere in the crevices of my Twitter. I'll probably have it saved somewhere on my computer. But yeah, I have a bingo board ready, and it's primarily a lot of, like really weird things, because it's hard to predict what's the next step for RWBY is going to be. It's been that way for a long time. Like, I don't know what they're going to do in Volume 10. I imagine it'll take place in Vacuo, but what exactly their plans will be is hard to predict. It's been that way for a long while. So a lot of my predictions on my bingo board is, like, design related. It's like, Weiss will cut off her hair and get a pixie cut, and I really want her to do that because she looks so cute. I really want Yang to braid her hair because it'll look like each braid segment can be its own individual fireball. That would be so cool, wouldn't it? Yeah, there's no RTX this year. There's no more RTX. I don't know how exactly RTX worked, but thinking back, I used to watch Rooster Teeth's podcast all the time, and I remember they would always be talking about RTX, and I remember specifically it was Gus and Barbara on one of them, back in, like, 2013 or something, I don't remember, and they were talking about how RTX was just finished, and now they need to start worrying about next year's RTX. And the way they talked about it, you could just tell it was a very stressful thing for them to organize. And they said that they've canceled RTX because it's not, like, lucratively, monetarily viable for them anymore. And I can totally get that. You know, you have to rent out the whole center, whatever place that the convention would take place in. You have to hire people to show up for different panels and whatnot, voice actors and animators and whatever. Whoever you bring on, you have to hire. And the only way you're making money back is getting tickets for, like, entrance fees, but that's not going to cut it on top of all of those expenses. And then, like, shop stuff. And Rooster Teeth's merch has been so meh that they're not going to make a profit off of those things. Judgmental Critter, do you think it's weird that Team RWBY only meets Watts face-to-face first time in the Justice League crossover movies? Yeah. It's such a wasted opportunity. It's one of those things where I feel like we can skip the intro. We're gonna see it like a billion times. I feel like with Rooster Teeth, a big thing with them is they forget that the characters don't know what they know. Does that make sense? Like, especially because Watts, because we're talking about Watts. They talk about Watts. Watts is a character that they've showed on screen for several years. People ask about Watts at conventions. They talk about the voice actor at conventions. They have podcasts and they talk about Watts. And they go through all this stuff talking about Watts as a character. And in all of that commotion, it's easy to forget that the characters in the show don't know who he is. It's a thing that's easy to forget, that characters don't know things that you know. Like, when a character suddenly knows someone's name. Like, since the Avatar live action came out, I watched it, and then I was like, cool, now I'll watch the actually good Avatar. The live action one was fine, but the animated one is clearly better. So I've been going through the animated one again recently, and there's an episode, it's The Drill in season 2. Katara is, like, healing wounded soldiers who are fighting against Mei and Ty Lee. And one of the soldiers is like, a girl came up and took away my bending and cartwheeled away. And Katara's like, Ty Lee. And I'm like, would she know Ty Lee's name? Like, surely May or Azula might have mentioned it in front of her. But I don't think, like, it's weird that she knows her name. And there's a lot of things like that. Like, at the end of Volume 3, RWBY is talking to Crow. And she's like, I saw Pyrrha and Cinder. And it's like, how do you know Cinder's name? You've never talked to Cinder. She shouldn't know Cinder's name. So it's easy to forget things like that. It's especially hard when you're writing your script. Because when you write your script, you write down the name of the character as they speak. So it's easy to forget that just because you've been writing down the name over and over. God dang it. I was getting footage, like, a while ago, and so a lot of these episodes are gonna, like, have the time stamp at the end, because I was watching it. So yeah, so, like, you're sitting there, as you're writing your script, you're writing the character's name over and over, and you're like, yes, their name has been said, because I'm writing it, and it's easy to forget, speaking out loud, no, they're actually not saying it. So that's a weird thing you have to remember as a writer, and RWBY sometimes goofs that up. And I think Watts as a whole character got that treatment, where they just kind of forgot that he might have been doing machinations in the background, but nothing Team RWBY would be aware of. Like, as far as they know, they have no idea how Cinder, like, hacked into Beacon's defenses and helped make it fall. They don't know what hacked into Penny. They could surmise it's Watts, but they don't know how or why or when. What do you think of the Cabbage Man in the live action? Oh, Avatar? It was fine. I'm glad they didn't stretch the joke out too much. As years have gone on, I've lost interest in the cabbage joke. I really liked the fact that they got the guy who voiced the dude to play him in the live action. That was really sweet. Yeah, it was fine. I'm glad they did it in a creative way, and so that was cool. Quick interruption. Make sure you get your beverages to hydrate yourselves. I have an orange Powerade. So yeah, hydrate yourselves. Stay hydrated. Drink water. Live longer. Drink water. I love Weiss. Weiss's introduction is so good. Hey, subtitles. Am I gonna have to turn the subtitles back on every time a new episode starts? I bet I will. If the episode's going and the subtitles aren't there, just start yelling at me, and I'll fix it. It's such a good introduction to these two characters. Blake's character is weirdly handled in the beginning of Volume 1. Like, because the thing is that she's standoffish, she doesn't get to talk to them a lot. So having her be this outspoken right at the beginning, I think was a good idea. Because, like, we get a good look at who her character is, and, like, we set up an idea of how her relationship with RWBY and Weiss will play out later. So much fun. What a fun interaction. I love it. Oh boy, we've reached the ads again. Cool. Great. It's gonna be 4 of the same ad. That's gonna be the biggest problem with marathoning all of RWBY, is getting a minute and a half's worth of the same ad in the middle of every episode. And I know ads, they're fine. I think the biggest killer is having it be a minute long is awfully long. It's fine, it's not that long, it's just a minute. But it's the same ad 4 times in a row, every single time. Like, at least if it was a different ad, 4 different ads, it would be one thing, but no. So, Critter, what did you think of the racism arc for Weiss? I get the idea of what they were going for. I think, in the long run, it was a misstep. I think they should have had this opportunity to further make an antagonistic character more of an antagonist. Because having Weiss stand there and be like, Faunus are gross and stinky and dumb, and then 2 minutes later, we're supposed to be like, yes, I am still on Weiss's side, it was going to be a weird slope for them to tackle, and I think they just shouldn't have even bothered. If they wanted to have a character to stand around and be mean and racist and get Blake upset, they could have gone with Cardin. You know, we already had established that Cardin was a jerk and a racist. If they wanted Blake to get mad at Weiss, it could have been more of like the business side of things. Like, Blake mentions that Weiss's family has shady business practices and Weiss is proud. So there was ways we could have gone around it. And I think they bit off more than they could chew. And that happens so much with RWBY, where they touch on a topic that is theoretically interesting. But the way they handle it, they don't go about it the way they probably should have. It's like too big of a writing prompt for what they're capable of tackling. I guess you can't learn unless you try, but I don't know. It's when, like, Miles and Carrie have talked about how they weren't, like, trained for writing. Like, they didn't go to school for writing or storytelling. I think Miles was an actor, and I don't remember what Carrie did. Maybe animation. And, you know, you don't need to go to school to study how to, like, tell a story. Far from it. But I think there's fundamentals that you can learn, and I don't think they ever really figured out those fundamentals until way later in RWBY's lifetime. It's like... I don't know. They also just, like, you know, it's the Wild West. They're just doing whatever they wanted to do. So, you can't really blame them for just playing around and having fun in these early volumes. But then, as the show goes on, especially because the show got hyper popular very quickly. And you would think, at that point, you would really take strides to improving your writing, your storytelling, your characterization, things like that. And I don't think they really honed their skills on those topics as much as they probably should have. Do you think Volume 9 is going to happen? Do you mean Volume 10? Because not gonna lie, my main point of hilarity is that RWBY is 9 volumes and barely anything has happened story-wise. It's so weird. My biggest thing, the way I describe RWBY, is it's a show about characters standing around and talking, but they don't say anything. Like, there will be things, like, plot things happening around them, but we're still standing around being like, well, what the heck is going on, though? And just, it's a thing I was thinking about last night, because I was thinking about going into stream. And I was thinking about this last night, and I was thinking about Steven Universe, and how so many plot points in Steven Universe could have been better handled if Steven just ever actually asked questions. Like, like RWBY is the same way. Crow is like, here's 4 relics, and just have one of them go, what's a relic? What does it do? And if Crow is like, I don't know, I never asked. It's like, why didn't you ever ask, you moron? Why? Ozpin told you about real magic in the world, and your response was to go, alright, and then have no follow-up questions? And because they don't have characters just ask questions and learn things in a way that's like a conversation. Because we can have characters learn things and still make it interesting if there's, like, fun banter between the characters as they're learning about them. But they don't do that. So instead, the characters will be there, and then suddenly someone has to sit there and monologue exposition at them, and because they have so much exposition to go through, we can't interrupt what they're saying with quips or questions from the other characters. So it's a lot of characters sitting around acting like they're listening to someone babble out a speech towards them, and it's just exposition. So if they just asked questions, it could lead to interesting dynamics of, like, oh, this person's asking a question because they're angry. This person's asking a question because they're concerned about this other kind of related topic. But they don't do that. It's so weird. Like 9 volumes in, we only know what 2 of the relics do. We've only seen 3 of the maidens, and one of them is missing, and one of them is a bad guy. We've been doing this thing where we hint at the idea of the illustrious Summer Rose. Ooh, what's going on with Summer? She's Ozpin's special snowflake, and she went on her super secret special mission. Salem knows who she is. Ooh, we're doing all this with Summer, and yet also 9 volumes in, and I think there's been, oh, thank you, subtitles, and 9 volumes in, and I think she's had like maybe 5 minutes total of not even just screen time, like people mentioning her. We've mentioned her name. She's been on screen maybe for 3 minutes. Nothing. Yeah, no spoiler questions. I used to watch like Q&A panels for RWBY when it was coming out because I wanted to know more things about the world, and I wanted to know their writing process and the things about what they were thinking about with the characters and whatever. And I finally gave up on it because I was so annoyed at Miles and Carrie going, no spoiler questions. Because, like, every question was getting no spoiler questions because, like, they clearly didn't know what they wanted to do with something, so they didn't know if any answer they gave might be a spoiler, or they just hadn't thought of it, so I guess we haven't thought of it, we don't know if it'll be important later, that'll get classified as a spoiler question. And it just really just kills conversation that way. And it's fine if you don't plan out your whole story, like, in the very beginning. Far from it. I think it's very good to not overly plan a story. But, I don't know, 9 volumes in, I think you'd have, like, a better idea of what we're doing. I think we would be able to see the finish line. Especially because I think RWBY was always planned to have 12 to 13 volumes. Because we're always doing this thing where we're clearly doing this thing with every 3 volumes is in one kingdom. You know, volumes 1 through 3 were in, like, Vale. Volumes 4 through 6 was Mistral. 7 through 8 was Atlas, kind of. 9, kind of Atlas. So, with that pattern, it would be like 10, 11, 12 would be Vacuo. And then I assume we might have a 13th volume where we go back to Vale. So you would think we're nearing the end. We're clearly past the halfway point for the series. You would think they would start aiming the audience in a direction where we could see how this might start wrapping up. But we still have, like, 2 of the relics are complete mysteries to us. One of the maidens is completely unknown still. We have no plans to fight Salem. That's the biggest thing. They know Salem. They know about her. They know that she is basically immortal. And they have no plans. They haven't done anything. Their plans are just being mad at Ozpin because he didn't have a plan. But they don't have any plans. Has been and RWBY are the opposite ends of chaotic evil storytelling. 9 meandering volumes versus everything all at once. You're not wrong. Did you hear that the Amazing Digital Circus is getting a full series now? I did! I'm excited! The next episode will drop in May, which means in the middle of Magical Girl May, I'll probably have a very random, amazing Digital Circus review. Man, it's easy to just fly through Volume 1 of RWBY, because every episode is like 2 minutes long. I think 13 volumes is the goal. Yeah, that makes sense, you know? I was thinking about this last night as well, because I remember when RWBY was just starting, like Volume 1, I was like, I can't wait for its 6th season. Because I was also watching through Red vs. Blue, and in Red vs. Blue's 6th season, that's when I feel like things really hit its stride. Like the characters, the plot, and the animation. I think that's also the season that Monty started animating for Red vs. Blue. So I was like, in 6 years, that's what Red vs. Blue can get. And I was like, I can't wait to see what RWBY can get in 6 years. And I will say RWBY's 6th season is one of the best, in my opinion. I know not everyone agrees with me. I think it's one of the best. And then after that, I was like, well, now I want to know what happens in its 10th season. Because 10 years is a lot of time for any story. But also, I think it was again Red versus Blue related. I think after the 10th season, that's when they they wrapped up the AI plotline. Do you know what I mean? The AI plot of Red versus Blue. And we're still haven't gotten our 10th season of RWBY yet. What's Magical Girl May? It will be my 4th year in a row doing this, where May is Magical Girl content. It's gonna be fun. I already have plans. It'll be great. You want a RWBY musical? You know what? Let's do RWBY live action. I've thought of the cast. I made a tweet about it before of who I would cast as RWBY live action actors. Why not? And I know Rooster Teeth doesn't have the money for that right now, but in a perfect world scenario, I think it could be fun. Because if we're gonna redo RWBY, people talk about remaking the early volumes so they match the later volumes, and I'm not super sold on the idea because I like this a lot. I like this aesthetic of these early volumes a lot. But if we are going to go back and redo Volume 1 again, I don't know, live action would be a neat way of going about it. You hope Salem turns good in Volume 13 and just flies off into space forever. Yeah, that's the thing. It's because clearly they're not going to be able to beat her, punching her. It's going to be, because the god of light and dark were clearly you need to learn, the importance of death or something. And so Team RWBY hears that and they're like, oh, well, guess we can't do anything. Okay, alright, there's a scene, we'll get to it when we get to Volume 8. I have such conflicted feelings about Volume 8. But Salem has this thing where she gets super mad at Oscar because of Ozpin, and she's like, why do you keep coming back? And I'm just like, you know he does. It's been decades. Why do you think he keeps coming back? What are you acting all surprised about it for? If Ruby Rose was listening to music while fighting, do you think it will suit her? Yeah, totally. It's like that thing, I listen to music when I would do homework. I used to listen to music. When I write scripts now, sometimes I'll listen to music. Sometimes listening to music just helps you focus on things. Not everyone can do that. Sometimes music will distract you. It depends on the music you're listening to. Oh, we reached our ads again. They're gonna drop an academy on Salem to get rid of her? Yeah. Let's get rid of Haven. Nothing happened there anyway. You wish Salem was a sentient Grimm? I do too. And I'm gonna be honest, I think that was what their original plans were. I think they wanted her to be some sort of, Grimm thing. Especially because in Volume 2, Oobleck mentions that Goliaths are very old and they're a lot smarter and they have they understand the dangers of humanity. And so the idea of a very ancient Grimm that is humanoid who understands the dangers of humanity to a T, that seems like the natural progression of what we were setting up with the Grimm. And I don't know why I guess they decided to change things up with Salem because they were like, oh, well, she's just a Grimm, and we've established that Ruby's silver eyes destroyed the Grimm. We can't make her a Grimm, because then RWBY could just beat her in 2 seconds. So we have to change things. We also need to explain how Ozpin is, reincarnating, which is a thing that I'm not entirely sure they thought. They might have had an idea of how to do it, from the beginning, but I don't think they really thought it all the way through on how it would tie into the story. Because from what I can tell, if I had the idea that Ozpin would reincarnate into a new person at the end of Volume 3, I would not decide to make it a character we have never seen or heard of before. Do I have permission to reference Team Jacked? Yes, that is how it's spelt. In your RWBY rewrite as Mistral Huntsman team? Absolutely. Yes. 100% yes. I really want that Alpha Grim to come back. Like, bro, that man was dripping in black Air Force energy when he first appeared. Yeah, it's just, the Grim is such, like, the natural enemy. Like, we set up everything in the beginning here, that the Grim are the bad guys. And having Salem be, like, the boss of the Grim makes so much sense. But then they throw in this, well, here's Cinder and her shenanigans, and why is she doing these shenanigans? And then there's Torchwick's shenanigans. Are you still doing RWBY rewrites? I am. Okay. So, alright. Time to be honest. I stopped working on one of my other rewrites, and I started working on a new rewrite. I was inspired by Cal, because Cal had that video recently about how she would change RWBY by, the way she would do it is swapping Ozpin and Salem. It's a great video, watch it. It's a really good one. It was really cool, and it inspired me. And then Evermorrow released its 6th episode, and that inspired me. And then Dust Queen was announced, and that inspired me, and everything was inspiring me, and I was like, I want to write my own AU. I'm like, I'll go balls to the wall, and I'll do the AU I always wanted to see. Yeah, bye, Orange. See you later. I was like, I'll write the AU I always wanted to do, because my other rewrites are very, like, I try to keep things as close to the show as possible, because it's a fun way to structure a rewrite if you only change small minor things. But this other rewrite I've been working on is like crazy different. And will I continue my original? Totally, 100%. And I'll continue the other one I did too, where I did my pre-write for Volume 9 and it went in a totally different direction. I have the structure of how I would do Volume 10 figured out. I'm just not sure if I want to tackle it just yet. So I'm working on this other one. It's going to be several episodes long, and if I do it, the way I'm planning on doing it is releasing the episodes weekly, as if it was like an actual show coming out. It'll be like, it's not going to be animated or anything. It'll be a bit like an audiobook, kinda. I'll have interesting looking visuals on screen to help direct you to who's talking. The thing I'm thinking about is when action sequences start, what do I put on screen for an action sequence? Because I'm not going to animate it, and I can't just have a still image, right? I could, but I'm not sure. But yeah, the AU I've been working on, I'll give you a little bit of a taste. A little bit of taste of what the next big plan is. It's gonna be called RWBY Reversed Fates, is what I've been calling it. And, it's gonna be, what if certain characters had the opposite part of their, important moments of their characterization was the opposite. Like, Yang, rather than living with Tai, actually lived with Raven, and she lived in the bandit tribe with Raven. Or Weiss staying in Atlas rather than going to Beacon, and Blake staying with the White Fang rather than leaving. That's the gist. There's a lot more going on, but that's the general gist of the idea. It's been a lot of fun to work on. I've had a lot of fun with it. The script is 80 pages now, so it'll be a long one. But it's exciting. I'm excited to get to it. What episode are we on? We're on Volume 1, Episode 5. Chapter 5, The First Step, Part 2. So. You're disappointed with Cinder, but it makes her more fun to write for. I did the craziest thing with Cinder. I used to hate her. I used to think she was the worst character, and she was very annoying. She was especially in Volume 5, that was when she was at her, maximum obnoxious, because she was so smarmy and sassy and confident, but she wasn't doing anything impressive or cool. So, her, sass was so unwarranted and over the top, and you can tell that, Jessica Negri wasn't getting any directing for her lines, because she sounds very, like, uncertain with a lot of them. Like, she doesn't know if she's supposed to be angry initially. Like, maybe they didn't get the chance to re-record some lines. It's whatever. So yeah, I used to really hate Cinder. And then, suddenly, in, like, volume 6, I did a complete 180, and now Cinder's, like, I'm so interested with her. I don't think she's cool. Like, she's not good, but I'm intrigued seeing how far she's fumbling, and the universe is starting to acknowledge that. And so that's interesting. There's potential with Cinder, so that's a lot of fun. What would happen with RWBY in this hypothetical rewrite? What would you flip for her? See, that's the thing. RWBY's changed fate is Summer is still alive. Summer is still alive and around. Like, RWBY herself is no different. It's just the consequences around her life are different. So, that's what I've been doing. And then I got things for Juniper and several other interesting characters, but I won't spoil it. You'll have to wait for the rewrite to be done for you to see it. Mwahaha. So, just to whet your appetite on that. I've been hard at work, working on that. I've been working, you might have noticed that the video last week was just like it's like a repeat of a smaller section from my Has Been Hotel review, which I did, 1, because it was easy, and like I didn't have anything else to upload. 2, my Has Been Hotel review has limited ads on it because YouTube got all offended by the big, mean, scary swear words in the show. So whatever. But I've been hard at work with my Ever After High project. If you remember that, months ago, I had a casting call, and then I've been working on it since then. If everything works out according to plan, those episodes will probably start airing next week, which is very exciting. And then once I finish that project, I can start working on the other big projects I have. Just give all the spoilers for my rewrite, yeah, right? Like, that's the fun part. Not watching the story, just spoiling everything. If you had $1 million, what would you do with it? Put it in savings, I guess. Get a house. Have groceries. Whose video inspired you? It was several. It was Calixian. She had her video talking about how you would just need to swap Ozpin and Salem, and that would, like, really change the structure of the story. Watch that video, it's really good. And then it was also RWBY, the AU story, Evermorrow. They've had 6 or 7 episodes. A 7th one, I think, came out recently. And then also it was the trailer for Dust Queen. So, lots of very cool things. They all inspire me. A lot of the AU stuff. I think it's finally happening. I think the RWBY community is finally getting to the thing where they're becoming cool with AUs now. You know? like the thing where we're not all always constantly angry about AUs and rewrites. I think we're getting to the point where people are doing their own ideas so much that the people who have, like, weird grudges against the idea of rewrites are now definitely the minority. Hopefully. Because AUs and rewrites are, like, the funnest thing ever. If you ever do any going live streams, would you do any games besides Nuzlocke? Maybe! The thing is, I tried playing Animal Crossing. The last time I tried streaming, it was Animal Crossing. And it was really laggy. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure. We'll see. I just don't think my computer can really handle it. But I've had thoughts, but I'm not sure. Oh yeah, Dragon Prince Season 5 and above got better or anything? I tried watching the Dragon Prince. I watched the first season, and then it just wasn't really hooking me. I wasn't really sold. I thought the animation was neat. Not very impressive, but it was neat. And I'm amazed it's still going. I thought it wrapped, like, a while ago. Why did you stop watching Ever After High? Oh, you're not asking me that question. Ever After High is cool because it's all on YouTube. the sucky thing about Ever After High is it kind of just ended. Like season 5, 6, the most recent one, it just had like 4 episodes and then it was just over. You know, it's such a shame. They could have done so much more, but if Monster High can get a revival, surely that means Ever After High can too. Please play Bramble and Little Nightmares on stream. Please, I'll give you money. Okay, maybe. I think I've heard of that one. So, and if it's the one I'm thinking about, it did look interesting. So, maybe. We'll see. I never understood why there's so much hate against RWBY AUs and rewrites, especially since I've seen firsthand how they can extend an IP's life after it's ended. I know, and it was especially weird with RWBY, because, like, the world is so made. Everything about the world is made for, like, customization. Like, they had a whole, like method of how to make your own OCs, and, like, there's so much in this world with the 4 schools and your semblances and everything, and the characters have a lot of, like, untapped potential and weird directions that you could go. So AUs and rewrites feel like a natural fit for this kind of story. And it's weird that people got so... I think it's what it is after Volume 4, but really, more specifically, after Volume 5, critique for RWBY got a lot more, because Volume 5 was very terrible. Volume 5 really sucked, and a lot of people was very unhappy with it. Hey Critter, I really like your Korra videos. Are you still planning on doing those? I am. I've been meaning to for months. I have the script written for the next one. It's just all these other projects kept getting in the way. I'll go into detail in that in a second. Let me finish my first thought, and then I'll continue with what I was saying here. So yeah, with RWBY's rewrites and stuff, it's just like... I think after Volume 5, criticism of RWBY became a lot more, like, prevalent, because Volume 5 was really bad, and a lot of people didn't like Volume 4 when it came out, me included. I've changed my mind a bit on Volume 4 over the years. A lot of people didn't like Volume 6 either. There was always kind of criticism in the beginning about the kind of sloppy animation going on. So, there has been a lot of critique and criticism around RWBY. And I think the thing was, the people who were very, very personally affected with RWBY got very upset when critique and criticism was the most prominent thing to find on the show. And in retaliation, they kind of overcorrected in the other direction. Like, they took anything that implied something could be different as, like, an insult. And that kind of rabid fanbase idea, like, lingered for a long while. And I think it's finally, like, going away. Probably because the show's, like, 10 years old now. And also, a lot of the crazy ones who sit there and attack everybody for not thinking the show is flawless and perfect, like, their numbers have dwindled down to, like, a small, loud few on, like, Tumblr or something? I don't know. They're in weird corners of the internet. Everyone's blocked them by now. So, I think we're finally chilling out to the point where it's fine. Like, people are generally more chill nowadays. Probably because the volumes aren't coming out anymore. Although I will say, when Volume 9 was coming out, I would, like, tweet random thoughts, and every single tweet I had, people would get so up in arms over. Everyone was, like, reacting like I was saying the most out-of-pocket stuff, and it would be like, this screenshot looks weird, or, I'm not sure about this idea, what's going on? And people were like, how dare! OMG, how dare! And, like, people were going crazy, and I'm like, this is such a milquetoast take. I don't know why you all are so angry. People would be like, you're clearly just trying to farm hate. And I'm like, I said a thought. Not even a negative one. People just got crazy during Volume 9. So about the Korra thing. So I've been meaning to do the Korra video. I've also been meaning to do more Modica Magica videos. The problem was, so, I've been focusing on my Ever After High project. the Ever After High Neverland. I've been focusing on that. That has been my top priority. And a lot of my free time has gone towards working on that. The thing is, and my plan was, I wanted it out by December. What a fool I was. To think I could get that much work done by December. So that's why I actually did the daily RWBY reviews back in October. I finished editing all those reviews before October even started. So, like all 33, because it went a few days after. It was like 32 or 33 videos were done by the beginning of October, like before September ended. And my plan was to use that time to finish my Ever After High project, and then I could focus on getting other things like my Korra video going, and like other big videos I have planned. The problem... Judgmental Critter, someone made an edit of your original post about the screenshot, but replaced with Tyrion hugging Mercury to make fun of you. They completely missed the point of the tweet. Whenever someone tries to clown on, like, a RWBY critique, they always miss the point. It's always like, you guys aren't, like, it's like they clearly didn't get it. Keep getting hit with ads on the stream. I don't know how to change it, because they changed it. It's different than how it used to be. I'm sorry you're getting that, Fishnoot. I don't know how to change it, because YouTube changed the way ads work on YouTube. I don't know how to, like, limit them or anything. I'll look into it. Maybe there's, like, an extra thing I could find somewhere, but I'm not entirely sure. So I don't know why YouTube changed it. Because YouTube sucks. So yeah, my plan was throughout October, because I miraculously was able to just get all 33 daily RWBY reviews done ahead of time. I was like, perfect, I'll use this time to finish Ever After High. And then things kept happening. Because if you look back at the things I released throughout October, it wasn't just the daily reviews. There were other videos coming out too, because things kept coming out that I was like, I need to get on top of that now while it's relevant. And things kept getting pushing back more and more, and then I found out, because I was also still working on Ever After High, then I found out there was like a whole thing with my Ever After High reviews that I wanted to do different, and I had to draw 50 some odd pictures for it, which I finally finished up this last couple of weeks. So it was just a lot. It was just a lot of things that I had ideas for, but wasn't fully prepared for. Bam. And subtitles, bam. Okay. How you guys liking Volume 1 of RWBY so far? Korra is the symbol of fantastic idea, but very poor executions. I disagree. I understand why you think that. I think it wasn't that the execution was bad. I think it was Nickelodeon really fucked them over. Like, they didn't know how many seasons they were going to get, and then they kept, like, they knew they were going to get one season, and they thought that was it. And then suddenly it's like, oh, you're getting 2 seasons, actually. And so they're like, oh, I guess we'll start working on a second season. And then halfway through the second season, that's when they learned they were getting seasons 3 and 4. And that's why they were like, well, now our stories feel segmented by season, rather than, like, a full flowing narrative, like how Last Airbender is. And I don't know why Nickelodeon was doing that, because Korra, it was the extension of Airbender. It should have been just as big. I don't know why they didn't trust them to do it the way they wanted to do it. But whatever. What was I saying? Oh yeah, about RWBY. It's so hard to talk about Volume 1, because I feel like I've said everything about it by this point. This argument between Weiss and RWBY, one of my favorites. I wish they bantered like this more. Like, it's fine that they're friends, but I like it when they, like, bicker and stuff, because it gets them personality. That's just humanizing. I feel like lots of times with later volumes, the characters tend to fall into stereotypes, That's not the word I'm looking for. They're just kind of one note. That's what it is. They're just, RWBY is generally nice, and she doesn't really show emotion beyond that. And Weiss is generally sad. She's real sad in recent volumes, and I don't know why. My English teacher has taught me to give feedback in a burger. I know about the burger. Positive start thing in the middle that could be improved, and then positive at the end. But God, RWBY fans clutch the burger so hard the patty flies out. You're not wrong. The burger is a fine critique method. It's a fine one, but it's hard to always do, because if you're not meaning it, then the good things that's meant to sandwich the critical thing in the middle can often feel like shallow. Like, if you don't really have anything that positive to say, it can be like you're just reaching to find something to talk about. It's a fine method. I don't usually stand by it, but I understand why a lot of people do really like go with that one. I also think it is a lot harder to give critique about positive things that you have positive perceptions on versus negative perceptions on. Because if you don't like something, it's easier to understand why you didn't like it. If you do like something, it's hard to explain why you like it, other than just, I just like it. You know? Scarlet Phoenix, what are my thoughts on White Rose? It's good. It's a good one. They're fine. It's not my top ship for either of them, though. I've gone through a lot of different ideas with RWBY over the years. Like, I think she's cute with Jaune. I think she's cute with Weiss. I think she's cute with Oscar. I kind of think she doesn't, would ever be in a relationship. I don't know. And Weiss's is the opposite problem, where I like all of her ships so much. I don't know which one I like the most out of her ships. White Rose is cute, and I think it's fine, but I also think it's fun when they're just friends. I like friends. I think friendships are fun. I like Thing because I like Thing. Yeah, you're right, stereotype. How about a cute little pony? I know! Early Yang was the best. That sucks. It sucks so much because I love her here. She's so funny here. She's so funny and fun and cute, and every line she has is iconic and 10 out of 10 and so funny. RWBY used to be so funny. It blows me away how absolutely hilarious the show used to be, and now it struggles. It struggles so hard to get any kind of joke off the ground. It's like pulling teeth. And Yang's character has nosedived. And I hate the argument of, oh, it's because of her trauma. She's gone through things. And it's I get the idea of, going through losing her arm would have an impact on her. The problem is, if you're going to have a character change through a development process, I don't understand why you would make her an actively unengaging character. She's annoying. She's mean and rude. I don't like her. When she's on screen, I'm not happy because I don't like who Yang is now. Why would you make one of your main characters so unlikable? Creator, what's your predictions for the next Avatar's overall premise? Some people have said twin avatars. Okay, that is exactly, yes. We know it'll be an earthbender, because that's the next one of the cycle. I liked the idea of twins, where one is the avatar, and the other one isn't the avatar. They're both earthbenders, and, that's basically it. I don't know what plot it would be, or anything like that, but I like the idea of twins, because I think that's interesting, and also, when they learn waterbending, I want them to learn their waterbending from swamp benders, because I like the swamp benders, and I think they're underutilized. That's all. That's the only ideas I've ever had. One character that I think has improved with their changes is Nora. Nora in these early volumes is cute and fun, and I do love her, but she feels a lot like a... I don't know what word to use. Caricature, I guess. She's a gimmick. She's a walking gimmick, not a person. And in later volumes, she really develops into, like, a person and less of a character to exist just as visual gags. So, later Nora is my favorite character. Nora's my favorite character. Pretty sure. That opinion changes a lot, but Nora's my favorite often. Juniper, in general, are my favorites. If the show was about them, I would be thrilled. RWBY is fine. Team RWBY is fine. They're fun. But Juniper, they have really fun interactions with each other, and I really like them. Manic Pixie Dream Girl, a little bit. Pinkie Pie, yes. Like, she defies physics. She often doesn't, she's fun. She's cute. I just like who Nora ends up becoming a lot more than who Nora was, which is the opposite of Yang. I like who Yang was more than the character she ended up becoming. She's just so boring now. And she was so fun. I miss this Yang so much. Funny side anime girl. Parody character trait stereotypes. Yes. Whose character arc in RWBY has been my favorite? Who has been my favorite? Character arc? I don't know, man. Oh, jeez. I don't know. Because, it's tough because I like a lot of them, but a lot of them didn't go the way I expected them to. I like Crow. I'll go with Crow. Crow's character arc with drinking and then deciding to stop drinking. It's a simple one. It's a small one. It's an easy one. But it's a good one. I think Crow now has more potential than ever before. And I used to really not... I didn't hate Crow. He wasn't that interesting to me. But now, a post-recovering alcoholic Crow is infinitely more interesting to me. Ironwood was your favorite for a long time until Volume 8. I don't know. With Volume 8 and Ironwood, they had such good nuance. They do that a lot. They have really good nuance. And then they'll panic because some people don't understand the nuance, and then they'll go hard too far in a direction and just ruin all the nuance they had. What's that? Ironwood is a nice, nuanced character? Not anymore. Now he's just shooting civilians, because he needs to be the villain. And we realized he made too many good points, and we need to convince you that Team RWBY is flawless and does nothing wrong. Thank you so much, Brandon. What do you think will happen with Team Honor and Sun in Vacuo? My theory, Emerald will be the Maiden. I love that theory. If we're gonna have anyone be a Maiden, I want it to be one of the main characters, like Nora or Emerald, maybe someone on Team RWBY, but at least definitely Nora or Emerald. Of the two, I think Emerald would be interesting, because that would make a really cool dynamic with her evolving perception of who Cinder is. You know, because the next time Cinder sees her, she'll definitely be her enemy. Like, she's definitely going to be her enemy now, but if she's a Maiden now, Cinder's going to be actively trying to kill her, and that dynamic between her and Emerald would be totally different. So, I think that would be the most cool. Also, Emerald would be fun, because then we'll confirm that the Maiden... So Maiden's, eye flames is the color of their aura. We can tell because it's hard to tell, because literally every single Maiden we've seen, their eyes are basically the same color as their aura. The only difference is Amber, where her eyes are a slightly different color. They're still kind of orange, like how her eye flames were, but her aura definitely was more specifically that color. And I think they confirmed it somewhere, that it is your aura color, not your eye color. But it's hard to tell because everyone always makes it their eye colors because their eye colors also just happen to be their aura colors. But if it was someone like Emerald, but also we don't know what color Emerald's aura is. Dang, never mind. I was looking into it because I made an edit of Emerald as a maiden for my theory video I did like a couple weeks ago. And I was like, oh, I should double check to make sure what color Emerald's aura is. And she's never had her aura break. It's never shattered or broken or anything. Crazy. Wow, thank you. The courier? Courier. Nice. Better theory. Throw out logic. Jaune wears the dress again and becomes a maiden. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Jaune... we could do... I would be down. Maiden Jaune. Best AU ever. Maiden Jaune powers. Reckon Weiss should be a maiden, because then she would actually get to do something. It's crazy how she doesn't get to do anything. Like, after Volume 1, she just stops. Like, they also, oh my god, they fumble Weiss so much, because they make all of her plot lines only directly relate to her family. And I understand her family plays important roles in her development. That makes sense. But it's just her family. It's like, that's the only thing. And after 9 volumes of her just doing things related to the illustrious subtitles. The illustrious she name. It's boring. Like, how many times can she forgive her family? How many times can she prove she's better than Jacques? Jacques' dead now. Who cares? I don't care about Willow. She's underdeveloped as a character and an abusive alcoholic. I don't care about Whitley. He's underdeveloped as a character. And I don't care about Weiss caring about them. And all of her plot points is only related around her family. Like Volume 4, I gotta escape my family. Volume 5, I'm not going back to my family. Volume 6, we need to get back to my family now. Volume 7, here's my family. It's just, it's so boring. Like, Blake also got stuck with a lot of Faunus-only plot beats, but after a while, they did they did change. Like, she does other things. She had her relationship plot beats with Yang. It's just so boring with Weiss. You can just tell they don't know what... They have the one idea with Weiss, and that's it. Weiss is very nuanced in her conservative, I guess. Hi, Critter, just wanted to say, you and your sister taught me a lot about character design and storytelling. Thanks a lot, love your works. Aw, thanks, Jojo. I try. I don't know how I got here. I went to school, and I learned about art, and I thought about character design a lot, and I watched a lot of behind-the-scenes videos. That was the biggest thing. I would get every movie, I would watch all of the behind-the-scenes content for all of them. Even if it was a movie I didn't really care about. And that way, I learned a lot about people talking about designing the characters, and then I watched other videos about people talking about designing characters, and now here I am, and I guess I know a thing or two about designing characters, I guess, maybe? But I'm glad I can help people. That's the biggest thing with these YouTube videos I do, is I just want to help people. I want people to think, and think critically, and learn something, because I wasted a lot of time in school, and I realized I didn't have to. So if I can just help teach you something without you having to waste your time going to a class, then I hope I helped you. Do the Team Coffee books matter to the rest of the story of RWBY? It's unclear so far. Because, like, we don't know yet. Like, we haven't, because we're at Vacuo, but we don't know exactly if anything they've done. Wait a minute. Sorry, hold on. Let me finish my thing and then I'll get back to you. We don't know if anything they've done is actually true with the story of what we'll end up seeing in Vacuo. They talk about a lot of, like, things here and there, like, crab monsters. Not crab grim, just crab monsters. And there's also specific towns and characters they see in the books. I guess we'll find out how much that is or is not canon and or canon adjacent as we go into the Vacuo settings, but so far it's unclear. Hold on, I wanted to see, I thought I saw something weird with the subtitles here with Red Like Roses Part 2. So let me check this out. Just give me a second. I just thought I saw something. Yeah. Dang, I hit the wrong button. Yeah, the subtitle said every single effing day. I don't think that's actually the subtitle, though. Is that actually the lyric in Red Like Roses Part 2? I think it's every single day, not every effing day. Dang, even Rooster Teeth's own subtitles don't know? Hold on. While this ad plays, because I clicked the screen in the slightly wrong spot, let me look up the lyrics for Red Like Roses Part 2. Red Like Roses Part 2 lyrics. Let's see. I'll get those subtitles back. Thank you, Nep. Wow, thanks, Nep. Speaking of character design, I recommend Dungeon Meshi. Yes, that's Delicious in Dungeon, right? I've been watching it. I love it. It's like my favorite show so far this year. It's so good. Senshi is the best. Marcel is adorable. Laios is a big goof, and I love him. Everyone's so good in that show. I love it. It's great. It is the lyric. No, no way. That's really the lyric? No way. Hold on. Hold on. I couldn't take it, couldn't stand another minute, couldn't bear another day without you in it. All of the joy that I had known for all my life was stripped away from me the minute that you died. What a clunky lyric. Stripped away from me the minute that you died. That's too many lines. That's too many words. To have you in my life was all I ever wanted, but now without you, I'm my soul forever haunted. Can't help but feel that I had taken you for granted. No way in hell that I could ever comprehend this. I wasn't dreaming when they told me you were gone. I was wide awake and feeling that they had to be wrong. I like Jeff Williams. I like his songs, but he is some of the clumsiest lyrics ever. They just don't flow well. You know? I was wide awake in feeling that they had to be wrong. How could you leave me when you swore that you would stay? Now I'm stuck inside a nightmare every single effing day. Wow, that's actually the lyric! No way! No! That's crazy. I never knew. Wow, that's fun. That's neat to learn. Huh. Weird. How can you write a dumb character without making them annoying? That is hard. You can have endearing dumb, like they mean well, but they just don't know things. That can happen. Do you wish Cardinal had better designs? Yeah, for being such background characters, I don't blame them for, coming up with the boringest designs for them. It's a lot of background characters. I would sit there and be like, not even just, main characters. Like, when the Aesops roll up, everyone has this thing where they're like, oh, Atlas doesn't let you do creativity, so that's why they wear boring-ass designs. And it's like, one, that's not confirmed in the show anywhere. Two, they already get to, they have special outfits. It's just because it's the color palette's the same, and I guess that's the uniform. The style of their clothes is still unique, but also, we could do interesting things with their hair color, eye color, and we don't do that. After Volume 3, characters stop having fun fantasy hair and fantasy eyes, and it's so boring. Everyone has, realistic black and brown hair, and it's so lame, and it's we can play around with this way more. Let's go with Elm, Elm the Aesop, she has, like, I think green eyes and dark brown black hair. What if instead she had green hair? Would that really change her character? No, but it would make her visually more memorable, because in this world of fantasy characters who have, like, all these fantasy colors, especially standing next to Team RWBY and Juniper, who have, like, a bunch of colors going on their outfits, and the Aesop's uniforms is meant to look uniform with its colors, having the actual characters' like hair and eyes be more bombastically styled would help so much in making them not feel like boring background characters in their own show. I never remember their names. I only remember because I was like, who are these people? I was like, what fairy tale are you? That's another thing. They do not play around with the fairy tales nearly enough. It was so, like, they did a lot in the beginning. They had, like, some unique things in the beginning. But as time went on, they just, like, got more and more boring and simple and uninteresting. How did that happen? I said here. Play. Okay. And, like, the selling point of your story is that they're fairy tales reimagined in a battle anime fantasy school. Would you not play into the idea of the fairy tales more? You know? Like, we got so much potential here. I remember I always really wanted to see, like Junior, you know? Junior's Baby Bear, from the Yellow trailer. He is Baby Bear. And I was like, who's Mama Bear? And Papa Bear? We don't know. Mama Bear is, like, hinted at in one of the DC comics. We've never seen a hint of Papa Bear, and I'm like, what was the point of having Yang be Goldilocks, other than so you can sit there and go, look, her hair's yellow, because she's Goldilocks. Oh, well, does she break into people's houses? No. Does she consume too much porridge for her own good? No. Does she sit in other people's beds and chairs and finds the ones that are just right? No. Do we reference her fairy tale in any way ever? She's blonde. Well, then why do you even bother? We have so much potential. Come on. You wonder who the big bad wolf would have been as a counterpart to RWBY? I've been working on another really big video, and it's going over every single fairy tale reference and explanation for characters in their designs. And the Big Bad Wolf is an interesting one because there's not really a confirmed answer, but there's a couple of, like, you could assume it's just the Beowulfs. You could also think maybe the Hound is referencing the Big Bad Wolf, but the Hound also references other fairy tales. That script is written, and I've recorded the audio for that video, like, a month ago. I just need to make it. I just need to put it together. But again, Ever After High was taking, like, precedence, so it'll be done soon. It's weird how we had episodes of fairy tales, and yet none of them were the ones for Volume 9. I know! It's almost like... It's almost like they didn't think of it yet. When they write RWBY, I can't help but think that they just don't think about what they already wrote. You know? And not in, like, a mean way. I just think they're not very creative with the things they have written. Because they'll write something, like, we've seen all these fairy tales, we have this fairy tale show, and then they're like, what do we do for Volume 9? Oh, they'll fall into a real fairy tale. Oh, one of these ones we've referenced or mentioned? Nope, we'll come up with a whole new one. Well, why didn't we reference or mention this before? Because we didn't think about it. Twilight Guardian's Fractured Fairy Tales actually putting that into the fairy tale made me realize how lazy RWBY's parallels are, and Twilight goes crazy with it. Twilight like looks into, like, the original translation, not like the modernized Grimm Brothers version, like the original ideas and other different interpretations that are out there, and it's really cool. Thank you, Wild Pilot. Hey, what have I missed? I've babbled a lot, and I've barely talked about the show. Volume 1's fun. It's easy to talk over. it's there's this thing with RWBY. I'm worried when we get to Volume 7, because I really liked Volume 7. I thought Volume 7 was maybe the second best volume ever. Third best, one of the best ones. But when I was covering it with the rest of Team Jacked, talking about Bumblebee, I was getting so angry, and I was so upset about what was happening because of how things played out in Volume 8. And I'm worried Volume 8 will retroactively make me not like Volume 7 more, which super sucks. Doesn't that hyper suck when a thing retroactively ruins a good thing because of how poorly it handled itself? And it's 100% Ironwood. I can't believe how much they've just fumbled Ironwood. You had an interesting character who, yeah, obviously he's gonna be a villain sometime. He's obviously not working the way Ozpin wanted him to, but he's also, like, it's justifiable because he's scared and confused. But rather than do the interesting things, they just go weird, lazy routes. And that thing I was talking about earlier, the characters don't just talk to each other. It's the same with plot beats. Hey, should we have an interesting reason as to why Team RWBY and Ironwood don't agree with each other on what to do with Mantle and Atlas? No. We'll just have them pick an idea, and then they stay with that idea. I would love it if Volume 9 let explore the fairy tales that they mention, like the Silver Eye Warriors teaching RWBY to value her friends and harness her silver eyes. Yeah. Silver Eyes is a thing. I feel like they came up with it because they wanted an excuse for RWBY to be the special. You know, the big special one. And they had Ozpin mention the Silver Eye thing, and they were like, maybe they thought of it before, that Silver Eyes kills Grimm. Maybe that was a plan from the very beginning. But they thought of it, and then clearly they got bored of it. Or, like, it didn't fit into the other interesting elements of the world. Because what's more interesting? Reincarnating ladies with magical powers of all of the elements? Or eyes that I guess they'll kill Grimm? Yeah, that's kind of boring. Do I have a public Discord channel? I don't. I don't use Discord. I have it. I use it to communicate on, like kind of, with people I'm going to be streaming with, but I just don't have things to say. I'm not an interesting person to talk to. I have no interesting thoughts to convey throughout the day, so I would just be a lurker on my own Discord. Yeah, the thing is, with RWBY, so often, it feels like they get bored with their own ideas. Like, oh, this is a show about people who are fairy tales. Oh, wait, now we're bored with that idea. And so their fairy tale references are going to be, like, half-assed and, like, not creative. Oh, this is a story where everyone has a semblance and it's your own superpower. Oh, but now we're bored with that idea. And so semblances are going to be really boring and half-hearted and not interesting. Like all of the Aesops and the Happy Huntresses. Everyone has their own unique weapon, and it's a show about cool, unique weapons. Never mind, we're bored with that idea. Everyone's weapons are going to be simple and lame. It's just, like, everything that they come up with, they seemingly get bored with, and try to replace with some other new thing. Like, even Maidens. Here's our story about our magical Maiden people. Never mind, we're bored with that idea. Here's the relics. Oh wait, never mind, we're bored with that idea. So now here's Salem's magic. And it's like, just pick one, guys. Thank you, Magma. Not sure if you're interested in RWBY Volume 5 Redux, but would you recommend watching it before or after watching the original volume? It's almost finished. I have been, oh my god, I have been keeping up with Volume 5 Redux. It's by Small Soul on YouTube. You can find them. Highly recommend. Like, I've been having so much fun watching their version of Volume 5. So yeah, Small Soul, that on YouTube. And what it is they're re-editing Volume 5 to like fix a lot of the problems. Like, it's still Volume 5 at its core, but they're re-editing it to rearrange scenes so they flow together better, fixing a lot of the pacing issues. Their most recent episode came out yesterday, I think, and it was, it covers them entering, like, the final fight. And they've cut out, like, kind of dumb, superfluous dialogue. Like, when Raven flies behind Leo and she comes back out as a person rather than a bird, Nora goes, "Oh, I can't believe it. They really are magic." That line is dumb, and so they've cut that line out. And it's so good. It's so creative. They've also added, like, new, like, color grading and lighting, and also with sound design, and it's so good. Thank you, Messiah. Side question. What program do you use for your PNG character? I like the way that it sways and floats. Thanks. What is it called? VideaTube is what it's called. It's spelled V-E... Hold on, I can't see it. VideaTube is what I use. There's a lot of... It's free to download. There's a lot of very handy tutorials on how to get it to work on YouTube that you can find. Let me double check how it's spelled so you can find it. VeaDoTube space mini. VideaTube mini. You'll know it because it has, its icon is like a little deer character inside of a bucket. That's the one. That's the one that's what I use. I think it works very well. It has never gone awry for me, so use it. If Small Soul were to do another Redux, which volume would you want him to do it for? That's tough. Volume 5 is the only one that I think has glaring pacing issues, which is their biggest thing that they're focusing on. A part of me thinks Volume 2, the second half of Volume 2 is messy, but the problem is the first half of Volume 2 is really good, I think. I guess maybe Volume 7 or 8, but the problem with those ones, it's not really a pacing issue. The pacing was really only a problem in Volume 5. The other ones, they have some pacing things going on here or there, but the real problems with them is the actual, like, story, and they're not changing the story. They're just, like, re-editing it to fix some things up, and, like, it's a lot of pacing and cutting out dialogue or rearranging dialogue. It'll be tough. I don't know. I hope they keep doing a lot more, because it's really good. Their editing is super good. Their sound design is so good. They did this thing where in Volume 5, they're going down the elevator. It's Cinder, Vernal, and Raven, and they're going down the elevator during the Haven fight. And they added this, like, humming sound every time they pass by one of the blue lights that lines the hallway, the elevator ride down into the vault. And every time the blue light passes, there's this, like, hum. And it does such a good job at, like, building the like, creeping tension of the scene. On top of, they've added new, like, songs and soundtrack and other sound effects to it. And it makes it feel so much more nerve-wracking. And, like, you really get this looming, increasing sense of dread and danger, especially on top of what Cinder's talking about in the scene. And it's just so good. It's crazy how just little changes like that can really elevate the story. Like, Volume 5, the core flaws of it, you can't just edit out with, like, quick cuts like that. And they do the best they can with making the fight scenes, like, flow a lot better into each other. A lot less characters standing around chatting while people fight off-screen. They've edited that down a lot. But a lot of Volume 5's problems is still with, like, the characters' dialogue or their performances. The fight's choreography in general is... you can't edit around those. But the things they've been doing with Volume 5 Redux is so impressive. And it really makes you realize the importance of editing, for one, and also like just how little things can really, really elevate something, can make like the tension change. The vibes of a scene can be totally different with just a little bit of editing. Awesome stuff. Highly recommend. Also, they have breakdowns of what they do editing-wise every time, and they're so much fun. I love them. Can I do voice acting? I don't know. I've thought about it. So, Dust Queen had auditions for Glinda recently for their animated thing, their AU animated thing. And a part of me was like, I should audition. And then the other part of me was nervous. Because, like, I've never acted before, you know? I don't know if I could voice act. I can read a script. I know that. But I know reading a script is different from acting. Maybe someday. Like, if there's a weird background character they need, I'd be totally on board. You know, I'm just too nervous. Fun fact, I'm actually very shy. I'm very shy, and I get very nervous. And so, like, I don't know. We're almost done. Oh, wait, we're not almost done. Never mind. We're kind of almost done with Volume 1. Crazy. I knew Volume 1 was gonna fly, you know, but now we're in the best part, the Jaune Arc, everyone's favorite story, Jaune. Critter, can I ask you your thoughts about Big Top Burger, like favorite character and stuff? I think I remember you mentioning it at one point in a video, and I was so happy. I have mentioned it before. I mentioned it in my Owl House review, and I thought that was a funny gag I did. Because I was talking about Alex Hirsch, and I was like, OMG, it's Alex Hirsch, the guy who's voiced, and I have his, like, more famous characters pop on screen, and instead I go with, Monkey Strap, which was, like, a side character in the latest episode of Big Top Burger. It made me laugh. I make myself laugh. If you ever wonder why I laugh in my scripts, it's because I make myself laugh. Who's my favorite character? That's tough. They're all, they're all fun. It's hard to narrow it down. I can tell you what my favorite joke is. I can't tell you my favorite character because I like all of them. But my favorite joke is when they're at the bad food, when they're doing the thing at the convention, and the one guy is like, I can't move, the bad food has won. And Cesare goes, no, don't let it win. Like, the animation when he does that is the funniest thing. Everyone stay hydrated. Drink your waters and stuff. Yo, I landed. I got an hour layover. Wow. Fun? Good? Bad? Good. Landed. Airplane. I've never been on a plane, so I had to, like, decode your words. Everything's going great. We're at the Jaune Arc. Everyone's favorite, Jaune. Should I use this opportunity to talk about Jaune? It's so tough. I think Jaune is an often misunderstood character? Question mark. I think a lot of people really hate Jaune because, in all honesty, he can be very hateable. Like, these episodes is very annoying. He comes across as whiny and like, he's not trying. Like he's like, I talked about it in my review when I went through the episodes daily in October. But yeah, Jaune's just sleeping through class. So he's sitting there whining and crying about how he wishes he could be the hero, but then he's also not putting in any effort, and he's just whining about it. So a lot of people hate Jaune. And also he gets a lot of very overdramatic moments, and I don't think it's Jaune. I think it's Miles really excels when he's voicing drama. And so having Jaune yell and cry and scream is very easy for Miles's wheelhouse of acting skills. And it also makes sense because, like, oh, he's sad about Pyrrha, he would yell and cry and scream, like in Volume 5, for example. It's just annoying because it's not Jean's fault. It's the fault is that no one else gets to do anything else like that. They just make Jean have a lot of depth to his character, and then you watch all the other characters standing next to him who feel like paper thin characterization. Like RWBY doesn't get to yell and cry and scream. Ever. Nora doesn't get to yell and cry and scream. All these other characters, they don't get that depth that Jean has. Jean can smile and laugh and crack jokes, and then the next minute he's screaming about the pain of losing Pyrrha, and then the next minute he's crying about what he had to do with Penny. He gets a lot of depth. And even though other characters have done things that are as intense as what he's had to go through, they don't get that luxury. They often feel emotionless or like watered down emotions. They don't address the things that they've gotten to do, like how Jean gets to do. And I don't know why they've done it that way. I think in an attempt to make the other characters seem more put together, like they have their lives, like Jean is supposed to be a bit emotionally all turbulent. It makes sense. That was his arc, quote-unquote arc, for volumes 4 through 6, was to get over his emotions. And so I think that's why they've done it this way. The problem is it makes him come across as very annoying. And I wish the other characters, if they could have just gotten some scenes like that, it wouldn't be a problem. Thank you so much, Anton! Giggling at your own jokes is one of the things that originally drew me to your videos, because I do that too, and it always makes me smile when you do. Also, hydrate reminder, and everyone be sure to thumbs up the stream. Yes! Thank you for all of that stuff. And it's true. like, laughing, not only do I think it's funny when someone laughs, like, if I cut off my own laughter in a video, but if you're not laughing at your own jokes, why would anyone else be laughing at your jokes, you know? Yes, hydration, staying hydrated. I'm talking nonstop for hours on end, so I really gotta make sure I stay hydrated. With my Powerade, Gatorade, orange flavored, one of them. And yeah, liking and subscribing does help a lot. Leaving a comment also helps a lot. That all helps. It all really does. No one else gets to cry over Pyrrha, only Jean. It's not only as for the way this show presents it, Ren and Nora didn't care about her at all. They knew nothing about her. They didn't talk to her. They don't care about her post-death. They didn't care. And it's weird, because RWBY cared enough about Pyrrha to activate her big ol' silver eyes when she saw Pyrrha die, but she doesn't care about Pyrrha enough to ever actually, address her after the death. She hints to Pyrrha once in volume 5. But that's it. You know, missed opportunities. Even in the Justice League crossover, Jean gets a big old dumb hallucination thing where he sees Pyrrha or whatever. But no one else gets that? No one else does? and yeah, and another thing is, with RWBY, you know, Yang falls off Ambrosius's walkways. Yang falls. She straight up falls the whole way. And RWBY doesn't get to emote over that. But Blake does. Blake gets to cry and scream and yell, but not RWBY. RWBY always gets shafted. And even that, with the most latest season, and with Volume 9, you know, Penny's dead. Jean had to kill her. Penny is dead. And we still don't get a moment where RWBY gets to cry and scream and emote over it. She faints, and then that conversation happens off screen, and I don't know what fucking dolt thought that was a good idea. Who at Rooster Teeth sat there and went, you know what's a good idea? Having our character learn that one of their best friends died? That sounds like a really big, impactful moment for a character. That sounds like an important conversation that people want to see. So you know what we'll do? We'll have it happen off screen. Because that's not what characters really want to watch. You know what our audience really wants to see? They wants to see, you know, hijinks with the Red Prince. Not the characters talking about the things that happened to them in the story. That's the biggest thing with RWBY. Things happen to them constantly in the story. They see things all the time. They're the main characters. They're always there. Things are always happening around them, and they never address any of it. They never address the things they've done. They've never addressed the things other characters do. They never address the things they've seen or encountered or interacted with. So it's like they're just on a road trip sightseeing their own story, you know? And that's why it's hard to, like, take anything that they do or say seriously. Because they'll say something and then they'll never come back to, like, further address it. Thank you, Indigo. Am I the only one who believes that the full team shouldn't have reunited in Volume 5 but in Volume 6? I half agree. It's such a... I half agree. Because on one hand, I think they could not write a story that was split across 4 different characters. Cutting, because my biggest thing with Volume 4 is having the plot points jump around from RWBY to Weiss to Blake and Yang, scattered across the 4 different pieces of Remnant. I don't think they handled it well, and I think their timing was very off, pacing was really bad, you know, some characters... Weiss disappeared for, like, 3 episodes, and then suddenly she comes back, like, doing her whole recital or whatever. So I don't think they, as writers, handled dividing the stories apart very well, but... on the other hand, I do think we missed a lot of opportunity of having the characters developing more as themselves outside of the team, and stretching it out to volumes. Like, volumes 4 through 6 could have been the reuniting arc for these characters, where they slowly come together, and then we missed out on a lot of interesting opportunities. Like, Weiss and Yang re-meet up with each other in Volume 5, because Yang goes to Raven for help, and Weiss is kidnapped by her. We could have gotten a lot more interactions of just Weiss and Yang, but we didn't. And I think it was a missed opportunity, because they almost immediately team back up with RWBY, and then it's back into the middle of, like, conversations, and they're sitting in the middle of, like, the whole squad of 8 people, and so they're not, like, talking to individuals anymore, they're talking to the groups. And I think we could have played around with that, and, like, Weiss and Yang, especially if we want to further hammer home the development of with Weiss and, or with Yang and her feelings about Blake. If it was just Weiss and Yang, eventually they're gonna talk about Blake, and they could have talked about what Yang thinks about what Blake did. Does she forgive her? What would it take for her to forgive her? Lots of other stuff. Like, we can even develop the potential future relationship of Yang and Blake without Yang and Blake being together. Like, how Yang talks about Blake when Blake isn't there is also an important part of seeing the development of someone's, like, relationship with them. Hi, Jordan! Nice, long time no see. That's another thing. People don't, like, the characters in RWBY don't talk about other characters unless they're standing in front of them. Like they'll talk about how they don't like Ozpin, but they don't, like, go into detail about it. I don't know what Yang thinks of Jaune, because she's never talked about Jaune. I've only seen the way she acts when Jaune is in front of her, so I have to, like, try to pick up on the minutia of her animations to kind of glean an idea of what she thinks about him. But clearly, Rooster Teeth and RWBY is not detailed enough with their animations for that to be an accurate thing to try to pick up on. Like, clearly they run out of time and budget, and animations fumble, and so trying to use just their facial expressions and their animations to, like, get ideas on these characters' thoughts and emotions is hard to do. I don't know. Do I play Genshin Impact? I have not. I'm gonna be honest, it looks like I would hate it. I don't like gachas. I've played so many of them, and I don't like them. They only frustrate me. I don't like the characters look fine, but they all feel a little busy for me, design-wise. Like, it's not terrible, but I don't know any of them. so I'm not, like, intrigued by their stories or getting a specific gacha. And then beyond the character aspect, the gameplay is, like, not what I want. I don't like open worlds. I want, give me a path to follow. Give me puzzles to solve. That's what I like in a video game. Open worlds are not my thing, and I don't like gachas, so I don't play Genshin Impact. I tried downloading it once, but my phone was too crappy to handle it. And then I got an upgraded phone, and I didn't care anymore. Don't play it? Okay. Wonder how Yang's 4 male friends from Volume 1 are doing. I know! That was another missed opportunity. Like in my band-aiding Volume 1, one of my favorite things was just changing Yang's friends to Ren and Nora. Because, why not? You know, she's gonna have friends. Make it characters we know. Imply that there's some sort of friendship with them. So then it feels like they're all actually friends, rather than just, we are all the main characters, so we hang out together? I guess. Ruby and Jaune are definitely friends, and so I guess by law of friendship, that means we all 8 need to hang out together, whether we really like each other or not. Damn, I just realized I talked through all of the Oobleck scenes. Oobleck's such the best character. I miss Oobleck. Oobleck was fun. I like... oh man. All the characters I liked never went anywhere. Doesn't my sister play Genshin? She has. I don't know how often. I don't know if she's, like, still doing it. Maybe. I'm not sure. Oh man, 4 ads again. We'll be sitting here for a bit. Hydrate yourself, guys. Jaune Arc, did you ask me how's it hanging? Nice. Thanks. Sounds like you would like to Starveil? Is that the other one? That it's the same, it's Hoyo, right? It's just rather than fantasy stuff, it's like space fantasy. Is that how you would classify it? Genshin on the computer? Okay, I got Baldur's Gate 3. My computer struggles. I lowered all the animation looks like crap. I've lowered all the settings down to like the lowest possible thing, and my computer still chugs. Still screams and cries. Part of me wants to get a Steam Deck because I think that would be the only way I could play Baldur's Gate 3. Oh well. It's not open world? It looks like it. It looks like your character runs around and, like, slaps monsters and whatever. Is it not open world? Like, yeah, there's gotta be, like, loading screens between, like, are you in the green fantasy world or the blue fantasy world or the red fantasy world or whatever. Starveil is just pop culture and memes? This is quite boring. Okay. F's in chat for Critter's computer. Yeah. I've bogged it down with too many things. I have my editing software. I have Unity. I have my animation software because I've been learning how to animate in Blender. And it's just too many big, chunky things. And Baldur's Gate just couldn't make the cut. That's what I would do. If I had $1 million, who asked me that earlier? If I had $1 million, I would just buy a Steam Deck and play games. The primary reason I don't take PC gaming seriously is... Alright. Still in the middle of the Jaune Arc. See, that's the thing. It's so deceiving, because they say chapter 13, but the chapters are split between the 2 parts. Like earlier, we had like Forever, like this is technically going to be Forever Fall Part 1, and then there'll be Forever Fall Part 2, but they have those as different chapters. So people look at Volume 1 and they think it has like 18 chapters in it, when it really doesn't. How long have we been streaming for? it tells me somewhere 2 hours. We've been streaming for about 2 hours, you know? That's about the runtime of a normal, like, couple of episodes of a show. So, like, RWBY's, like, these early days with, like, the 6-minute long episodes, it's so hard to, like, gauge what RWBY's got going on. It's hard judging. It's hard, like, pitching RWBY to other people. It's hard to convince people to watch RWBY, because there's so many things in it. And I was thinking about this earlier. Like, the way, I don't think I could ever recommend RWBY to someone. And I was always hesitant about recommending it to people, because the beginning is rough. The animation is kind of sloppy looking in the beginning. I think it's incredibly charming. I know not everyone likes the way this animation looks early on. I like it. I think it's good. There are dips, obviously. But then, like, you know, the animation early on is kind of choppy. And then also, right here in the middle of Volume 1, we have all this Jaune stuff, and the Jaune stuff isn't great. And then Volume 2 starts good, but then the second half of Volume 2 isn't great. Volume 3 is amazing, but then Volume 4's got its own growing pains. Volume 5 is terrible. Volume 6 is good, but the ending's kind of meh. Volume 7 is pretty good, but then Volume 8 is also really terrible. And then Volume 9 gets really weird. And think about all of that put together. I like RWBY as a show a lot. That's why we're sitting here. You know, that's why I'm marathoning all of RWBY again throughout the month. Sitting through all these ads, because I do like RWBY. I like watching it. I do want there to be more. I want there to be a Volume 10. And it's tough, because I don't like Rooster Teeth. I think Rooster Teeth has done a lot of real crappy things. But I like RWBY. And I can't, as much as people insist on separating them, it's impossible. You know, you can't separate these two things. RWBY is Rooster Teeth. I can't just give money to RWBY because they are Rooster Teeth as well. But I do want to see the story continue. I want to see how it's going to end. I want Volume 10. So I'm willing to sit here and watch all these ads so they can get the ad revenue off of mine, and maybe some of yours' watch times revenue from ad stuff. That's fine. I like RWBY a lot, even with all of its flaws. That's why I'm so critical of it. That's why I've watched it 100 times over. I've noticed all the things that I think could be improved. That's why I've noticed where all the plot holes are, or the missed character opportunities, or the weird character designs, or this and that and the other thing. I've noticed all of those things because I've watched the show over and over and over and over again, and I think about it all the time. I'm always thinking about RWBY. And so, of course, I'm thinking about how it could have been better. I want it to be better. People get so up in arms over critics, and they're like, oh, you just hate watch it for clout, which is it's the goofiest thing in the world. The idea that someone would talk about a cartoon for clout. Like, what clout do you think I get from saying I didn't think this cartoon was as good as it could be? That's not clout. The thing is, I like RWBY, and I think about it constantly, and I think about things that it could do different, things that it did well, things that could be changed, and I'm thinking about it all the time. So the idea that all critics just sit here and hate watch it, to hate on it all the time, they don't realize that I watch it all the time because I don't hate it. If I hated it, I wouldn't watch it. That's the biggest thing. Why have I not finished Genlock Season 2? Because I hated it. And if I don't like it, I'm not gonna watch it. That's the biggest problem. I don't think RWBY will ever get rebooted. Even if it does get rebooted, it'll anger the RWBY stans. Yeah, that's the other thing. People talk about a reboot all the time, and not only do I not think it's necessary, no one would be happy. You would have people like me who I don't want to go back to Beacon again. Every spin-off thing, like the mangas and the anime, they always go back to Beacon, and I think it's boring because we never get to see Oscar. We never get Crow when we go back to the beginning because they didn't get introduced until later on. And I want to see Oscar and Crow and Maria. I want to see them expanded more, but when we restart at the beginning every time, we never get to. So I don't want to go back to the beginning again. But then you would have the other people who would be upset that we're going back to the beginning, but it's not exactly the same as it is now. Because people hate reboots and rewrites. That was the problem with the Avatar live action that just came out, was that it wasn't exactly the same as the animation. Because people actually don't like it when things change. So, it's a double-edged sword. There's no pleasing anybody. No one will be happy. Alright, turn those on. Boop. And boop. Bam. Yeah, it's Forever Fall, Part 2. Chapter 14. But it's Part 2 of the first chapter, so it should all be classified under Chapter 13. Whatever. Oscar is boring anyway. He's boring because I don't do anything with him. If they had, like, him in spin-off stuff, maybe he wouldn't be boring anymore. The biggest thing with Oscar is it's been years. Like, a part of me's like, oh, Oscar's so new to the team. They just haven't had the time to develop him. No, it's been years. It's been more years with Oscar in the cast than without. You know, if we're on our 9th volume, and he showed up in the 4th volume, it's like 5 volumes where Oscar was a character. They should have developed him by this point, right? He should have been a thing by this point. Some sort of personality. The worst thing with Oscar is he doesn't feel like he exists outside of the story. Like, he doesn't have any interests, or hobbies, or, like, say over his actions. Like, he's training to be a huntsman now. Did he want to be a huntsman? Did he want to be something else? We don't know. What's his thoughts and feelings about everything that's happening? We don't know. We barely even get his thoughts and feelings about being Ozpin's next host. They just don't do anything with him. Why did we have this whole plot point where Ozpin gets, like, trapped into his body to reincarnate when we're not even doing anything with him? Why? It's so weird from, like, a writer standpoint. It doesn't make sense to me why they've done this with him. They did this whole thing, and he just doesn't do anything. He's just there. He doesn't get to talk. He doesn't get to emote. He doesn't get to express himself. Even, like, Salem's mad at him, but, like, what is Salem gonna do? Salem knows Ozpin reincarnates. Why are you mad? What is the point? I'm coming up with redesigns for them during Beacon. I might come up with a little plot if I'm feeling fun. Do it. Do it. Totally do it. Hey, Critter, if a fan-made character who is a future version of an already established character, like Proteus, is an OC, or technically not an OC? Yes, I think so. No. I think there's a point where a character can be changed so much that they don't classify as the original character anymore. It's hard to tell. I think yes. Oscar should have fallen. That's actually a great idea. Yeah, I think anyone other than Jaune should have fallen. I don't know why we made it Jaune. Other than, you know, a part of me really doesn't like believing the like, oh, the OC favoritism because he's voiced by Miles. I don't like that talk. I don't think it's true. I think it's rude. But, hot damn, the fact that only Jaune fell with Team RWBY, yeah, I can't deny that, like, there was so much potential for other characters. So much potential for other characters. Nora had a lot of potential. You know, she's learning to do something outside. She's trying to be herself outside of just being with Ren. Great opportunity to have her do something there. Didn't do it. Have Oscar fall and have him, like, age up or something. Or, like, have him and Ozpin, like, seeing part of the magic that they don't even know about. That would be interesting. But no. Nothing. Oscar picks the time fruit and ages 10 years. Yeah, the time fruit thing, you know what, we'll get to it when we get to Volume 9. But man, what a weird choice. You know, that was such a weird choice. I don't know why they wanted to do that, story-wise. I've never sat there and thought, you know what I want? I want to make one of my characters age 30 years. And then they'll age back. Will it change them? Maybe. It'll be an excuse for them to be big, sad more. Are we just giving up on our plot in general? Who knows? It's weird going back to these humble beginnings of Volume 1 and thinking about where we'll eventually go. You know, the goofy little kid who didn't have his own armor and had to fake his transcripts to get into Beacon becomes the 3 times aged then de-aged Rusted Knight. That's a lot. That's a lot. Thank you, Adam. Hey, critter. Hope you are well. Honestly, Volume 2 is my favorite. Ooh, the only problem with it is that the voice acting for Volume 1 and 2 kind of suck. You're not wrong. Like, it's fine. Like, especially because they were amateurs. They weren't voice actors. They were just people who worked at Rooster Teeth. So I can't blame them. I think they do. Some people stand out better than others. But it is usually pretty rough. I will say Ruby's at her best here when she didn't sound like a squeaking dog toy with her horribly high-pitched voice. It's just interesting that Volume 2 is your favorite. I used to really not like Volume 2. It used to be my least favorite. And the more, like, I went back to it, the more I realized I didn't dislike the volume, because a lot of the volume I actually really love. I love the dance episodes. I love the paladin fight. I love everything around it. There's the Penny stuff. A lot of really amazing moments happen in Volume 2. The thing I didn't like was just the ending, the finale of the volume. Even the train fight is awesome, but it was the contrivances around getting onto the train is dumb. And then also the final episode, all the fighting against the Grimm, terrible. The animation is garbage. If anyone knows screeching dog toys, it's Critter. Yep. Actually, my dogs, I have 2. If I ever get them a squeaky, like, dog toy, they usually kill the squeak element pretty quickly. Like, they tend to tear into stuff and pull the stuffing out. So I have a lot of, like, empty, like, fabrics with no more stuffing in them anymore. That's what the dogs play with. Why are they called volumes, not seasons? Because volumes is like a book, and they're fairy tale characters. Books. They couldn't call it book 1 or anything. They want a volume because fancy. I remember when Volume 1 was coming out, this was my favorite. This arc with, like, the visitors to Vale, you know, Sun showing up, Penny being introduced, all this is my favorite. It was so interesting. This is when I felt like the story really started. Because, like, the stuff in the Emerald Forest, a lot of fun. Really, really fun. Great character moments. Then the Jaune Arc, a bit of a misstep. But this part, I feel like, where all of our characters are established, we're all here, everything's just happening, that is where it's happening. This is where the story really is, and we get to, like, really develop, and I was so jazzed, and I couldn't wait to see more. The wait between volumes 1 and 2 was torture. I just couldn't wait to see what was gonna happen, and then volume 2 came out, and, you know, I liked the beginning. And then the wait between volumes 2 and 3 was the worst. I remember the wait between volumes 2 and 3 was it was over a year, and I was so impatient, and it was so worth the wait. Volume 3 is so good. Stay hydrated. Is Game of Thrones any good? I think it's great. I think it's great. The final season is not satisfying, but I'm at the point where I don't think anything they could have done would have been satisfying. So, I like it. I like fantasy and magic and dragons and politics, fantasy politics. That stuff, great. Game of Thrones does it very well. I recommend it. The ending, no one really likes the ending, though. Heads up, the landscapers are going to be showing up soon to mow the patch of grass outside of my apartment. I forgot. They change their schedule constantly. Sometimes it's on the weekends, sometimes it's on Monday. So if you hear an ominous, low droning sound in the background, it's just the lawnmower. Sorry, I can't do anything about it. You probably won't be able to hear it, but I will. The only thing you know about Game of Thrones is that a lot of people die. Yes, and you will be upset. It doesn't matter how much you think you don't like the character, you're going to be upset. How's your day today? Doing pretty good. Watching RWBY. Who doesn't like just watching RWBY? Just marathoning all of RWBY again. God. Penny, I couldn't wait for new characters to get introduced. And Penny was like my favorite. She's still one of my favorite characters, but she was so unique and interesting, and I loved her. It's also a good lesson, like, storytelling. Like, you're like, how do we introduce a character? We have this new character, she needs to show up on scene. How do we do that? Literally just have them run into her. Like, it doesn't always need to be some big event that gets characters to interact with each other. Sometimes you can just run into someone, and that's interesting. Penny's so cute and fun and interesting, and her dynamic with RWBY is good. It's not as good as I think myself and many others often conflate it to be. Like, we're always like, oh yeah, Penny was totally RWBY's best friend, they were best friends and besties and so close to each other. And, like, when you actually think back on it, yes, they talk to each other a lot, but it could have been a lot more. What's a good team name with the names Sev, Greg, Vector, and Chaos? I've realized over the years that if you don't have a vowel, it's a lot harder to make a team name. Play around with their last names if you can, because that's a hard one. A recurring element from Critter's character ranking vid. She's cute and sweet and I love her. Oh, my ranking video. I don't watch that one because, looking back, I've changed my mind on so many of those things that, I don't agree with anything I'm saying. Do I have any OCs? Several. I've got a lot. I've been working on actually a RWBY OC team. I've been trying to animate the trailer for the first one for it. Problem is I've been busy with a lot of other things. And I've recently realized I think I did something wrong with her character model. Not in a bad way. I just think I goofed up with her shadows and her shading. So I'll have to go back and fix that. Which is fine, because I haven't really gotten anything started yet. I'm just slowly working on it. But I do have a team. I have a team of characters, of OC RWBY characters, slowly trying to make, animated trailers for them. Doing my best. I got several OCs, but, OC is so weird, because I feel like people, every character is an original character. Just because they're in a show proper like RWBY, someone had to come up with these characters, and they were original character ideas for when they came up with them. So, I don't know. OC is weird. It's a weird concept to me. Is Blake still below Yang on my tier list? Maybe. Probably. They might be the same. Here's the thing, I don't like either of them. I don't like who Team RWBY is now. That's the biggest problem. Like, Weiss is cool, but she feels so underdeveloped. She hasn't done anything in years. RWBY has finally gotten a little bit of development, only the latest volume, and then Blake is, like, this... she's completely opposite from who she used to be, and she used to be really cool. She used to be like this awesome badass who stood up for herself. This whole scene, like, she's standing up for herself. She's not afraid to back down. She's speaking clearly and loudly about the things she cares about Faunus and her ideals. And now she, like, cowers behind Yang, and, oh, I don't know, I'm nervous and sad and scared, and I don't understand, and I don't know. And she's just so, like, lame now. And Yang, I already talked about. She's just this angry, loathsome, always miserable person. And it's such a shame. The show has gone, the development the show has gone, has turned all 4 of these characters into characters I don't like anymore. And it's such a shame. Because I remember when I did like them. There's glimmers of the characters I used to like here and there. Weiss in Volume 9, like, really stepped up. Like, she felt like Weiss again. But for the most part, it's just like, I miss who you were in Volumes 1, 2, and 3. You know? Volumes 7, 8, 9, Team RWBY. Ugh. If you got to rewrite one member of Team RWBY in their entirety, who would it be? And it can only be one. It would be Yang. 100%. Because I think the others have their potential. I think Yang not only, like, has the least development early on that they could have played around with. I don't think they handled her PTSD well, and I don't think they handled her post-PTSD well either. Like, I think we could have done a lot more with who she is, and I think she could be a lot more than what she is now. So, a lot of Yang. Yang, untapped potential. All around. Yeah, Blake and Bland, yeah. Who do you think of shipping an OC with an actual... what do you think of shipping an OC with an actual show character? It's not usually my thing. I don't really think about shipping very often. Like, it's not my thing. I'm indifferent if people do that. You know, whatever makes you happy, you know? Just whatever makes you happy. Have a good time. Do what you want. Yang's DC crossover outfit was the ugliest thing I've ever seen. It's pretty bad. It's pretty horrible. Was she the worst out of Team RWBY? It's hard to tell. They were all kind of bad. Blake without her cat ears was also pretty atrocious. It's like speaking of Yang, she doesn't get to do anything during this finale. She's here, she's talking about what's happening around them, but then all the stuff starts to happen and she's not there. Her and Weiss set out the finale so other characters can do the cool stuff instead. I think about that a lot. Of course I think about H-Bomber Guy's review of RWBY, and I hadn't really thought about it. Like, he's right, totally, and I knew he was right, but the fact that 2 characters we just got introduced to the episode before are the ones doing all the cool stuff in the final episode of the volume is bonkers. None of Team RWBY do anything cool. Blake gets some pot shots, and she does kind of cool stuff, I guess, but it's very quickly over with, and she's overshadowed by Sutton's gunchucks and everything Penny does. RWBY shows up, doesn't do anything, and gets, like, knocked back in one blow. And then Weiss and Yang don't even show up at all. And it's so weird, because I've been doing a lot of, like, rewriting things with RWBY, and it's so easy to just make Team RWBY the ones who get to do the cool things. Like, when you're sitting there being like, it's time for this cool thing to happen, who should do it? Oh, one of Team RWBY. One of the RWBY girls should do the cool thing. It's so easy to decide. Like, Yeah, Sun's gunchucks are awesome. Yes, Penny swords are awesome. But RWBY could have also done something awesome. RWBY could have helped do some big finisher cool thing. You know, it's not that hard to write your main characters doing something. And if I had to sacrifice, like, oh, we have an awesome thing for Sun, an awesome thing for Penny, and an awesome thing for RWBY, but all three aren't going to get finished because of time and budget and whatever, which one should we cut out? I would guarantee not cutting out RWBY's thing, because she's the main character. Why bother having these four girls be the main characters if they're not the ones doing the cool things that move your story forward? Like, they pick Pyrrha for Volume 3 with all of the Maiden stuff as a bit of a teaser for when I get to Band-Aiding Volume 3. One of the things is, it's not going to be just Pyrrha they're talking to. There'll also be, like, RWBY there. Because it's dumb to have the plot happening and your four main characters being completely oblivious to it and not participating with it. Like Pyrrha gets to go and fight the bad guys, and all of Team RWBY are not there and doesn't know what's going on. Have the heroes do the heroic things. If it's a story about these four girls, have these four girls doing the things. Weiss and Batman was weird. It was a weird... It's weird. It's especially weird when you remember that Batman is, like, 30 or something, and Weiss is, like, 19. And we can sit there and go, like, oh, but that's the age of consent. But that is weird. And it was weird that there was I could be fine with the Batman and Weiss thing, because, like, friendships can exist. Whatever. There was nothing, like specifically romantic between them or anything like that. It was weird that they bonded. It's not the choice I would have made, but whatever. The weirder one was in part 1. Cyborg, like, talks to Nora for, like, 3 seconds, and then Ren gets hyper jealous, and he's like, you need to leave her alone, she's my girl. And then Cyborg gets all competitive, and he's like, I want to talk to her too. And it's like, what am I doing? First of all, Cyborg is also, like, 30. And it's weird, Ren has never seemed like the overly jealous type. And why... just why? All of it is so why. What's my opinion on the books? I'm not a fan of E.C. Myers' writing. I tried reading the first one, After the Fall. Yeah, After the Fall. It was fine. I got about, like, halfway through it, maybe. The thing is, I'm not a fan of E.C. Myers' writing. Like, they're fine. It's fine. I was hooked. I didn't like the way they described things. And RWBY excels as a visual medium. I don't think it works well when, I don't think it works well without visualization for this show. Because a lot of RWBY really relies on that the things you're seeing. Like, their semblances are hard to describe on paper, but seeing it makes a lot of sense. Their weapons, especially. On paper, it's hard to explain. Seeing it really helps hammer it home. And all their crazy designs, it's clearly certain things are meant to be visuals. And I just don't think E.C. Myers handled translating that to paper very well. But I don't know how else you could have handled it. Whatever. Whatever. Ren went into Discord Kitten Protect mod. Yeah. It was just so weird, because it just felt, and I get it, because the person who wrote the Justice League movies is not one of RWBY's writers. It was a different lady. She usually has written things for, like, Justice League stuff here or there. I didn't really recognize anything she's done before. But yeah, she's never handled these characters before. And how would you approach Team RWBY and Juniper as an outsider? Because I have to assume she probably hasn't watched all of RWBY. There's a lot of, like, a surface level idea with all the characterization going on. And so, oh, that's the boy and that's his girlfriend. The big jealousy thing is like such a typical trope for that kind of scenario. I hate it. I think it's really dumb and boring. Someone has talked to my girlfriend. I'm jealous. No one can talk to my girlfriend because I am an obsessive ass. And it's like, okay, that's not cute. It's actually kind of creepy and bad. If you have a partner who is so obsessive and jealous that they get upset that you are talking to other people, that is a bad partner. That's red flags all the way. RWBY semblance is her just turning into rose petals. How is that hard to describe? Nah, it's not. It's she also has... RWBY's a bad example to use for her semblance. Like, Weiss's glyphs. Like, how do you describe that? Circular, flat images that portray ornate symbols that glow different colors depending on the dust type that is infused within her weapon that she is utilizing. Like that, it's hard to describe. You know. There's also other stuff like that. Whatever. You know what I mean. You're smart, you know what I mean. Wait, a non-RWBY writer managed to give RWBY, Yang, and Weiss a better arc in the second movie than the main writers did in years? Arguable. I wouldn't call it a better arc. It was fine. Was there an arc? I've only seen the movie once. Wasn't thrilled. I do think the second movie, the second part of the Justice League movie was way better than the first one. Thank you, M3D. Where lucky Weiss isn't an orphan, then Batman might have turned her into another apprentice for the Joker to kill. Weiss Robin, though? Not a bad idea. Sun is such an interesting character. Sun's dynamic with Blake is very fun. It's weird, though, because he doesn't talk to anyone else. Like, he, talks to Neptune a couple of times, but his character feels like he exists in a bubble. Like, it's just Blake. Like, Neptune, to, give the idea that he has a life outside of Blake's plotline, but it's just Blake. A lot of characters are that, where they seem to exist just for the sake of this one plot thing, and they don't feel like characters outside of the realm of the story. Like I was saying earlier, just make your characters be humans. Just make them talk about things. It's easy. It's hard to think about, but once you start trying to do it, it gets a lot easier. And often that's going to be the most fun parts, too. Like, what's your favorite character moment for, let's pick a character from Avatar, The Last Airbender. What's your favorite character moment for Sokka? Is it when he did an action thing during a plot-related moment? Or is it one of his fun quips, you know? What's your favorite element of his character? Is it how he fights in an action sequence? Or is it a funny thing that he has done and can do and contribute? There's more to characters than just the plot. And you have to, giving them that characterization outside of the plot will do just leaps and bounds towards humanizing them. And make them a lot more memorable, too. Do you think that a literal monkey could write a better story than the current RWBY writers? I think that's a little mean. I don't think the RWBY writers are bad, by any means. I think they don't... I don't think they're bad. I think they are uncreative is the biggest thing. Uncreative, and they don't know when to stop. Like, they have two big concepts that they don't try to touch on, you know? And they try to do things more than what I think they could have handled, and clearly they're amateurs. Everyone starts as an amateur, you know? Even you, who wrote that comment. You're an amateur. Write something. You do it better. And so I think, being upset, especially here with Volume 1, because, they're amateurs and they're writing a story, at least they're trying. They're learning, they're growing. The thing is, I think, as they grew and learned, I think they might have just naturally found out that the story RWBY is being isn't the kind of story that they excel at. Like, RWBY's trying to be this really big, grand epic, but I think they excel better at the smaller, simpler stuff. Like Camp, for example. That season's coming out. I don't know who's writing it, but their writing on Camp felt stronger than when they could just write small, simple, cute, goofy, dumb scenes. Like RWBY Chibi, you know, the small things, the simple things. Like slice of life stuff. Some people are better at writing slice of life, some people are better at writing grand epics, and I just don't think they excel very well with grand epics. Maybe they're trying, and at least they're trying, you know? Thank you, Mr. Magius. I doubt Volume 10 will ever be a thing, but if it ever happens, Sun needs to get a new outfit. Yes, desperately. He's had the same fit for like a decade. 100%. I am so salty over it. Everyone else has gotten a new outfit, and the worst thing is, Sun's outfit is so bland. It's so boring. It's just a white shirt. It's so boring. It's so boring. Like, if it was a character who had an amazing design, I wouldn't be that torn up over it, but everyone else has gotten new outfits. Crow has got a new outfit, Penny got a new design, Neo's gotten new designs, everybody, everyone, Oscar got a new design, Oscar, the non-character, still got a new design, but Sun, who was a major player and has been around for a decade, didn't. And in Volume 4, everyone's getting their new outfits. Juniper got their new outfits. Everyone. But not Sun? And I don't know why. Mercury got a new outfit, just to leave. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about how if Volume 10 happens, they'll likely get new outfits, because every 3 volumes they get new outfits. And for Volumes 1 through 3, it's been like a year. And then for Volumes 4 through 6, it's also been like a year. But Volumes 7, 8, 9 is like a month. So they got new designs just to immediately get new designs. In universe, it's been like a month. But for us in real time, it's been 5 years with them in these outfits. Wait, you don't remember what happened to Mercury? He showed up in Volumes 8. New outfit for the cold. And then he and Tyrion are going to Vacuo, so he left. And he'll probably change his outfit, because his outfit was designed for the cold. So he'll probably get a new outfit. It was just a very weird, like, they bothered to give Mercury and Emerald and Hazel all new outfits for Volume 8 only, but they couldn't do anything for Sun throughout all of Volumes 4 or 5 or 6. What would Sun wear instead of his dress shirt? Anything? Tiger stripe. Button-down tiger stripe? Literally anything. Just something more interesting. Oscar's glove pisses you off more than they should. I saw a comment. I think they're designed in a way to be, like, adjustable. Because I've seen gloves like that in, not like that crisscrossy type of belt system going on. But they have straps on them, and it's so you can, like, tighten them, because they're, quote-unquote, one-size-fits-all, so you could adjust the strap to fit your hand better, depending on how thick or thin it is. It's not a super good system. We can skip the end credit sequence for Volume 1. We did it! We're halfway through. We're on Volume 2 now. That was fun. Volume 1 is pretty good. It's like I said, it's hard to talk about Volume 1 because I've gone through it so many times. I don't know what else to say about it. It's so visually good. It's so charming. I think it's really cute. The character interactions are really cute. It's funny. It's fun. The lull with the Jaune Arc... You can skip those episodes. Like, they have ideas. Not great ideas, but they do have ideas. But the rest of it is so fun. And it's... Starting right away with Volume 2, we will see a shift in quality, both good and bad. Like, the animation does get noticeably better. We'll have, like, shadows underneath characters. Background characters aren't just shadow people now, too. There'll be things. There are improvements. But I think, artistically, style-wise, I think there's a bit of a misstep. This was fun. Critter for President 2024. Thanks, Eric. I think starting with Volume 2, there's a bit of a misstep. Like I mentioned at the beginning, things get a lot more muted going forward. Ruby's reds will be the most noticeable. Like, we saw how bright her hood is in Volume 1. And for some reason, they really tone it down to this very, very dark red, where it's almost black, and it just does not pop as much to me. And the whole show does that. Every color gets muted down a lot, starting here with Volume 2. And I'm not sure why artistically they did that. I think maybe they wanted to make it look a little bit more quote-unquote realistic. Maybe not have so many. Because I know, like, with the backgrounds, I remember them talking about it in a behind-the-scenes thing once, about how they wanted the backgrounds to feel a little bit more, like, natural because of how colorful and off the walls they were in Volume 1. I didn't have a problem with them, but I can understand why they wanted to do that. But I think they overcorrected too much, and a lot of RWBY's initial charm and style, that really bright, bombastic pop of color, like with the red, white, black, and yellow trailers, we lose that here. And I think RWBY never really recovered from this. Before we start Volume 2, I'm going to, we're going to pause for a second. I'm going to get a little bit more water, go to the bathroom if you need to, just take a little bit of a break. We'll be back in just a second, and we'll start up Volume 2, but we'll just have a little bit of a pause right here. See you in a couple of minutes. I'm back. You guys, get all your stuff, get your snacks, get your food, get your water, do your potty breaks, do everything you needed to do. Can we get some glazing in the comments for Counting Phoenix? W Phoenix, is glazing good? I don't know what that means. You kids and your new lingo, I can't keep up. Yeah, Celtic Phoenix fixing RWBY, so cool. One of the my biggest inspirations to, like, starting a YouTube channel was Celtic Phoenix's fixing RWBY and Fatman Falling's, like, early reviews for RWBY, too. Like, those were the things that made me realize you could talk about RWBY. Like, you could be on YouTube and you could talk about something like RWBY. Like, I talked about it with my sister all the time, but But, like, having a whole YouTube channel and other people were talking about it too, that was the cool thing. That was the cool thing. Alright, so let's dive into volume 2. Oh. English. Nice. Okay. Yeah, right off the bat, you can just see, I'll try to keep the conversation on volume 2 this time around. My favorite RWBY character in volume? Oh, my favorite fixing RWBY character in volume. Oh, man. I really liked... Volume 1, like, inspired me a lot. The way he handled Team Coffee being, like, mentors to Team RWBY, that was, that changed my brainwaves. It rewrote the way I think about things. So it inspired me the most. I'm not sure if it's my favorite, though. I really like the way he changed up Volume 5. Volume 5 had a lot of potential, and I like the way he tackled it. My favorite fixing RWBY character? I like how they do Roman and Neo. Like, that's an obvious one. That's an easy one, but I do really like the way they went about it. I think it was a smart choice. Do me and my sister ever get mistaken for each other? Not really, because we don't live near each other. Growing up, occasionally, like in school, but, like, everyone also knew who we were, and we do look different. I have short hair, she has long hair, so everyone knew who we were, so not often would people get us mixed up, and now, no, because we're not near each other, so we're not in an opportunity for people to get us mixed up. Alright. Yeah, let's talk about Volume 2 this time. We'll focus on what they're actually doing on the screen. I liked the idea of Tuxin's book trade. I thought there was untapped potential with this character, and I was sad that he died immediately. Like, I wanted there to be more, because this is such a cool, like, world-building element. Just, like, this random bookstore, and Emerald and Mercury shaking him down and whatever. Emerald and Mercury seemed like such different characters initially. They seemed like thugs more than anything. Like for hire mercenaries type deal. And they come in and they start threatening this dude about the White Fang and whatever. It made it feel like they were hired by the White Fang to attack Tuxin. Or at least threaten him, stop him from leaving. There's a lot of... I feel like we could have done a lot more. Especially with Emerald and Mercury. Emerald and Mercury, I think, are great additions. And I wish they would have been a bigger presence to Team RWBY and Juniper while we were in Beacon. You know? Because, like, when we get to, like, oh, the reveal, oh, they're bad guys, you know, and then, oh, Emerald's a good guy now. That, I feel like both of those would hit home a lot harder if they felt like there was the facade of being students alongside the others. Like, they never talk to them. Like, Team RWBY and Juniper don't talk to Emerald or Mercury. They do once, briefly, in the beginning of Volume 3, and they act like they've been buddies or chums, and it's dumb, because it's like, you guys haven't talked to each other. And I wish we had that a lot more, because it would have made the reveal hurt a lot harder. You made Tusken Velvet's dad? Cool. Good idea. Yes. It's so easy to make those headcanons, you know, because these characters, like, it just gives them that little bit extra bit of interesting to their character. You have to constantly resist the urge to just write Black Sun or Ladybug. Nice. I'm big on reading Rainbow, which is Blake X Ilya. That was a good one. I also really like Blake X Velvet. I used to be all about that one back in the day. I knew it wasn't gonna happen, because Velvet's not a character. She's there. But I saw like 1 or 2 pieces of fan art of Blake and Velvet, and I'm like, yes, them. I've recently started adopting a new OTP for Blake, but it's related to my AU that I'm working on, so I'm not going to reveal it, but it happened out of nowhere. Just suddenly I fell in love with this ship, and now it's all I want. When you saw my sister's channel, you thought she was me because our voices sound the same. I understand. I disagree. I think we don't sound the same, I know why other people do. I've spent my entire life listening to the minute differences between our voices. I understand why everyone else thinks we sound the same. But yeah, no, that's my sister, not me. Critter driven by a love for cute ears. It's true. It's what I want. When I draw characters, I like big ol' ears and big fluffy hair. That's what I want. I did, so fixing RWBY recently, remastered Volume 1, and I got to work on that one. And all I wanted was a scene with Yang in it. I wanted a scene with Yang or Team Coffee. I got a Yang scene, and it was all I wanted, because I just got to draw her hair flowing around everywhere, lighting up with the fire effects, and just drawing Yang is fun, because her hair is so fun. Yang x Ilya. Nah, Blake x Ilya. Did I say Yang? I meant Blake. Yang x Ilya. Interesting. I think they would get along. You do sound similar, but not the same? Thanks. I love the food fight. It is such a hyper-smart way of reintroducing the characters. Don't spoil it for people who are fans of RWBY anime. Judgmental critter? Okay. It's a smart way of reintroducing the characters and their weapons and the ideas of what they can do. And they used to do this, where the first episode would, reintroduce you to the characters in different ways. Well, it's with the tournament, too, when we get to Volume 3. Where they have that quick spat with Team Auburn. Yeah, Auburn. And, it's just basically a way to show off what their skills are. But they kind of stopped doing that, starting with Volume 4. And I understand, you're 4 seasons in. You should probably know what the character's abilities are. But I wish they played around with, things like this more. Because, a fun, not serious fight like this might be the only time we see. I guess they spar in this Volume 2. Pyrrha spars with Cardinal, and then she spars with Mercury. I wish we underutilized Glinda's class in general. Glinda's, battle class could have been doing a lot more with that. We underutilized every class, in general. Oh, do we want to tell people about Grimm? Don't do it during the opportunity where they're in Port's class and he can teach you about Grimm. Do it in Volume 7 or something and have a character just babble it out. You want to know about the Great War? Don't have a character like Oobleck tell you with his history class. Have it be, Ozpin or something, babbling at the characters in Volume, 5 or something. Your laugh is sweet? Aw, thanks. Volume 2 is definitely a favorite. I've gone back and forth. My, list of favorites goes up and down all the time. It's crazy. From day to day, it'll just change. Volume 2 is really good. There's a lot of iconic moments from Volume 2. 3 is my favorite. So next Monday, when we get to Volume 3, we're gonna really pop off right off the bat. Volume 3 is so good. And then Volume 4 is fine. Volume 4 is fine. I used to really hate Volume 4. Looking back, it's better. It's fine. But yeah. Volume 2 is good. It's just, I think the parts where Volume 2 missteps are very big missteps. There's a lot of peaks and valleys, The goods are very, very good, but the bads are very, very boring. I felt like Volumes 1 through 3 were going for a different thing, pacing-wise. There's a lot that needs to happen to convince me these kids have grown into heroes capable of saving the world. I 100% agree. And I don't think they ever really nailed it. They started to. They tried. The growth, and I think for some of them, it works. For, some of the characters, I think it works. But I think others feel like they've actually regressed over the years. And I think with RWBY, a big problem is she doesn't emote a lot. She's often, like, relegated to being the sweet one, the pure innocent one, to be generic hopeful, so she doesn't get to, like, express herself a lot, which often makes her feel like she's not moving forward as a character. She's just stagnant at generally hopeful. But I also think a big problem with RWBY is that her voice gets higher and higher pitched as the volumes go on. Like, I think it's at its most high-pitched and grating in volume 6. And so you're supposed to think this character is getting older and wiser and is growing, but her voice gets higher and higher and higher and more kitty and higher, and when you do that, it makes her sound like a child, like a very small child. So there's this disconnect where you're supposed to sit there and think RWBY is growing as an adult, but she sounds like a small child. She sounds like she's de-aging, and I think that's a problem. I've mentioned it before. I have considered watching the Japanese dub of RWBY just so I don't have to hear RWBY's voice. I've heard it's just as bad. I don't like, from what I've saw with Ice Queendom, RWBY's voice was fine. Like, it didn't bother me. Lindsay's performance for RWBY really bothers me, especially in volumes like 4 and 5. Ugh. I know that's our ads. Why didn't they reincorporate the Tide Pods into the story? Yeah, Tide Pod was my favorite character in RWBY. Should have brought them back. Imagine if she came out the gate in Volume 10 sounding like Kratos. That'd be bonkers. I've thought about it before. If they were to recast the RWBY girls with, like, professional voice actors, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'd be bummed, but I think it wouldn't be a bad thing overall. Do I prefer dubs or subs? I prefer dubs. Subs is fine for certain things, but I like voice actors. I want to hear good voice actors. And people who sit there and act like Japanese voice actors are somehow, like, better are people that don't speak Japanese. Because, like, Japanese voice actors also fumble or do things, like, quote-unquote wrong or could be better. You just can't tell because it's in a different language. So you're not, like, you don't know the nuances of what they're saying. For me, especially, I like comedies, and jokes never work if it's subbed. Because if you're reading the joke, it's not going to land performance-wise versus hearing someone saying the way the joke is supposed to land. So, like with the, I mentioned it earlier, Delicious in Dungeon. It's a comedy. It's hilarious. If I was watching it in Japanese, I would not think it was funny at all. Because a lot of it really requires, like, the performance of the person. And I just don't get that by reading the subtitles for it. So, that's how I feel. I also just like voice actors. They do great jobs. The thing with Ice Queendom, it was really, really obvious. Sorry. It was really obvious when a professional voice actor was doing a performance versus one of the Rooster Teeth regular characters, based solely off of their lip syncing and their timing. So, like, you know, episode 1 starts and RWBY is saying her lines, and you can just see she's not really timed up with the nuances of the animation. You know, her lip flaps, she's not really timed up perfectly with the way it should be. Bernie voiced Ty and didn't even try. Like, Bernie says a line for Ty and it doesn't line up with his lip flaps at all. Like, it's like several seconds after Ty's lips stop moving and Bernie is still talking. But then Roman shows up on screen, and Roman is voiced by, I don't remember his name, but it was a professional voice actor voicing Roman, and clearly, like, they got the lip flaps down, they got the performance down, everything's, like, nailed. And then Glinda shows up, and it's the same thing. Lip flaps down, performance down. So, like, everything's, like, done perfectly with the professional voice actors, because they're used to matching lip flaps and everything. They're used to seeing what the performance is supposed to be and delivering it, where with RWBY's actors, they're used to just doing their own thing, and then the animators will animate it around what they do, versus seeing how the animation already looks and trying to match it. Which is a skill you have to learn. You know, it's not easy. It's not an easy thing to just do. So, I don't blame them, because they're not trained in that. But it is obvious. It is obvious to tell when it's like a Rooster Teeth regular voice actor versus a professional voice actor who's used to dubbing anime. How long is Volume 2's opening? They get longer and longer. English. Bam. Okay. In your opinion, if you don't mind me asking, in your opinion, who's the biggest fraud in RWBY, like character-wise? I guess it would have to be Cinder, because that's her whole thing. Is that she lies. She's a manipulator. She likes to paint herself as perfection. Because she's tricking you. She's like a Venus flytrap. Billy Kametz, yes. She's like a Venus flytrap. She tricks you into thinking she's perfect, and she will convince you to thinking that way to try to get the thing she wants. But that's part of her facade. She's actually incredibly flawed, and that's why she puts up so much with her appearances. So, being fraudulent is kind of her whole character. I found One Piece funnier in sub than dub, because the voices just don't sound as funny in English, but in Japanese they sound like they're overselling the joke. Everyone has their preferences. I understand. I get it. Cinder or Jacques? Jacques' not enough of a character. Yeah, he's a fraud, but he's also he bribes and stuff, but he's barely there. That's so weird. I was talking about how Weiss's character is all about her family, but her family's barely there. They barely feel like characters, and yet they're supposed to be the cornerstone of her entire development. Whatever. It's weird, remembering, all the way back in Volume 2, Ironwood. Ironwood shows up, and it's think about where he goes from here. Think about the direction of his characterization from here on out. They really wasted Beerus and Jacques. They got so many great voice actors to be the smallest bit. They got Kaiji Tang to voice Ren's dad for 2 scenes. They got Laura Bailey to voice Amber. Travis Willingham to voice a background character in Volume 3 who had 2 lines of dialogue total. They do that all the time, where they get really big name voice actors for the weirdest, smallest, throwawayest characters. I feel like I was gonna say something. Oh yeah, the more I think back on this, the more I'm like, why didn't they introduce the other headmasters? I don't know why only Ironwood showed up to the Vital tournament. I know, he has his military and whatever, but it makes sense that he showed up. I understand why he did. I don't understand why Lionheart and Theodore didn't. Vacuo, Theodore cares enough about the Vital Tournament to bring his students to, send his students to Vale for it, but he doesn't show up, which I guess, fine, I suppose, they cut ties, communication has been cut with Vacuo for years, Crow mentions that in Volume 2 at one point in time, but why not Lionheart? Why didn't Lionheart show up, too? We were setting up the idea of these headmasters, but only Ironwood. They did so much for Atlas so early on. They've been setting up and establishing concepts for Atlas so early. Weiss is from Atlas, and she's the only one who, canonically talks about where she was from before coming to Beacon. There are, Blake is from Menagerie, but she doesn't mention that until Volume 4. But right from the very beginning, we were talking about Atlas. Weiss is from Atlas. In Volume 2, Ironwood shows up, and he's from Atlas. And we do all this stuff. We talk about Atlas, we define what Atlas is, we talk about its military, we talk about its students, we talk about its concepts and politics and things like that. We did so much establishment for Atlas, and then we got there, and we didn't do anything. We had all these ideas for Atlas, and then they get there, and one, they still didn't do a good job establishing Mantle, and two, they didn't do anything. They ran off into the tundra. They hung out inside of a big whale. They hid with Robin's happy huntresses. Atlas was so much buildup, and nothing ended up happening. The most interesting thing that happened with Atlas was that it fell. Which does interest me. I'm so intrigued by that. I want to know what's going to happen. What kind of big repercussions is going to happen? That was a thing that I thought was going to be a plot point. Because in the director commentary for Volume 1, one of them has this offhand comment about dust is a finite resource. So what happens if they start to run out of dust? And I thought that was so interesting. Because along that, at that same time, I was also watching Achievement Hunter's Minecraft Let's Plays. Back when they were good. Damn, they used to be good. But back then, there was a problem with Achievement Hunter's Minecraft Let's Plays, because they were in the one world, but they had overmined it so much that they couldn't find, certain resources or ore anymore. They could not find any more gold, they couldn't find any more diamonds, they couldn't find any more iron, and they actually had to use creative mode to go in and, re-put in some of those, ore stuff into the world, because they had overmined the resources out of their Minecraft world. And so thinking about that, and then attributing that idea to RWBY, and running out of dust, which is such a pivotally important thing. Everything in this world is fueled by dust. They don't talk about it, but their computers is fueled by dust, their phones, their weapons, everything. Everything in this world is dust powered. And what happens when you run out of it? I thought that was going to be, a thing. I thought that was going to be, a whole plot point, and it never ended up happening. But now that Atlas has fallen, and presumably a lot of the dust mines have flooded or gotten buried, that might be a plot point now. Then that'd be interesting, and I would be intrigued. The problem is, even if they do that, one, it's going to get buried by their stupid Maiden plot, because the Maiden plot is the real plot, but it's not the plot's not plotting. They are doing it. The Maidens are there. They're doing things with the relics, and they're talking about protecting them and whatnot. But no one actually moves forward. They just sit there and talk about it, and they don't bother any of the other plot points that they could be talking about. Instead, they just sit there and go we need to protect the relic, and nothing happens. And I wish they could more. Do more. Have your characters talk about things. That's all I want. Oh, man. I wish Team RWBY had a plan. What's your... how are you gonna beat Salem? How are you gonna do it? What's your idea? They got so mad at Ozpin because he didn't have an idea, and then they didn't come up with any other ideas. Yeah, Vacuo. I would love to see Vacuo, and I'm gonna be disappointed because they're not gonna make it as pretty as I want it to be. Some people got so whiny because I was the way Vacuo looks in the Justice League Part 2, we see it for seconds. But it's just an empty, barren wasteland, and it looks like shit. It really does. It's a boring, ugly, empty, barren wasteland. And I'm this is the universe that gave us the Forever Fall Forest. This is the universe that gave us so many interesting, the crisscrossing tundra ruins in Atlas and Menagerie. There's so much in this world that is so cool and beautiful. The floating anti-gravity dust islands in Mistral that Weiss flies past in Volume 5. There's so much we could do, and you made the desert a flat horizon line with nothing going on, and you could play around with desert so much. There's so many cool, plants you could do, use giant dead animal skeletons and whatnot, play around with it. There's so much you can do, and I get the feeling they're not going to. I think they're going to be really boring about it. So this scene confuses me. this is the second time we've established that Ozpin is, like, interrogating a character. The first time he did it with RWBY in Volume 1, and I think this scene is referencing that concept here, where he's interrogating Blake. But he then never does it again. And I don't know why they had him do it to begin with, because he doesn't really say anything here. We're not really establishing much, other than he knows she's a Faunus. But that doesn't go anywhere. It's interesting. That's the thing, I just wish they did it more. Yeah, Critter sees Fat Hero. What the fuck is this piece of shit? That's me. Thanks, Eric. Yeah, Skeleton Desert. You know what I want? Giant, like, Triceratops skull. Is there Triceratopses in RWBY? I don't know. I don't care. I just want it to be a huge, like the rib cage of a long dead beast. Or something, you know? We could have, like, oh, there's like, natural water dust somewhere, making an oasis, and that's where all the towns converge around that point, because that's the only source of water. That's cool. It's cool. I want that. The problem with RWBY is that they care about a lot of high concept stuff, which gets talked about a lot, but which doesn't feel like it's a natural part of the world. That is very true. They, like, do things, and it's interesting, but then they don't come back to it. And they instead try doing some other interesting thing. And so it does feel like weird, like, speed bumps along the way. Does your twin have a YouTube channel? Yeah, it's Twins Inc. with 2 I's in both of those words. TWIINS space IINK. She might be streaming right now. She's been streaming on Twitch, same name, Twins Inc. She's playing Zelda, I think, Ocarina of Time. Go watch her. She's cool. She's funny and cool. She's funnier and cooler than me. Hello, Skywalker. Nice seeing you. I know it's been a while since I've streamed, huh? That's a thing. Okay, so I mentioned that RWBY used to be very funny. Not all jokes landed. A lot of they've always, okay, let's talk about RWBY's tone shift. They've never had good tone shifts with RWBY, you know? Like, they've always had a problem with jumping from their goofy, slapstick, wah-wah, stretchy cartoon wackadoo moments, and then immediately it's like, I'm talking about the serious drama of racial discrimination and war. And it's like, you need to learn to transition between these ideas better. Like, it's not even like it's hard to transition from a more lighthearted scene to a serious scene. They've done it before. They've done it plenty of times. But they do it. They're just terrible with it in RWBY. They're just lousy about their tone shifts in RWBY. And I think, and watching, because we were talking about Smaller Soul earlier with their RWBY Volume 5 Redux, I think just their sound design could have fixed it. Their sound design and music choices. I think that could have helped, like, transition them in and out of these tone shifts a lot better than what their show regularly has. Whatever. Do we argue a lot? Me and my sister? Not really. No more than any normal siblings would. Still don't understand tone shifts? It's not always something I think about. Sometimes it's easy to just, like ignore it. Did you see that one toxic Tumblr user who claimed you and Celtic hate RWBY because neither of you believe in hope? What? I need to know what you think about this because it's funny. I don't believe in a hope. I said a cartoon could be done better. That means my concept of hope has been abandoned. Tumblr trolls, Tumblr troglodytes are the funniest, weirdest little goobers. They make the weirdest claims. And it's like, no wonder no one uses that website anymore. Like, that is such an archaic dinosaur site, right? Like, I've tried using it. I'll, like, check the RWBY tags, like, regularly throughout the day. But it's just it's just like, here's my post about fan art, or here's my question I had that we could expand on. And it's like every time you just start looking at, like, the real crazies on there, it's just like, What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Because half of them don't even watch the things they talk about. I need to start going on villain monologues to fuck with them. How hope, abandon all hope. Life is gone. The sincerity of childhood innocence is gonna be tossed to the wayside. I'm gonna be for real, Tumblr is the friendliest social media by far. Is it really? I mean, maybe I don't know how, I'm an old lady. I never did the social medias. As you can tell by me calling them the social medias. Jeez. I never did Tumblr. It's very recently have I checked the Tumblr tags for anything. Crazies. But also at Tumblr, it seems like they know to just ignore the people who are annoying. That's the biggest thing. Everyone's just like, yeah, just block them. It doesn't matter. Oh, the subreddits. Reddit became a trash fire so quickly. It was fun for a year. I remember that. It was like, during volumes 6 and 7, it was kind of fun. And then so quickly, it went downhill. And everyone was just always angry. And then some people were angry that other people were angry. And then there was a lot of, like, why isn't there any positivity in the community? And it's always like, you're not adding positivity by being mad at others for not being positive. If you want positivity in the community, just be positive. Yeah, I'm yelling at kids to get off my lawn. The kids, I'm always right next to, like, sprinklers, and kids love playing at the sprinklers. And they always just scream in joy, and there's nothing I can do about it. But yeah, like, it's, when people sit there and bitch and complain that there's not enough positivity in the RWBY community, I've made tons of positive content. Is Twins actually your sister, or is it like an inside joke? No, she's really my twin sister. She's like, really for reals. We're really actually legitimate, 100%. We are twins. We are twins, actually. We're both live streaming at the same time right now. It's not an inside joke. We are actually twins. What was I saying? What the hell was I saying? You distracted me. It was something... Oh, man. I guess it wasn't important. Whatever I was babbling about. Oh, yeah, the positivity thing. If you're sitting there, like, whining and crying about how... Like, I've been positive plenty of times. I've had so many positive content. Like in my videos, like, even in my longer reviews, like my Volume 9 review, there are things I'm critical about, totally. But there's also things that I praise, 100%. But everyone would always ignore the praising parts, because, one, they'll be like, oh, it's not enough praise. And even if you point it out, like that hypocrisy, it doesn't matter how much praise you give because you were critical at all. So it doesn't matter how positive you try to be. Even if I have whole videos that's just positive. Like, I have best of videos for RWBY where I just talk about the things I like. That's not positive enough for them. But the other thing is, the people who sit there and whine and cry about there's not enough positive content in the RWBY sphere, they don't make positive content either. They are not sitting there making their, like, top 10 best character videos. They're not sitting there making their why I love RWBY videos. They're not doing anything like that. All they're doing is sitting there whining and crying and throwing little baby tantrums that other people aren't being more positive. And it's like, that's not being positive. That's, if you want positivity in your fan space, be positive yourself. Being whiny and crying that there's not enough positivity is not the way to do it, because you're just being equally as unpositive as what you're complaining about. You know? How to positive. Step 1. Just have a nice conversation. There you go. You can disagree. I've disagreed with plenty of things. Like Celtic Phoenix, or Fat Man Falling, or even my sister. I've disagreed with plenty of their takes. Cal, Murder of Birds, all of them. Ghost the Rebel. I've watched all their stuff, and I don't agree with everything they say, because of course not. We're human. you don't agree with everything, because if you did, you'd be a robot. But we agree on some things, and I'm always intrigued when I hear them say something that is the opposite of how I feel, because I like understanding why they feel that way. It doesn't ruin the things I liked, and sometimes they'll change my mind about something. Like, I disagreed with my sister about, because she was like, Vernal should have had spring colors on her. And I was like, I don't think that would have fit the bandit aesthetic, and I disagree with that concept. And then she made a video, like, further addressing why she feels that way. And after watching her video, I was like, oh my god, she's totally right. Like, Vernal should have had spring colors on her. Because so changing your mind is not a bad thing. You can grow. You can grow and develop, and sometimes you might start to like something differently than what you initially would have thought. It's fine to grow as a person and, like, embrace critique. You don't need to agree with all of it, but it will make you smarter if you think about it. Why does the toxic RWBY fandom thinks of the critics as a hive mind? The thing I see more often than not is none of you ever really agreeing on anything. You're right. You're totally right. I think it's because the toxic fans do have a hive mind. And so they assume the other side has to be the same way. Because their hive mind is, like everything, 100%. And if they see one of them, like, make a claim, they'll all parrot that same claim. You know, that's how it works. They are the hive mind, and so they assume people who are critical of it must also be the same as them. It's weird. The internet is weird. It's so good. Weiss scenes. Weiss is so good. Weiss was so good in the beginning. It's such a shame. They just made her so demure, so twee, so ho-hum, nothing I can do about my family. Come on. She was so cool. I love her. And that's the thing, I just want more. That's the biggest problem. I just want more. Is it hard to take care of a dog? It can be. There's ups and downs no matter what kind of dog you get. Like, I have 2 dogs. One is a husky, and the biggest problem for me is how much he sheds, so you have to brush him all the time. Like, you know, there's always things. That's hard. I think caring for his coat is the hardest thing, but the rest of it is easy. Like, loving him is easy. My other dog is like this mutt thing, this terrier thing. And he doesn't have a coat like that, so, you know, that's not hard. Taking care of his coat is not hard. But, you know, caring for him in other ways is hard. You know? I guess it's like, you know, taking care of any animal is gonna have its challenges no matter what. But the love of caring for them is the important part. What are you guys talking about? What are you talking about, Hero High? I looked away for 3 seconds, and you all are talking. What are you all doing? I haven't watched his content. I never really did. I watched like 1 or 2 of his videos, and I was like, I don't know. I didn't like how slow they were. I felt like he talked too slowly. And then after a while, I was like, I don't agree. So, you know, why would I bother? Like, I watch the others because I like their content. Like, I like Cal. I like Murder of Birds. I like Ghost Rebel. I like Celtic Phoenix. I like Fat Man Falling. I like my sister because I like, my sister, I would watch her content no matter what. But I watch the content because I like their content. They have good videos. I like the way they execute their videos, the way they do their voiceover, the way they do their editing. Like, it's still an engaging, fun video, even if I don't agree what they have to say all the time. This arc with Penny is so good! So it's like, sometimes they just have, like, the coolest ideas, and this is one of the best ones. Like, yeah, I want a character to be a robot in my fantasy anime battle school stuff. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Is there any other robots? No. Would I care? No, because look how cool this is. She gets to be so cool. I love the idea of, like, fantasy with future, and I think RWBY initially did a really great job with it, because like they have their swords and their fantasy potion bottles and whatever, but then they also have like computers and robots, and I think they blended the two really well, in a fun, interesting way. But it seems to be a thing that was only in Vale, because when we get to Mistral, yeah, we get to Mistral, and then that one leads a lot more into the, like, fantasy element, which is, like, fine. You know, like, there's slightly less technological advancements, and a lot more just fantasy-related things, which I think is fine, but it's just not as interesting. And then Atlas is the same way, it's the opposite. It's, like, it's a lot of the futuristic elements and a lot of the fantasy elements. And I think both are fine, but not nearly as interesting as combining the two together. Taking care of a pet has its challenges, and it's not that easy for that person. Do you get what I'm saying? I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's like, it's gonna be different for everyone. Like, you know, if you're not 100% certain on it, like, you can slowly, like, try babysitting a dog. Like, you can pet sit. You know, that is a thing you can do. That'll make you understand the gravitas of everything you need to, like, keep in mind. Murder Birds has been doing, like, his own different things for a while. I like his old content, though. I do go back. I rewatch his, like, old reaction videos, Ghost of the Rebels reaction videos. I watch them, like, every now and then. I go back and just rewatch the things I think are fun, because I like their content, and I think those two especially, Murder of Birds and Ghost of the Rebel, as far as the reaction channel goes, some of the best ones I've seen for RWBY content. I don't usually like reaction channels. They're very good at it, because I think they're good at, like, expressing the things they like and why, and they also just have, like, an infectious energy. The only other reaction channel I really have been enjoying lately is Danny Mata. I'm sure you've seen Danny, but he hasn't reacted to RWBY. I think he knows about RWBY. I think he mentioned it once before. But yeah, Danny Mata recently just finished reacting to Fullmetal Alchemist and Madoka Magica, which are two of the best anime ever. So binge those if you need something to listen to. I answered it earlier, but I don't have a Discord server because I'm bad. I don't, like, talk to people. I don't engage with people. I just have nothing interesting to say. Goodbye. Bye, Skywalker. See you later. I don't have a Discord server because I have just nothing interesting to say, and I never, like, comment on what other people have to say, so if I had a Discord, I would just be a lurker in my own Discord. Old RWBY did have charm. That's the biggest thing. Like, as flawed as old RWBY was, there was some real magical moments, and you could very easily overlook those flaws because of how charming and just honest it was. It was itself 100%, unabashedly. It was doing its own thing. And I don't, like, they've kind of lost that charm. Not lost it, it's changed. They went with I think it was the change in, like, tone. They made it a lot more serious and dramatic, and I think part of that charm was lost during those moments. And so some of the other flaws stand out more, or are less forgivable. Twins Inc. is often mentioned here on the stream. I have to share a story. A year ago, I was learning shorthand. I don't know how to translate it correctly to English, and was forced to spend a lot of time rewriting texts so as to not get bored. I put random long videos from YouTube on in the background. I often listen to videos in English, translated and voices into Russian using Neutral Network until I decided that I could more or less grasp the essence. Now imagine my surprise when I turned off the Neutral Network and started listening to the video in the original language and heard the same voice on two different channels that I had watched before. It blew my mind at that moment. I never thought about that. Yeah, like, you go this whole time knowing it's two different people, but then you hear their voices and you're like, is it two different people? And then you have, like, your whole reality is questioned momentarily. Critter, you should make a Discord. I need a place to talk about RWBY and maybe some art stuff. Maybe. I've thought about it. My other dog is Stitch. Yeah. This is my little, like, he looks a lot like Scrappy Doo from the old Scooby-Doo series. He looks shockingly a lot like Scrappy. Volume 4 wasn't that bad. It's just different. And different's fine. Like, I think taking the story in a more dramatic direction is totally fine. It's actually what I wanted the most when I was originally watching RWBY. I think the thing is, they didn't seem to have a very strong idea of what to do with that new dramatic turn. Like, they seemed to struggle to find the direction of their plot. Like, first it was Maidens, then it was Relics, and it was Salem, and now it's Reincarnation, and it's kind of all these other things, and I think if they had narrowed down their focus more, it would have been easier on them. But I'm not so sure. I also think they shot themselves in the foot by introducing a lot of characters, and then not knowing what to do with a lot of those characters. And a lot of them felt compelled to keep them coming back, maybe for better or for worse. Like, did we need to spend so much time on Penny and Sun? Maybe not, as much as I love those characters. Maybe not. Fun fact, I used to ship Penny and Sun. Fun fact, I still kind of ship Penny and Sun because they were both introduced in the same episode, and that was all I needed back then. I was like, these two characters are here, and they were like side by side in the end credits sequence, because the end credits screen would have like a silhouette of a character, and it was both of them in the episode because they were both introduced there. And I was like, yeah, they would be cute. That's all you need sometimes. Love your videos. Another RWBY content creator I like is a Go-Go Bell 28. They make really good fan songs for characters like Winter. I will have to check them out. I will remember that. I'll take a picture so I remember that. Because I have a bad memory and I don't remember names. A picture taken. Got it. Okay. I will remember that. I'll check them out later. Awesome. Thanks for the recommendation. You also ship them? Yes. Yes. They're just cute. They're fun. Who doesn't love fun characters being fun together, right? RWBY definitely has too many characters and too many side plots that should be more side content. Yeah. And it's so tough because I like a lot of the side characters, because lots of times the side characters are more interesting than the main characters, and we spend a lot of time focusing on the side plots, and I think we should have spent more time giving the main character side plots, because lots of times the side plots are focused on the weird side characters that they're introducing, and I think they just kept introducing more characters that they shouldn't have done. They should have, like, after Volume 4, I think they really should have cut back on the amount of characters they were introducing, but they just kept adding more and more. Oh, we need all of the new Aesops. But then, like, in this scene, we have Melanie and Milsha here. Those were such fun, cool characters that we introduced. They're in the opening for Volume 2, too, when all the villains are doing their, like, villain walk. Junior and the Malachite twins are there, but they don't do anything. And it's a missed opportunity because they were fun characters, design-wise, and people were intrigued by them and thought they were interesting, like, based off, like, brief glimpses of their personality. But they ended up not going anywhere. And it feels like a waste of the designs, the weapons, just a lot of it. And I wish, could they have been brought back more? Sure. I don't know how, but instead they opted to introduce new characters. And on one hand, it helps make the world feel big. Like, there's a lot in it. It feels lived in, like there's a lot going on. But structurally for the story, it feels like it's kind of all over the place, rather than being focused on the characters who are narratively important to the plot. It feels like that they just kind of make up new characters willy-nilly. Like, when you really like just making new characters because you have a new fun idea and you want to play with that new character. And then you get bored with them and you throw them to the side and you make another new character. Not always good. that's the thing with RWBY. A lot of the things I like, the problem is I just wish there was more of it, because I liked it. So I want there to be more of it. JS, stop spamming that. You can have you can believe it, but don't spam in my comments, okay? Okay, so, alright, the White Fang masks. Cool idea. I always wanted them to do it more. I wanted it to be way more, like, prevalent in the show. I wanted there to be more White Fang characters with unique masks. Every important White Fang character does have a unique mask, for the most part, except for the Haven variants, the ones in Mistral, like Trifa and Yuma, because they traditionally don't wear masks. I think they mentioned that. It's except for Ilya. Ilya does, but there's like a reason behind why she does that. Anyway, I think it's fun. I think the unique masks is fun. The thing is, I don't understand why Raven has her mask. Because, like, I really love the White Fang masks. They're cool. That's interesting. That's a neat idea. Why does Raven have a mask that looks too much like the White Fang masks? To the point that I was like, this can't be Yang's mom. She must be in the White Fang. Because her mask looks exactly like a very big, ornate White Fang mask. Like, I expected her to be, like, the big boss of the White Fang. Like, the Giovanni of them all, you know? The Giovanni of Team Rocket would be Raven for the White Fang. And so, like, I don't know why they did that. Because it's such a cool choice. And a lot of the designs with the rest of her bandit tribe doesn't make sense to me, because she's so ornately designed. She has, like, a lot of flow, a lot of frill to her outfit. There's ornate patterns. It's very specific and detailed and beautiful. And then we see the rest of the bandit tribe that she's in, and they just look like kind of generic, like, run-of-the-mill bandits. And it's weird that she has such care and style in her design, but then the rest of them is, like, it's like a completely different like thing going on. And I don't like, you set this such a cool precedent with Raven. And if I feel like they might have goofed up somewhere. They might have had Raven actually be designed to be a White Fang member. Like, maybe that was an original idea, and that's why her mask looks like that. But then they maybe changed their mind, and then they changed things, but then they didn't bother designing her bandit team around this new idea. Will the stream be public? Yeah, the VOD will be up. As long as there's no copyright. I don't imagine there could be, because I'm covering up the screen. So, surely there will be no copyright for this, right? Raven is an honorary Faunus, and she can turn into a bird. True. True. It's just, I don't... I don't know. Like, I feel like missed opportunities. That's another thing. That's a thing I've been thinking about recently, is, like, the fact that it's impossible to tell what region the characters come from, because their styles are all kind of all over the place, and, like, clearly, Mistral has a, like, kind of Asian-themed style for a lot of their clothing, and the buildings and houses and stuff, but it's not specific enough, and not everyone from Haven dresses that way. Like, yeah, like, Ren has clothing inspired by that same style, but other characters from Haven don't. So, and even Menagerie doesn't have a specific style with their clothing or anything. Atlas, not really, like, they're except for the military, but other than that. And so it's, at a glance, you can't tell where anyone is from, because I was thinking about it, I was like, how many characters are actually from Vale? Because we talk about characters being from other places so much. So I was trying to think about it, and I realized I couldn't find an answer, because there's so many characters who I have no idea where they're actually from, because they haven't mentioned it, and you can't make any summation based off of just the way they look. Like, where is Jean from? Is he from Vale? Or is he from Haven? Like, he's mentioned being, like, visiting the, like, towns in Haven before. So is he from Mistral? Like, I don't know. Like, Ilya. Ilya is in Menagerie, but, you know, she also mentions her parents being in Atlas at the dust mines. So which one was she born from? Which one did she move to? Did she move back? Was she from somewhere else? It's hard to know. It's hard to judge. And I wish, and it's, like, hard to, especially because I mentioned watching Avatar. It's easy with Avatar because everyone's eyes and colors can be color coordinated to their kingdom, which is a simple way of doing things. I wouldn't call any of Avatar's designs overly, like, impressive. Like, they're good still, but they really rely on that color coordinating thing. But at least it's something, you know? It's a thing to make you know what character is from which kingdom. Even in Korra, afterwards, like, at a glance, you can tell what if someone is a firebender or a waterbender, because waterbenders will usually have blue eyes, or, like, firebenders will have some kind of red clothing on them somewhere. And while it's a simple way of doing things, at least it's a way of, like, easily doing it. At a glance, you could tell where everyone is from. And RWBY doesn't get that. And do I think it would have made the story better? No, maybe not, but there's so little cultural identity across the different kingdoms in RWBY, because they just don't get to, like, explore it all. Everything feels the same as each other. Except for, like, I was talking about, like, Mistral is slightly more fantasy than future, and Atlas is slightly more future than fantasy. But that's just the place. We don't see how it affects the people. I don't know. Like, maybe focusing on those things is not important, but when you're sitting there thinking about RWBY a lot, eventually you'll start thinking about things like that, and how it could play into other ideas. And so tying it all back around to Raven's outfit, because that's where we started, like, giving her bandit tribe that identity with that style of clothing could have been a really unique way of, one, making them all match each other, like, making them feel like a tribe, like they belong together as a community, but also, two, make them stand out from each other. Because no other bandits in stories are walking around in as beautiful attire like what Raven has. This might be my longest stream yet. I don't think so. I think when I did the OC Animation Challenge submissions, I think those streams were longer. But maybe not. I've also been doing really long streams with Team Jacked over on Celtic Phoenix's channel. We've been doing, like, 5-hour streams every week, which I'll be streaming tomorrow with him, with Celtic Phoenix. Twilight and Kaiser can't be there tomorrow, but it'll be me and Phoenix. It'll be fun. The Paladin fight's really good. I've been babbling over it, but the Paladin fight is visually such a treat to watch. It's so, I love the colors, I love the set, I love the designs of everything. Everyone's, like, combo moves is so creative and makes so much sense with, like, what they can do as characters. I think Ladybug is my favorite combo move, because it just looks so good. It's fast, the, like, zipping back and forth. It makes so much sense. It makes me wish they, like, comboed together more. Do you know about the creator God of Light? I forgot his name, but, like, I don't know why, but they look like Piran from Darkstalkers. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. This is my first time viewing one of my live streams. I hope you had fun. I hope it's good. I hope you like me babbling to myself. Favorite weapon design? It might just be Crescent Rose. Crescent Rose is, like, cool. It's, like, watching it unfold is cool. Its design is cool. Its idea is cool. There are other good ones, but Crescent Rose really stands out. Which is good that it was, like, one of the big selling points for the show right off the bat, you know? Like, if it wasn't in the Red trailer, I don't think nearly as many people would have been as, like, wowed with the concept of RWBY. Like, RWBY's a wowing concept, but Crescent Rose does a lot to selling the cool of the idea. It's weird that I thought Summer would have had the exact same voice as Ruby. No, I don't blame you. I thought a lot of things about Summer because we haven't seen anything about her. I thought her weapon was also going to be a scythe, and I guess it makes sense that it's not, because Crow was the one with the scythe. So, a lot of people assume her semblance is the same as Ruby's, but we know that's probably not true because the Schnee, hereditary semblances are rare in this world, and I imagine it would have been brought up eventually. Oh yeah, Ling. I mentioned it at the beginning of the stream. I've seen what's it called, Invincible Girl, the Cake Station's new OVA. I've seen it, parts of it. I haven't watched it all the way through yet. I will watch it eventually though. I'll probably make a review on it. Which I wanted to make a review on Cake Station's first OVA, so now I think I need to do both at the same time. Whoops. Can't believe I'm live right now. Hello! Hello! Doctress Calibrator? That's a cool name. Hello! Critter loves to babble to herself on her YouTube channel. I do like babbling. It's just because that's the point of the stream. It would be a boring stream if I just sat here in silence. Wouldn't it? Alrighty. Boom. Subtitles. Boom. Skip the opening. Nice. Okay, so this episode. Like, heard Cake Station's helping with Dust Queen? I don't know. I hope so. I'm excited for Dust Queen, and Cake Station's very good, so I hope so. In your opinion, when do you think RWBY will end? Like, at which volume will be the final one? If they go the whole way of what I think they wanted to do with the story, I think it'll be 12 or 13 volumes long. Like, that's what seems like what they were planning for. As for what they've actually might be able to do, based off of... Because clearly they're struggling financially, that might have to be shortened to maybe 11, if even. I'm not sure, but I think if they had it the way that they had initially planned, it would be 12 to 13 volumes. But there's no way of knowing how it will actually pan out. So, Pyrrha fighting Team Cardinal here, it's awesome. It's so cool. The choreography with Pyrrha is the best the show gets. You can tell that I've been talking a while because my stutter is coming. You can tell Pyrrha is the coolest because the choreography with her is the best. They have the coolest concepts with her weapons, her semblance. The choreography on Pyrrha is always the best. It is always interesting and awesome. And as much as I love it, I love getting to show off here in, like, full display. This fight is pointless. I love the fight, but it's so pointless. Why is it just her versus Cardinal? Why did she fight all four of them? And then Glinda gets upset that Mercury wants to fight her. Why didn't we have the rest of Juniper here? Like, I'm fine, like, it's cool if, like, it was Juniper versus Cardinal, but the other three got knocked out and it was just Pyrrha in the end. Like, I guess that's an idea. I like it, it's so cool, but the moment you give it a little bit of thought, it's like, why did that happen, though? I wish Pyrrha had more time to be a character outside of her relationship with Jaune. 100% yes. Especially because her death at the end of Volume 3 is like such a big pivotal thing for the plot moving forward. I wish she had like more of a presence specifically to RWBY. Because like it's so big of a moment for RWBY to use her silver eyes on. And her relationship with Penny was much closer, but Penny's death didn't activate her silver eyes. But Pyrrha's does. And it's like that thing, I was mentioning it at the beginning of the stream when we were talking about Watts, where I feel like the writers kind of forgot that in the story, the characters aren't friends with Pyrrha the way they are connected to Pyrrha as writers. Because you sit there and you talk about Pyrrha, and she's a fan favorite, she's cool, she does these awesome fights, she's fun, she's pretty, she does all of these things, and as a writer, you sit there and you think about how cool and awesome she is. Oh, nice, the ad didn't play, hell yeah. As a writer, you sit there and think about how awesome and cool she is. But it's easy to forget, like, during all your panels and your Q&A sessions and everything like that, it's easy to forget that she doesn't actually do anything with anyone outside of Jaune. She doesn't talk to RWBY. I think they've had 2 or 3 conversations total. In the forest, where she, like, saves Jaune from the Ursa, and she explains semblances. That was the first time Pyrrha ever talked to RWBY. And then another time is in volume 3, where, like, she talks to RWBY after Penny dies. And that's basic. I think there's a third part that I'm probably forgetting. I just had it, and I don't remember what it is. But, like, she's barely talked to RWBY, and I'm supposed to believe RWBY cares about her enough to, like, bust out the silver eyes. I would have loved it, not just Pyrrha, but all of Juniper. I wish all of, like, the RWBY team and Juniper team just interacted more. Like, right now, how many times has Blake talked to Nora? Can you think of how many times Blake has spoken to Nora? Because I can only think of one time. And it was in volume 8. It was when they split up to do their thing, and RWBY's team went to Amity Tower to finish it with Penny so they could launch it and whatever. And Nora was talking about Ren, and Blake talked to her about, like, relationship stuff. That is the only time I can think about Blake talking to Nora. Those are 2 of our main characters. They've been on screen since episode 3. And they've talked to each other once in 9 years? And you're supposed to make me think these characters, like, interact? That's the thing. We were talking about characters and making the world feel big, like with the Malachite twins, with Junior and Melanie and Milsha. It makes, like, when you have characters aplenty, it makes the world feel big, but they don't talk to each other. And so it makes the characters, like, actually feel very small. Like, they're very small, narrow worldviews. And they don't feel like actual people because they don't talk to each other. They feel like 8 strangers waltzing around the whole world together, saving the planet, and they feel like strangers after 8 years. Because they just don't get to talk to each other. Even RWBY. RWBY was on a team with Ren and Nora. How many times did RWBY actually talk to them, though? You know, it's crazy. Having the characters just talk to each other is, like, the most fun part about writing characters. You miss the Malachite twins? I do too. They were so cool. I liked them. Their designs were so fun. What's my favorite type of fighting? What's your favorite type of favorite video game genres, like fighting, JRPG, action, etc., if you play any video games? I play lots of video games. RPG. I love RPGs. They're always the most fun. Not a fan of platformers, but I love RPGs. And Mario falls in that Venn diagram of those two. I'm really excited for Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door to come back out on the Switch. So excited. I am so excited. I mentioned Baldur's Gate 3 earlier. Yeah, I love RPGs. I love getting to make my own decisions, like the Dragon Age games. Dragon Quest is another good one. They're all just, give me some fantasy. I want some RPG fantasy in my life. Orange? Yeah. Are you talking about Juniper? They're still called Juniper. Oscar's last name is Pine. He can be the P in Juniper. You know? Because I think people forget that you can use your last names when you're, like, writing the team name system. And you can tell because Ren, like Juniper, the R in Juniper is Ren. Ren is his last name. Lai Ren. These are great moments. So see, like just this goofy, dumb moment of interacting with each other, that's fantastic. And it's such a good idea for having Jaune to have the crush on Weiss, because it's such a natural way to have the characters talking to one another in random scenes. Like, oh, Jaune would be doing this because he has his crush on Weiss. And that's cool. That's smart. But then other characters don't get that idea. And so they don't have excuses to interact with each other. And I would have loved it, like how I mentioned earlier, if Yang's friends from before was Ren and Nora, it would be a good excuse to have Yang talking to Ren and Nora, to have Ren and Nora there to engage with Team RWBY in some way. But Jaune and Pyrrha only interacts with Jaune, and Jaune only interacts with RWBY or Weiss, and then Ren and Nora only interact with each other. So there's this, like, weird segmented groups with the friends, quote-unquote friends, that we never get to explore. And after 8-9 years of the show, it's such a, like, it's like, well, it definitely should have happened by now. That's why Jaune shouldn't have fell. Jaune shouldn't have gone to the Ever After. It should have been anyone else in Team Juniper. And I don't know why it was just Jaune. It's so dumb. Jaune should play guitar more. That's another thing. Have characters just do things. Have random interests. Can you play an instrument? That's neat. Do you just play it sometimes? Cool. That is a great way to make a character feel like an actual person and not just concepts. You know, have them have favorite flavors of food or preferred foods, you know. Knowing that Blake prefers tea is not a lot, but it's something. Those are the things that can help, like, make a character feel more than just the vessel for the plot to move forward. I love prom shenanigans. Fun fact, I am a sucker for goofy high school prom shenanigans. High school, like, shenanigan type deals with all the drama of who's dating who and what's this friend isn't my friend anymore and stuff like that. I love that. I live for these kind of plot points. Like, I talked about Wednesday, the show, the Addams Family spin-off thing on Netflix. I talked about that. I had a video for it. I loved it. As much as I, like, criticized it, because it was flawed. And it was very goofy. But I loved just dumb plot high school shenanigans, especially when it's, like, weird fantasy high school. That's my favorite thing. Like, nothing's more fun than who's gonna invite me to the prom at the same time as there's a vampire attacking my family or whatever. That's the kind of thing I live for. Sabrina, the Teenage Witch, the, like, Netflix version, they're always on Netflix. That one was so good to start, and then it got so bad. Every season got worse and worse and worse with Sabrina, which is so disappointing. But it started off really good, so at least that's that. Biggest shame, though, it's gonna be RWBY's, like, outfits for the prom. It's so lame. They're so boring. So boring and lame. You wonder if Weiss's voice actor could sing? She said she can't, but that was in, like, a commentary video back when Volume 2 first came out, so she might have practiced since then, but I'm not sure. Weiss singing could have been something the writers could use to have Weiss naturally and maybe subtly reveal how she really feels about her team, but they don't use her talent for anything. Yeah, she did it once in Volume 4. And that was it. And that's another thing. A lot of the characters in RWBY should be famous. Like, Weiss has, like, performances in front of arenas filled with people. She should be famous. More people should instantly recognize her and talk about her and have an idea of who she is, but they don't. Yang should be famous because she broke Mercury's leg live on TV in the big tournament of the universe, but they don't. People should recognize her, they don't. That would be interesting. But whatever. Like, that's the thing with, like, The Legend of Korra. Bolin was famous. Sometimes people recognized him. Like, it wasn't often, but sometimes, because he was a famous movie star in season 2, sometimes people would see him and know who he was, and that would, like, play into, like, either a gag moment or lead into a different plot beat somewhere. But that was interesting, and that makes it feel like they remembered their own story. Like, oh, yeah, of course it makes sense that someone would recognize Yang. That was a big event. That would make sense. What does infamous mean? Famous, but in a bad way. Infamy, you know? Because, like, famous is your... I don't know. I'll Google the dictionary definition of it. Infamous definition. Well known for some bad quality or deed. There you go. Okay, this is a weird plot point. So RWBY is like, nothing will matter if Blake doesn't go to the dance. And I know she's doing it because, like, she wants all of her friends to go to the dance. But the way, like, she says it makes it seem like everything in her life will be ruined if Blake doesn't go to the dance. Like she has a weird plan for the dance that involves everyone being there. And I was like, oh, are we setting up something bigger happening with RWBY here? Like, is she gonna, like, have a party or something? I don't know. No, she just wanted all her friends there, and she acts so oddly dramatic about it, which is fine. It's interesting. I don't know. People say this sequence with the, like, lighter pointer, they call it, like, in-universe racism. I don't think it is. Because I think you would be distracted with a lighter pointer even if you're a human. I think people get too much in arms about because, trust me, I want more in-universe racism with RWBY, because I feel like the racism aspect is not underdeveloped, but not well displayed. Like, the characters say a lot of things, but we see very little comparatively. So, like, I wish there was more going on, because it would give Blake's character arc with the White Fang a lot more to go off of, you know? This is her whole plot beat point is about her relationship with, like, as being a Faunus, being seen as a second-class citizen, and the fact that that doesn't get displayed on screen makes her efforts feel underdeveloped than what they could be. But yeah, sometimes a joke, just like you're saying, ellipsis mark, sometimes a joke is just a joke. Sometimes it's just a gag that we're not supposed to take seriously. That's the thing. Like, yeah, Blake in-universe isn't offended by it, so we have no reason to assume this was an offensive act. That's the thing. The way characters act should tell you more about something versus what your assumptions of something is. Does that make sense? You know? What a weird scene. This whole sequence with Jean talking to Ren. In hindsight, this is weird. Like, he steals Ren away, and it's like, you need to get dressed. Like, he's not, like, on a time crunch. He's just like, no, don't get dressed yet. I need to talk to you about my crush on Weiss. And then also Nora's there too. That's weird. Like, I get the gags they're going for. Like, it's again that thing. Like, once you put a little bit more thought into it, you're like, wait, why is that? Underdeveloped explains a lot in RWBY's plot points and character beats. Yes. Underdeveloped is the flavor of RWBY through and through. Underdeveloped, which is weird because they spend a lot of time standing around talking about things. And so you sit there and think, oh yes, clearly they're developing something, whether it's the plot or the world or the characters. And it's a shame because, like, they don't really develop those things. Instead, they just, like, world build, you know? Let me tell you about the history of Remnant. Let me tell you about this, like, idea of some unrelated concept. It's It should be development for the characters, or the story, or the world, but no one has a response to it. No one reacts to it in any meaningful way. Like in volume 5, for example, Ozpin stands there and he's like, I turned Crow into a bird. And the kids are like, that's weird. And then they don't have anything else to say beyond that. Like, they're not like, why? How? Do you like it? What's it like? I want to be a bird. Can you do other things? Like, they're just generally like, I don't like that. And then it's like, no, you should like it. And then they have no other responses. And, like, seeing what their other responses could have been, could have characterized them way more. Like, oh yeah, of course Nora also wants to be a bird. That's funny. Oh, no, Jaune is having, like, a tactical, like, question as a follow-up question. Because he's the strategist. That makes sense. Like, there's ways of characterizing your characters by having them engaging with the things that they are learning and developing with, but RWBY often misses those opportunities. And I feel like it's usually a, like, time restraint, because famously, RWBY as a series has always struggled to keep up with its own deadlines. Like, they export episodes days before it's supposed to release. There's a lot of talk about animators, like, really, like, struggling to get overtime done to finish the scenes because they just don't have the time. And I think that's where a lot of problems happen, where if they had the time, they would have more opportunity to have characters stop and say something or interact in different ways. But because it's been being rushed out and they don't have the time, having the characters sit silently to quickly finish the scene so they can get to the next scene because they don't have the luxury of waiting, I think that's one of the biggest problems. It's not so much that it's underdeveloped, it's that they're shooting themselves in the foot by not giving them more time to play around and develop. Because lots of times when you hear them with the director commentaries, they'll have really great ideas. They're like, we wanted to do this, we wanted to do that, we had this fight sequence in mind, we had this character plot point happening, and they always talk about how they get scrapped and cut out. And things get cut out all the time. You know, that's a natural process of writing and developing a story. But a lot of the, like, intrigue gets left on the cutting room floor with RWBY, and I feel like it's their own, a creation of their own making, because they're rushing it so much, and just slowing things down and doing a couple of once-overs with the script, or letting the animators time to breathe and to add more. Like, even just having the way the characters stand, like their facial expressions, could tell you more about their responses to things, but because we have to push it out as fast as possible, we don't always get that luxury. Another thing with RWBY, I feel like, I don't think it's a first draft, but I definitely think it's not enough drafts. I don't think they wrote it once and that's it. I think they write it once and then go over it once, and that's it. Just nothing about RWBY feels like they really mulled over all the plot points over and over again. It feels like they had ideas, rushed them out, and then went back and fixed some things, and then they push it as fast as they can. Because RWBY was coming out yearly, annually. Every year there was new RWBY coming out. And have I stayed on for 24 hours? No, I don't think I would. I like sleeping too much. I really like sleeping. Sleeping's my favorite thing. It's just letting the world go bye-bye for a while. Yeah, RWBY was coming out annually. Every year. And it's not easy. Writing, directing, voice acting, and animating a whole show in only a year. Like, there's a reason it usually takes 2 years or a year and a half for things to happen, like with most other animated shows. Because that is a lot to do, and Rooster Teeth, not on top of just doing RWBY, they were doing a bunch of other stuff too, like Genlock or Camp Camp, or Nomad of Nowhere, other various things over the years. And so, rushing everything out, I think, has been the thing that plagues RWBY the most, is that they know it's popular, but so they have to get it out. Everyone loves it, everyone's clamoring for the next volume, so they have to try to get it out as fast as possible. But when you're rushing to get everything out, a lot of that stuff we're talking about, those opportunities, those missed developmental opportunities, falls through the cracks. Because they don't have the time to go back through their script and jazz up some dialogue scenes. They don't have the time for the animators to linger on moments for too long. They don't have the time to do everything they want to do. And I think that's been the thing that has poisoned RWBY the most over the years. Would RWBY be a masterpiece if they gave themselves more time? No, I don't know. Who knows? But I think Volume 9 had a higher quality to it. And that is because they slowed down and they tackled things differently. Like, they clearly took a lot longer to get to Volume 9. And as much critique as I have for it, like, production-wise, I will admit it is very well made. So, perhaps that could help. It's been a while, and we still don't have Volume 10, so if we have to sit around and wait, I think it would help. I don't think it would be a death knell or anything. But I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to, like, try to retroactively figure out what happened with RWBY and how it could be better, because there's so many variables. You know, then there's a lot of behind-the-scenes things we don't know about. We really don't know how the production of RWBY works. They've been very, like, secretive about that. Very reserved with addressing all those thoughts and information. So it's a lot of, like, guesswork. But I think if they do get Volume 10, which I hope they get, I hope and think that they could slow things down and really make it the thing they want it to be, you know? Goodbye, Vin. You got this. Thank you. Why did John wear a dress? It was he made a promise. He was like, hey, Pyrrha, who are you going to the prom with? And Pyrrha was like, oh, I don't know if I'll go with anybody. And he's like, what? But you're cool and perfect. If no one asks you to go, haha, I'll wear a dress. And then she reveals that no one asked her. And then he kept his promise. That was why. Do I think Team RWBY will become the 4 Maidens? Because I always found it a coincidence that the Maidens are in a group of 4 and RWBY's a team of 4. I kind of hope so, because they would have a direct connection to the plot. You know? And I think that would be interesting for any one of them. All 4? Maybe not. I don't think RWBY needs another superpower on top of her Silver Eye superpower. But, you know, I wouldn't be opposed to it. And initially I was very opposed to it. Because I was like, oh, that's so cliche. That's so simple and boring. But now it's like, well, I want them to have ties to the plot. And knowing a person who is the Maiden isn't really doing it anymore. Because the Maidens are doing the cool things. You know, like Raven goes down into the vault and fights Big Bad Cinder. While RWBY does nothing upstairs. And then Winter and Penny fight Big Bad Cinder, while RWBY does nothing with the Aesops. And then Penny comes back and once again fights Cinder, and, you know, Cinder only focuses on them. And it's like, being a Maiden would be an easy way to just have them matter in the plot. Have the villains care more, and then have their actions mean things. No one asked her because every character can only date within their own team. It's true. I was thinking about it, like, cross-team dating is such a non-territory. Both with the show, a lot of fan works don't touch on it either. RWBY has become a very large creation in an unconcentrated form. The amount of ideas, potential, and themes are extremely wide and reaching, which weighs down the show if they are not explored well. Yes, and I think that's why, like, AUs and fanfiction is so cool, because we can see these, like, wide-reaching ideas and potential that you're talking about. And other people like, will get those ideas and run away with them, and, like, have really cool fan fictions and AU concepts and things. But the, like, very vocal, toxic fandom side of the RWBY fanbase has made, like, made the concept of fanfiction seem like a villainous idea for so long. And so, like, they kind of stomped out any exploration of those concepts from the fan material. And so when, like, you sit there and get berated for touching on a fan concept by trying to write your fan fiction, you know, you're gonna abandon the story. And a lot of people don't talk about RWBY. Ironically enough, those toxic fan people who sat there and attacked people for writing fan fictions because they thought it was an insult to the perfectness of RWBY proper, ironically has probably driven more people away from RWBY than anyone like me who's critical of it. Because when you sit there and attack someone who's trying to engage in a fan space by doing fan art or fan fiction or fan works in general, and you're berating them because, oh, that's not how it is in the show proper, and it needs to be in the show proper, it makes it not fun to engage with that show. So of course people aren't going to engage with it anymore. They're not going to make fan fiction of it, they're not going to talk to other people because fan fictions aren't being made. And so people just abandon the show at that point and dive into a fan space that actually wants to engage with their fan ideas. And so that's killed RWBY's fandom off a lot. But I think we're finally getting to a point where we're all generally becoming more chill with fan fiction ideas, which is finally, finally. I hate this scene. I hate this scene. I was distracting myself talking about fanfiction, and I realized where we are, and I hate this scene. It's so self-aggrandizing and dumb. It's just Miles and Carrie being like, you're cool, your character is so cool, OMG, I like you, you're a cool character, and it's so dumb, and I know that's not, like, the intention. I'm supposed to separate the fact that the voice actors are the writers, and these are the characters they just happen to voice, but I can't, it's the only scene where they talk to each other. And it's so out of nowhere. Neptune had no reason to come up here to talk to Jaune. Jaune's, like, beef with Neptune is forced and dumb. Neptune's, like, oh, I can't go on a date with Weiss because I can't dance. It's a really dumb forced plot point. It's all so dumb and contrived just to lead to this point where Miles and Carrie sit there and go, you're so cool, I like you so much, you're cool, and I just hate it. It's so dumb. We could have handled the prom drama a million ways, and this is the goofiest, dumbest way they could have done it. I used to look at fanfiction as rather strange and weird, but RWBY fanfiction made me realize that a lot of fanfiction exists because people want to see an idea explored more. Yes! Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's so much cool things in RWBY. There's so much potential, you know? And if the show isn't, like, I don't know, CL Soleil. If the show isn't gonna give us more CL, then let's have, like, do it yourself as a fan. Explore what you think she would do. Concepts of a story that focused more on her or whatever. You know, lots of stuff. That's the fun of fan works, is playing with this fantasy story that we all know about. It's basically we're all playing pretend with the same toys, and we're all in agreement as to what these toys, like, conceptually have as a baseline. And that's the fun part, you know? RWBY's just characters for us to have fun with. If I want to write a story where they don't go to Battle Fantasy School, they go to a coffee shop, then that's fine. You have a general idea of who Team RWBY are leading into this coffee shop AU concept. And so I don't need to bend over backwards, like, defining their personalities and characteristics. We can just dive into the fun of these random scenarios. That's the fun part. There'll always be bad fanfiction, but conversely, there will thus be good fanfiction too. Yeah, and bad fanfiction isn't even, like, bad. Like, everyone needs to start somewhere. And it's hard. It takes a lot of bravery to be a newbie writer and try putting something out there, you know, and people will criticize you. People often act like fanfictions need to be as quality as professionally made works. And so it's hard as, like, a new writer to, like, get out there and put their clearly rookie material on the internet for people to tear apart. But hopefully they'll learn, even if it's a bad fanfiction, they'll learn what to do better, and then they could grow and become better writers, and that is cool. That's the fun part of being in fan spaces, is growing with each other. So in RWBY's behind the scenes stuff for Volume 2's DVD, there, you can find it on YouTube too. They took the stock animation for the models with this sequence and put other characters in here. Like, they had, like, the villains dancing to, like, this. They had, the teachers dancing. They had some Grimm or something dancing, and it was fun. It was great. I loved that. And I wish they played around with things like that more. Like, I remember the DVD commentaries used to be so fun. The DVDs in general. They would have, like, cool, fun designs for the menus. They had cool bonus features and stuff. And now they have just nothing. Nothing you can't find already on their YouTube channel, you know? It's such a... It's like, I stopped buying the DVDs of the volumes. Well, first, because I really didn't like Volume 8. But I stopped buying the DVDs for RWBY because they weren't offering anything interesting or new that I couldn't already get for free on YouTube. You know? If I, like I mentioned earlier, if I watched a thing, I would watch all of the behind the scenes for it. But RWBY wasn't giving me anything that I didn't already see on YouTube, so why bother spending my money on a DVD? And that's something that, like, annoys me, that I was talking about when Volume 9's thing was being announced. There's gonna be, like, a new end credit sequence thing or something, and there's also gonna be RWBY Beyond. And we're not exactly sure about the scope of RWBY Beyond, but this new end credit sequence isn't on the Blu-ray for RWBY Volume 9. It's just going to be on Rooster Teeth's channel. So, like, literally, why spend your money on a product like the original, like the official Blu-ray, if it gives you nothing you can't already get on their website? Rooster Teeth's merch. Rooster Teeth's merch. It's such a shame. They have so many potential. They could do so many cool things. And then they don't. And then they make the ugly t-shirts with the tiny rectangles off-center. It's like, you have all these cool artists and ideas for RWBY. You have colors, you got all this stuff going on. And they just don't. Make keychains. Make keychains of the relics. That's what I want. I want a keychain of the Relic of Knowledge. Because that would be cute as hell. Do that. If you're gonna make plushies of the characters, make them not hideous. How about that? So Salem has magic like Ozpin, right? So, if so, could, in theory, she just make her own 4 maidens? Like some evil version of them? And they could potentially open doors with them? Yes. Theoretically, yes. Cal has a video, Calixian. I mentioned it earlier, is one of the things inspiring me, is, like, the idea that it's just swap Ozpin and Salem, and in her story, it wasn't maidens, there was 4 witches that Salem did. I love that idea. Like, that is such a cool idea. Like, you have, and that's another thing, they did this whole thing with Ozpin. He has magic. The limitless cool potential of magic. Awesome. He made maidens. Awesome. He can reincarnate. Awesome. Cool. Interesting. We got cool stuff going on. And then immediately, it was, oh, actually, I'm running low on magic. My magic is depleted. I can't do it as much anymore. Well, then why did we have magic? If your magic can run out, 1, that's just the same as using semblances or dust. So that's lame. 2, why did you introduce a character with a limitless potential of magic and then immediately limit their potential with their magic? It's just the thing I'm saying. They just get an idea and then they get bored with the idea and they abandon it. Or they realize that the idea is, like, too strong for the concepts that they're doing with the story. Like, oh, if Ozpin has unlimitless magic, he could just win instantly. So we have to arbitrarily give him a setback. And it's like, it's so, Still mad they never actually did anything with the flying monkeys. Yeah. Yes. Because she's the Wicked Witch of the West, and her army of flying monkeys is, like, her thing. And they made it seem like it was this big, crazy moment. And then it's like, nah, they're just there sometimes. These flying barangels. They're just kind of there. No one really reacts to them, but whatever. So they would be ignorance, creation, destiny, and what's the opposite of the last relic? Well, the 4 relics are creation, destruction, choice, and knowledge. So, creation and destruction are already opposites. So, I liked your idea, but immediately. This seems like nitpicking. I'm 4.5 hours into a stream about RWBY. What do you expect me to be talking about at this point? Hey, you can't be nitpicking 4 hours and 20 minutes into your consecutive stream about just talking about RWBY. Oh, sorry, nitpicks are gonna splash in every now and then. Barangels with wings reminds me of Ben 10's lame ultimate spider monkey transformation. I liked Ben 10, and then I was disappointed that he never used the designs I liked. He always used the same, 3 that I thought were dumb and ugly, so I stopped watching. Who in RWBY is the Wicked Witch of the East? There isn't one so far. They have such a strong Wizard of Oz stuff going on, and character-wise, but then, they don't, but then they also don't. I was thinking about Lionheart. I like Lionheart. He is neat. He's the Cowardly Lion. Fine. We don't play with any of his themes, at all. There's a point where he opens the vault for Cinder, Raven, and Vernal to, go into the vault at the end of Volume 5's finale somewhere. And it's this timepiece. It's like a stopwatch that he puts into this doodad on a statue, and it activates the statue. And I was like, oh, that's clever, because in the movie, the wizard gave him a ticking clock. But then I was like, no, wait, actually, that's Ironwood. The Tin Man got the ticking clock, because it ticked like his heartbeat. And I was like, oh, well then never mind. I thought it was a neat little reference, and then it wasn't. You think it's dumb that Theodore is Dorothy? I agree, but also I'm like, I don't know enough about Theodore to care. If we see him, maybe I'll be like, oh yes, great idea. But, in general, I'm like, I'm not sure. I don't know. There's so much in the world of Wizard of Oz. I get it. Someone had to be Dorothy. And it can't be Oscar, because he's Tipitarius. Whatever. Which Alice in Wonderland or Wizard of Oz character do you want to make in RWBY? Bill the Lizard. That is an Alice in Wonderland character. He doesn't really do much. But I like Bill the Lizard. A random favorite Wizard of Oz character is Bill the Lizard. If you see Bill there, then you know the person really paid attention to the characters of the story. Not just the big famous ones. Because, the March Hare is obvious, the Mad Hatter is obvious, there's the obvious ones. But Bill the Lizard, true fans know about Bill. Lionheart should have been a paladin instead of a chemistry teacher. Would have made Salem even more terrifying, because scaring a big paladin would mean more than scaring a nervous middle-aged dude. You're so right. I wanted him to have, a whip. A whip and a riot shield, as his weapon. Whip, because lion tamers have whips and themes. Get it? But also, if he's gonna be a coward and he's gonna cower behind a shield, don't make it a tiny rink-a-dink baby shield that barely covers his arm. Give him a giant riot shield to hide behind. You thought Summer was supposed to be Dorothy? Nah, that'd be a neat idea, but she's the last rose of summer, which is a poem. Ironically, in the poem, the last rose of summer is the one that lived out of all of her friends, which were other flowers. But the opposite is true, where Summer is the one that doesn't live out of all her friends. So, neat ideas going on there. Here's a stupid idea. What if Hazel, Arthur, and Tyrion were blood-related sons of Salem in some way? Neat idea. It would give them abilities. That's a thing with RWBY. Is like they introduced their like Council of Evil, you know, with Team Witch, with Tyrion, Watts, Hazel, and everything. And I'm like, cool. It reminded me of the villains that we see in Magic Knight Rayearth. And the fun thing about when you introduce a Council of Evil is they all have different, crazy, unique skills that offer new, fun challenges for the heroes to overcome. But Hazel, Watts, and Tyrion don't have anything that particularly interesting going on. Like, Tyrion has his stinger, and that's fine, but they only played with it the one time, and that was about it. Hazel's just strong, but they fought lots of just strong people before. Like, Yang is just strong. Nora is just strong. And Watts, first of all, they never fought, but his thing is big smart, and that didn't, like, stop them. I wish there was more. And if they were, like, biological children of Salem, and could have, like, perhaps some sort of really exponentially powerful magic element to what they got going on, that could have been a really cool way of playing with it. I like Councils of Evil so much, and RWBYs. And now they have, like, no villains anymore. They're almost all gone. It's just Salem, Cinder, Tyrion, and Mercury. Those are the only 4 remaining villains in all of RWBY. And let's be honest, Team RWBY alone could handle those, like, Cinder, Watts, and Tyrion. No. Cinder, Tyrion, and Mercury. Team RWBY alone could handle those 3. But including Juniper, and Crow, and Winter, and Raven, if Raven decides to join the team, and Team Sun, and Team Coffee, all of those people together could easily handle the Cinder, Mercury, and Tyrion. God, scenes like this. These, like, babble scenes where they, like, try to, like, imply there's more going on with Ozpin's crew is so obviously, like, fake fluff. Like, they want to give the idea that they have more going on, but they don't seem to have an idea of what more actually it is. But, follow it up with best scene ever. The introduction of Zwei. Oh my god. This is the funniest scene in the whole show. The animation, the timing, the sound effects, the music, hilarious. 100% the most hilarious. It's so good. It's so good. The animation's great. It's a great moment. Oh my god. Remember, like, RWBY used to be so funny. They used to be so fun and creative and different. Okay, I tweeted about this earlier in the week. I'm bringing it up now. Okay, I had a dream the other night that, in RWBY Volume 2, everyone got a dog to be, like, your companion for your Volume 2 adventures. Because Zwei gets introduced, and it's like, oh, he'll be tagging along for the rest of the show, right? And he doesn't, and I thought that was weird. And so I liked the idea of everyone getting, like, a dog companion to, like, protect them as their teams. And everyone's dog was based on different dogs from, like, anime and cartoons and movies and stuff. Like, there was a Balto dog for Juniper. There was a dog based off of that, like, pug from Pocahontas. And I fell in love with that idea. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it in my AU that I'm working on. I am 100% using it, because that is the best idea ever. An excuse for there to be more dogs in RWBY? Yes. it's gonna. I love it. It's my favorite thing. Best idea. Dreams. Sometimes you fall asleep and you have the best ideas, and that is one of them. Still want to know how Ty sent a dog through the mail? Aura. Dog's got aura. Maybe he's why he has a semblance. Would love if everyone had animal friends like Hogwarts. Yes. You know what? Okay, you said Hogwarts. My thought, Monster High. And Ever After High, everyone had a pet, because kids like buying dolls that also have little animal friends, and everyone had a pet, and the pets were the best. And so, more pets in every story. I like it when people have pets. Like, that's why I like playing RPGs, because you can get pets, and your pets can help fight with you. Like an adventure quest, more pets in stories. Stay hydrated. Make sure you stay hydrated. Drink all your liquids and stay hydrated. We're nearing the finale. There's only 12 episodes in Volume 2? 12? Yes. Yes. Yes? I used to remember off the top of my head how many episodes each volume had. I'm too old. I can't remember things anymore. I had to, like, bother remembering, like, passwords and tax information. If Weiss had a dog, what would she name it, and what kind of dog would she have? She would 100% have a poodle, and she would name it something like Archimedes or Andromeda, like a really fanciful philosophy kind of name, like one of the constellations or something. That 100%, that would be Weiss's alley. Or she would in the opposite direction, she would have a very fat cat that she would call, like, Mr. Fluffy Pancake Pants, and those are the only options. Headcanon, Ty used his semblance called Leeway to stuff his Y through his food in the package. He has the ability to fit anything into a given space. That'd be a great semblance, actually. That'd be an amazing semblance. That'd be great. I'm gonna steal that, because we don't know what Ty's semblance is. I'm just gonna also steal that headcanon. Until we know better, that's what I think Ty's semblance is. There's an alternate universe where you're the RWBY rewrite and Miles makes the critique videos. That'd be crazy. Give Weiss a pug, or... I don't know how to pronounce that. I don't know how to pronounce that one. Speaking of pets, I once wrote a story in high school where everyone had a spirit animal guide based on the constellations. Yes! I just love animals! I like animal pet spirit guide things. They're just good. They make every story better. Who doesn't love animals and stuff? What pets would Yang and Blake have? I think, Yang would definitely have, like, a real crazy type of thing. Maybe like a really, like, high-spirited dog, like a Labrador or something. Maybe something a bit creative, like a chinchilla. And I think Blake would probably have some sort of rodent. Like, she'd have, like, a ferret. Like a fancy rat. She'd have a ferret. I think Fiona's semblance breaks power scaling. I think it's fine, because, like, one... I don't think she can do it to living beings. If she has, it hasn't been specified. It's gotta be uncomfortable for her to, like, suck up a living being, and it'll probably die if she did, which is probably why she doesn't do it. That or it just doesn't work that way. But also, like, because we haven't seen her suck up a living being, we don't know if they need to be standing still for her to put into her pocket dimension or not. I assume it just doesn't work on living creatures. Otherwise they would have referenced it, or mentioned it somewhere. Surely. What do you mean we're only this far? We're almost done with Volume 2. Yang would absolutely be one of those Florida people who keep alligators at pets. Yeah, she'd be like, I just found, like, a deer in the backyard and I want it now. Like, she'd be the one to just drag any animal she comes across back home, and Ty would be like, no, release it, put it back. what if Fiona is the ever after? I don't think that makes sense. I'm gonna be honest. I think people put too much stock in Fiona's semblance. I don't think it's that good. I remember there was a big thing floating around, and of she could just suck up Salem and trap Salem in her semblance. And it's like, she couldn't, because eventually her semblance will break, and I imagine all the things in her pocket dimension comes out, if that happens. But also, eventually Fiona would die, and I imagine all the stuff in her pocket dimension falls out once that happens. And also, it wouldn't really fix the problem. I think it would just temporarily set back the problem. You cool if you dip? Yeah, go do your stuff. Do what you need to do. Have fun. Live your life and make sure you drink water. Do you think the Jabberwocker is a grim prototype, given normal grim don't eat? Something the writers forgot when Ronan gets eaten by a griffin in Volume 3. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a grim prototype. Because there's not I mean, I guess there's some similarities, like the face mask type deal going on. The general concept of darkness. Maybe. I guess maybe. It was a thing created by the Brother Gods, wasn't it? Like, the Dark Brother God made it? I think they're so boring when it comes to the Brothers of Light and Dark. Because they are canonically real gods in this universe, but they do so boring things. Like, the God of Light does all the nice things, and the God of Dark does all the mean things. And it's like, everything else in RWBY has such great levels of nuance, and it's weird that the Brother Gods seem so uncreative in that aspect. They seem so played straight. Like, just very basic, like, light is good, dark is bad, nothing else in between. And I feel like maybe they are just setting up something for, like, a twist later, but I'm not sure. I feel like if it would have happened, they would have referenced it by now. But also, RWBY loves not referencing things that'll happen in the future because they don't think about it yet. Oh, wow, the RWBY graphics are so different, they almost look like real people for a sec. I get it, because of the ad, I get it. Also, the Jabberwocker bleeds? Does it? I don't remember. I've only seen the volume like twice, and the Jabberwocker's barely in it. It's such a neat idea. Man, the Ever After is so weird. It's so weird, because a lot of it's like, that is neat, but then I'm like, it's not going to do anything for the rest of the story, though. I cannot imagine a scenario where they naturally decide to go back to the Ever After for any reason. It was such a horrible time there, why would they want to? Even if they can think of a way to, like, kill Salem somehow, or stop Salem somehow by getting her there, or, like, having her suck up tea or whatever, I don't think it would work. It just, there's too many hoops to jump through, and I don't see why we introduced all of the Ever After. There could be something that we're gonna play with. Maybe it really could happen. Like, maybe the Ever After will bleed into Remnant and there'll be a magic in the world again or something. I don't know. But right now, it feels like a very weird thing to introduce very late in the story's, like, plotline. I don't know. Like, they always, like, I keep seeing things on Twitter where they're like, we couldn't have made Volume 9 without Crunchyroll and their, like, support and whatever. And I'm like, yeah, that's fine, that makes sense, but I don't understand why this is the Volume 9 that you made. I don't understand why this was the thing Volume 9 was. Volume 9 is so weird. Like, look at where we are now. We're going to an abandoned city to fight monsters because we're trying to find the secret hideout of a criminal organization that is working as, like thugs for the greater concept about an incredibly powerful woman who is magic and immortal and is trying to destroy the world. What about any of that said, and then for this season, the characters will be completely separated from the reality they live in and go through Wonderland. That makes no sense to me. I just don't understand, like, progressive-wise, why that is the decision they went with. You think they made the decision in Volume 8 that backfired horribly? Yeah, the idea of, like, falling was such a big, like, what's gonna happen next kind of moment. And, like, as a finale type deal, I get the thrill of that, like unknown, what happens when you fall. But execution-wise, I don't know, the Ever After is just so different. And maybe it was also because they had all 4 of Team RWBY fall down. Like maybe if half fell and half didn't, maybe that would have been interesting. I don't know, keeping them tied to the plot proper. They get so separated from the real story for a whole season, an entire volume, and it's weird. Volume 9's really weird. It seems like they would rather have a season people talk about rather than furthering a story. Look over there while we try to figure out the plot. Yeah, that's another thing. The plot's gotten so, like, confused. It's gotten so big and so much is in it. Like, we have the relics, and Salem has 2 of them, and people are betraying others, and there's Ozpin, and more betrayal, and political intrigue, and Vacuo, and we dumped all these civilians here, and I don't know what to do with the civilians. We made this whole plot point where everyone's stuck in Vacuo, and I just don't know how to get us to the next plot point. So we'll sweep Team RWBY out of reality, and then when we sweep them back in, we can just drop them at whatever point we want them to be. So we can skip the part we didn't want to do. Which, I don't know if that was the thing we didn't want to do, why did we do it in a story? If you don't want to tell the fallout of the civilians being trapped in Vacuo, why did you have your plot have the civilians get trapped in Vacuo? I just don't get it. I don't get it. I feel like the Ever After is only there to characterize the gods because they can't show up before the relics are united. I guess, but the characterization didn't tell us anything new. Like, nothing substantial. It hasn't changed our mission. It hasn't changed the end goal of the team. It just makes me be like, oh, they were little farm babies before they were dragons. I guess that's neat, but it feels like filler. It feels like supplemental material things to learn. Like, that doesn't need to be in the show proper. It's a lot of RWBY in the last few years has felt like supplemental material, because a lot of it has been. Because there was the Justice League crossover, and that's supplemental material. It's not related to the plot proper. And then there's Amity Arena. Amity Arena? No. What is it called? Arrowfell. And then Arrowfell, and that's supplemental material. It's not connected to the plot proper. And then there's Ice Queendom, and that's supplemental material. That's not connected to the plot proper. And then Volume 9, despite being the plot proper, the way it's so cut off from the in-universe reality of their plot, it also has this feeling of being supplemental material. It screams of them not wanting to touch their actual plot, which tells me maybe they don't know what to do with their plot. I don't know. And it's just, for years now, we've been stuck in, like, all these side stories with Ice Queendom and Arrowfell and Justice League. And it's like, yeah, just because Team RWBY is there, I want to see the story moving forward. And what's worse is we're not even really getting cool development with these side stories. I haven't played Arrowfell yet, but is Oscar in it? Is Oscar and Crow and Maria? Are they going to develop as characters in it? I doubt it. They didn't in the Justice League movie. They didn't in Ice Queendom. They weren't there. So it's just the same things over and over again. Just re-explaining the same 5 character traits with Team RWBY and Juniper over and over and over again. So, why did you have Oscar join the team if he doesn't do anything? We got a game, an AU, a volume, 2 movies in the span of 2 years, yet we didn't move anywhere forward in terms of plot. Yes. It feels like Volume 8 was an eternity ago. It feels like we've been waiting to see what happened after the people of Atlas entered Ambrosius's doorways for forever. Because we haven't seen what's going to happen next. With the Volume 9 airing on March 30th, and we're gonna get something, who knows what, but we're gonna get something, maybe that'll give us an idea, a direction of what we're going to be doing moving forward, but it's felt so vacant, plot-wise. And it really hammers home, you can put RWBY, Weiss, Blake, and Yang on screen as much as you want, but them as characters isn't enough to carry an entire concept, because the story and what they're doing in it is a big part of it too. And so, yeah, you can have RWBY sit there and hang out with Superman, but I want to see what's going to happen with the relics. I want to know about the Maidens. So, I don't know why they've wasted their time on RWBY hanging out with Superman. Also, remember Beacon? Remember when the girls were at school? Remember? I know. All the manga, all the one anime we got. And you know what? I would love it if they did another anime, like Ice Queendom Part 2, whatever. I don't know. Like, it was cool. I like seeing other people attempting to do RWBY, because it's interesting. But always we gotta do Beacon again. You wanna see us attempt to do Weiss being racist again? Do you want us to touch on, we're in the Emerald Forest again. Who's gonna be on a team together? What's that? The show is like 9 years old now, and we know who's gonna be on a team, but RWBY's worried who her teammate's gonna be. Aren't you intrigued? Are you late? Not particularly. We got quite a few episodes still. Good couple until we finish Volume 2. Teen Titans RWBY crossover would have been so much better? Yes. 100%. Like, a 1,000,000%. 1,000%, yes. I'd get them with characters their own age. Why did you have the 19-year-olds hanging out with the 40-year-olds, you know? That would go into April, which is your birthday month. Happy early birthday! It will soon be your birthday. Congratulations. What are my thoughts on Zwei? He's fine. I think his model is very ugly. But, like, as a character, I think he's fun. I like pets. I've expressed that enough. I really like dogs and animals and pets. I like it when characters have dogs and animals and pets. Even if his design is very ugly with the way he looks in the show, like, conceptually, I like Zwei. And I don't know what, like, they introduced him. Like, he was going to be, like, their sidekick pet buddy for the story. And then they didn't. And then he disappeared into the background. And he now gets, like, exclusively associated with Oobleck. And I understand why, because he only existed with this Oobleck plotline. And I was like, oh yeah, he's gonna hang out with Team RWBY. And then Volume 3 happened, and he was, like, in the background of one scene, maybe. And then he vanished. We haven't seen him since Volume 4. And I'm like, I thought we had a pet. I thought he was going to be our pet. I thought he was going to be our buddy and hang out like Momo from Avatar, you know? Like, just be our little travel buddy to be cute and on screen. Untapped potential was Zwei, I guess. Zwei looks like a plushie in the show. Maybe he should be a robot. It's his eyes. They just didn't model his eyes and his mouth very well. It's especially, if you pull up a picture of a real corgi, and then you pull up a picture of Zwei, that's where you really can see, like, the part where the cuteness event horizon was crossed. Yo, what's up? Who's the character you like the most? In RWBY? Nora. Oobleck? Nora. Weiss? I like a lot of them. I like Juniper. Nora's probably my favorite. I do really like Oobleck. He's a lot of fun. There's a lot of, like, weird random characters I like, you know? Like, I like Coco. I like her design a lot, but she's not really much of a character. It'd be cool to see a RWBY rewrite about them being, like, a police force in Vale or something, similar to Volume 2's first arc or something. Yeah, I feel like Volume 2's first half was one of RWBY's strongest. They had, like, plans, they had ideas, they were executing them, and then interesting things happened as they were executing their plans that caused interesting, like, wrenches to be thrown in what they were doing, like Penny showing up, they weren't expecting that, the Paladin doing this whole fight, they weren't expecting that, but they executed it, they had ideas, they knew what they were doing, they knew why they wanted to do it, and they did it, and it was cool. And then they kind of just, like lost that kind of idea. I think after they separated, and with Volume 4, the thing, like, inspiring the characters, motivating the characters became more conceptual rather than tangible. Like, in the first half, with like, what you're talking about, they are trying to stop the bad guys. The bad guys have a base of operation, they need to get information to know what's going on. That's fine. That's, like, you have things you can do to achieve those goals, and to learn those things. But once we dive into, like, the big dramatic plot proper with Volume 4 onward, like, their goals become a lot less, they become more vague. Like, it's like, generally protect the relic. How? We don't specify, other than being in its vicinity, and when the bad guys show up, you'll fight them. Generally protect the Maiden. How? We don't, just by being here, randomly fighting Grimm in the background. There's an entire, like, political plot about Jacques and Ironwood and Robin and the politics and the voting, and literally nothing they can do matters. Like, they can't change the polls. They don't want to. They don't, like, that's not their mission. Their mission is their mission is protect the relic. Like, who gets voted to be on the council is irrelevant to their mission, and not even something they could tangibly accomplish. So, but that's, like, the main plot of Volume 7. So, this main plot is happening around Team RWBY, as their mission is basically just stand guard and wait to see if Salem's forces arrive. So, there's less things for them to be, like, incrementally accomplishing. Does that make sense? Did what I say make sense? Sage and Scarlet? Nope, they did not die. They lived. I think only, like, members of Team Bronze died, according to the books. No one substantial, like, has died that hasn't been on screen, you know? This is a weird scene. This whole scene with, like, Glinda talking to Ironwood, and I get the idea that they're trying to set up concepts for Ironwood that might play into things. It's like I was talking about earlier, when, like, it's all just fluff. It's like the idea of implying that there's more going on, but they don't have an idea what more is going on. They just want us to think, because they've seen shows where, like, people talk mysteriously about things we don't know about. And so they throw that in here, but it doesn't go anywhere. It doesn't mean anything. Even after knowing about Ironwood, and how his entire character goes out throughout the rest of the season, this isn't really all that substantial of a conversation. It doesn't get brought up again. Glinda becomes completely irrelevant. Like, yeah, we're talking vaguely about trust, but we also ignore this for years between now and Volume 7. I don't know, it's just such an unnecessary scene that could have been something more interesting, but they don't play into it enough. They only seem to have vague ideas with conversations like that. And so it only vaguely, like, plays into themes later on. Critter, I watched your sister's video on Ironwood again, for old time's sake, and honestly, I really understand now. Yeah, it's a good one. That's one of her best videos, hands down. Very inspiring for me. A lot of her videos inspired me. Do you think if RWBY was created in today's world, would it be picked up by other companies, like Netflix or HBO? It was already on Netflix. It was on Netflix for a while there. I remember someone tweeted about it, that they found RWBY because it was airing on Netflix. And they're owned by Warner Brothers, so theoretically, it could be on HBO, honestly. Because, like, the Justice League crossover movies are on HBO. It could be there. I don't know if it would change anything. I think a big thing with RWBY is its marketing, because, like, when you see, like, the like the poster for like Volume 2, for example. You see what the poster looks like. And it's like that really pretty one with RWBY and her scythe, and in the reflection of the scythe is Cinder, Emerald, and Mercury. And you're like, that looks cool. But then you watch the show, and it looks like this. And I think it's a jump scare for a lot of people. I think the 3D animation does look good for what they're trying to do. It's not impressive by any means. In fact, in more and more recent years, it is less and less impressive as I see what other 3D animations are doing to really push the limits of what 3D animation is capable of. Like, after watching Spider-Verse or Puss in Boots: Last Wish or Encanto or Coco, after watching like a bunch of 3D animations that's come out in recent years and how they really push the limits of style and creativity with their 3D animations, RWBY looks more and more unimpressive. And not just these older seasons where, like, you know, they were still figuring out exactly how they wanted to do it, but like current RWBY. It's very basic. It's very baseline. They're not doing anything that's stylistically interesting or different with their 3D animations. But I think the biggest thing is, like, the 3D looks fine, but all of its marketing and, like, promotional material is, like, it's mostly, like, Ein Lee art. Like, that stock image of them, and it's really good art, and it looks pretty, but you look at that, and then you look at the show, and that doesn't look like the show. I want to watch that. I want to watch the pretty 2D animation one that you're potentially trying to sell me, and not this 3D one. And I think it happens with the Justice League too. Like, the Justice League, the DVD covers is like 2D art again, and the 2D art never sells the idea of what the actual show looks like. And so I think a lot of people will feel like taken aback by what it actually ends up being. I don't know. I've always wondered if that's been a problem with RWBY's marketing, is that it markets itself with, it always looks like a traditional 2D anime, and then you hit play and suddenly it's 3D models. I don't know. I think that is what a lot of people will, like, knee-jerk call RWBY ugly, because they weren't expecting it to look this way. So if they just marketed it the way it is, I think it would do better. But I don't know. Yeah, almost 5 hours. And these are two of the shorter volumes. Just you wait. When we get to, I think volumes 4 and 5 are the longest, because it has the most episodes between the two of them. We'll see. It might be 7 and 8, just because they are all consistently over 15 minutes long. But yeah, we're gonna get into crazy long hours. It also doesn't help that the only way to watch the show was behind a service. Back then, things like Netflix or HBO or Disney Plus weren't a thing or popular. Yeah. I understand Rooster Teeth's mentality of taking RWBY off of YouTube. A lot of people got really up in arms about it. I understand that they're making more money this way, but I think, I don't know, because, like, I think about, like, about Taskmaster. Taskmaster is a hilarious British comedy show. Watch it. It's on YouTube. That's the thing. Taskmaster airs all of its episodes on YouTube, on its official YouTube, and you can watch them. Like, the full episodes. Full seasons, all, I think they were like 13 seasons in? No. 17 seasons in? All 17 seasons in full are on YouTube. You can watch them right now. And I think that's genius, because they're getting the money from it airing on TV normally, but now they're also getting all the money from posting it on YouTube, because I imagine what was happening was people were already posting the episodes onto YouTube because they're funny, and at least, like, chopping it up into clips and compilations, and those were getting all these views and stuff. And so what they're doing is, instead, they're just posting it onto YouTube themselves. So if you're gonna sit there and binge the whole series over and over again, might as well go to their official YouTube channel and get all, like, they can get all the revenue from the ad revenue from it that way, rather than having people just pirate it. It's so easy to just watch it on YouTube now. And piracy is so easy. That's a thing that all these streaming services aren't accounting for. It is so easy to pirate a show. It is so painfully easy. And so making it the easiest option for your consumer is one, like how Taskmaster is putting it all on YouTube. I think that is brilliant. I think that they are making it infinitely easier for people to engage with the show. They're getting all the ad revenue from it off of YouTube. The problem is YouTube, like, ad revenue, it's not, like, consistent, and I don't know exactly how many ads they would be getting per episode, especially with early RWBY like this. Like, you know, this episode is 12 minutes long. Some episodes are less than 5, and you can't put, like, mid-roll ads on something that's less than 8 minutes long, I think. I understand why they took it off of YouTube, but I think they could put it back on YouTube. But I understand, like, this way they make more money somehow. These ads that we run into is going directly to Rooster Teeth this way. Where on YouTube, like, YouTube takes a cut, you know? Yeah, they did. They removed RWBY from YouTube, and Rooster Teeth removed Red vs. Blue as well. All their stuff. Camp isn't on YouTube either. A lot of their stuff is gone. So, you can only find it here. Oddly enough, Volume 2 is the shortest volume of the show? What? No way. Surely Volume 1 is longer. Crazy. I mentioned H-Bomber Guy earlier, and I was talking about when, like, I don't agree with people. And I don't agree with H-Bomber Guy. I think the moving the plot onto the train, I think they did a fine job with it. Like, he said that the jump to get onto the train was, like, a weird leap. I think having her fall, like, through the earth itself was a stupid leap. I think having the earth literally falling open under her feet directly for no reason to drop her into the plot is dumb. But I think, like, having the train be down there makes sense. So that's the thing. Even someone like H-Bomber Guy, that video has millions of views, and he's great, and he has super good ideas, and he's very good at, like, explaining his critique and stuff. Like, even I don't think everything he said is accurate. You know? Because we're not robots. We don't agree with everything each other says. But here's something a lot of RWBY fanatics don't think about. If a lot of people are saying the same critiques, there might be a reason behind that. Because it's not just that, oh, we all have the same hive mind. It's, you know, we all are noticing the same problems, which makes me think that is probably an actual problem. There's no way to objectively, like, define what is good or bad in art in any way. But if enough people think something is flawed in the same way, then that might tell you as an artist to maybe consider what it is they're saying. You don't need to agree with what they're saying, but it's something worth considering, you know? Like, if I draw, like, I drew a picture. I had an art class one time, and I drew a picture. And it was meant to look like a Punch and Judy style, like, paper puppet kind of deal. And it was Red Riding Hood, and she was chasing the wolf. And the way I drew the wolf, because I was going with that Punch and Judy style, I didn't give him, like, 2 back legs. The idea was, like, they would be side by side with each other. But everyone in class said that it looked weird, and it looked like he had only 1 leg. So when I went back and I redid the piece, I added the second one, because they all said that for a reason. And that's not the thing I'm trying to portray with the art I made. So if everyone is saying that, it's worth considering maybe they have a point. And I thought the picture looked very good. I was fine with the way it looked. But if everyone else is saying that, it's fine to take into consideration why they're saying that and think maybe you can change something and it can better convey the idea of what you want it to do. Does that make sense? An artist isn't afraid to change what they've made. An artist isn't afraid to consider that they need to do something different if they think it'll better convey the idea that they're trying to get across with their art. Ugh. In Volume 2's end credits, well, you can't see it. It's like fan art stuff. That was such a fun idea. RWBY used to play around with fan art so much, and they don't get that much anymore, and that's such a shame. Rooster Teeth in general used to be so connected to its audience. Like, so, like with its audience. They would be in, like, videos and stuff. There was always, like, a connection. And I don't know, in, like, a couple years ago, that all kind of went away. They just don't really engage with their fan space like how they used to. I'm sure they do. Like, they have a Discord or something. But, so they're engaging with fans in some degree, but I don't know. There's also just been a lot of radio silence for them. Like, I think that's one of the most frustrating things waiting for Volume 10 is that we are just getting nothing. Like, they're like, oh, animation's hard and expensive, but they're not telling us, like, what point of production they're on, if they're, like, shopping around to different companies to, like, market and help produce the volume. We're not getting anything. It's just, oh, we're working on it, but that's not really telling us, like, the specifics of what it is they're actually working on. Like, what part of working on it is working on it? Does that mean you're writing the script? Have you even started production? Are we in the middle of animating something? It's just, they used to be so open, and they would talk about everything that was going on behind the scenes as we were leading up to stuff, and nowadays they just don't talk about it anymore. As RT grew bigger, they also grew more and more greedy and more ignorant to criticism. Yes, definitely the greedy thing. You can tell. Like, RWBY popped off, and you can tell it got to a lot of them, like, real quickly, that they were like, oh, we are it. We're hot shit. We got the show. It's the popular thing. Let's go to Japan every other weekend. Round trip to Japan because our show's a real anime, and we're real indignant when you imply otherwise. And I also think it's because it's hard to take criticism. No one likes getting criticism. It can be hard to take it. I also think, like, there's no guarantee people are gonna be nice about it. But when your show pops off that big, that quickly, of course there's gonna be a lot of people talking about the things they don't like, and they're not always gonna be nice about it. You can't expect people to always be nice about it. And Rooster Teeth and the writers they seem so averse to taking criticism, and I think it's because they're just so not used to getting criticism in any way. You know, they were amateurs when they started, and then RWBY really just skyrocketed into popularity, and they just weren't prepared for not only the fame, but the critique that goes along with that kind of thing. It can be, but as an artist, as someone making something in the public sphere, stay course best you can, but listen and think. Yeah. Like, you know, you don't have to agree with all criticism, but hardly. Some criticism is downright stanky and bad, but, like, it's gonna happen. And they seem so, like, indignant about it. I would just, you want to, like, get better. You want to improve as a writer. But I think they got too big-headed. I think they started thinking that they, knew how to tackle things that they weren't ready to tackle. And that's how we got these big, crazy plot points in volumes, 4, 5, and 6. I don't know. Just thinking, you know what they said about the Ever After? That they planned it in between volumes 1 and 2? No way. How the hell? No way. I don't believe stuff like that at all. There's so much talk about planned from the beginning, and I don't believe any of it. Because, one, if it is planned from the beginning, it's either one of two things. Either they planned it from the beginning and then did an absolute crap job getting, set up for that plot point down the line, and so you failed in that regard. Or B, it's planned from the beginning, and, you're just bad at adjusting your story to the natural flow of storytelling, because nothing planned from the beginning works. You have to change to the flow of your story. No good story is planned all the way out right from the beginning. You can have a good structure, a good skeleton, an idea of where your plot points are going, but obviously RWBY is not planned from the beginning, because so many of their things feel like it's written by the seat of their pants. Like they came up with it in the last second between volumes, because it just comes out of nowhere. There's no way the Ever After was planned back in Volume 2, because if it was, they would have referenced the Ever After at any point in time. The girl who fell through the world at any point in time, but they haven't. They must be confusing conceptual ideas versus actually planning out the Ever idea? I guess. Like, having a magical world makes sense, but that's like, I don't know. I just don't believe Rooster Teeth at all when they say, always planned from the beginning. I remember a quote that was something like, your worst critic is yourself. Yeah, Broseph. No one's a bigger critic than you to you. Something like that. Yeah. Like, when it took a lot of, like, pride out of me to even, like, start writing things. Like, I'm nervous. I'm gonna release Ever After High Neverland soon, and I'm like, everyone's gonna hate it, because they're gonna see all these flaws, and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't even bother releasing it, because it's all so flawed. But you can't stop yourself like that. Because, yeah, I know I'm my own biggest critic, even as I'm writing, like, my RWBY AU story that I'm working on. I'm like, oh, this is bad, I should go back and change this. But you should commit to it and release it, because you might be yourself's biggest critic, but other people can give you a new perspective that you might not have considered. And other people can also help relieve the stress of thinking you're doing something wrong that you aren't actually. Like, I could sit here and be like, I'm doing this plot point wrong. And if I release it, and everyone goes, that plot point was great, then I'll be like, I might be worrying too much about something. And then I can grow and become more confident. Would RWBY have stayed better as a high school fighting show? Maybe. It's got good ideas, but the execution is all over the place. That's kind of my conclusion. Accurate, Cheery. Like, I agree. Like, a part of me is like, the high school setting could have been fun. I really liked the high school setting. But again, I also like the traveling the world, being cool badasses setting. I don't know. Like, having them juggle between the two, I don't think was a bad idea in theory. I think there's potential for either one to be explored more. I don't know. RWBY's a lot. That's kind of the fun of RWBY, is that it's a lot. A common rebuttal I have against the it was planned from the beginning arguments is that they don't disprove criticism. They make the criticisms more valid, if anything. Yes. Like, just because, like, you go, it was planned from the start, it's like, okay, it's still bad. Just because you planned it, like, in the beginning of the show, that doesn't make it not a bad plot point. It feels like a childish mindset to think, oh, but I had planned this from the very beginning, so it was an idea I had. I was already planning this. You think that's an excuse? You think that excuses it away? I remember being so scared when I started posting art on the internet, again thinking no one would like it, but I'm so proud of myself for taking that leap. Hell yeah, mirror, mirror on the wall. I remember, like, the first time I got, like, negative comments, like some troll left, like, a mean comment on an art piece I posted back when I was in, like, high school. And yeah, it was crushing. Soul crushing. It was horrible and hard to hear that. But also, they were right. But it's hard to hear if no one tells you that you're doing something wrong. You'll never know you're doing it wrong. If they hadn't have said something, I would probably have kept making that same mistake over and over again, you know? So it sucks and it's not fun, but also you're going to learn. You have to, it's like weightlifting, you know? It hurts, but you get stronger because of the hurt. Yeah, the fight scene that made everyone fall in love with Neo. It's a cool... They never reached this level of choreography with Neo again. They've gotten close. But this was on another level. They could have done the high school setting in Volume 7. Yeah, and we'll get to it. But Penny's like, it's just gonna be like Beacon again. And then it wasn't. And I was disappointed. Because I'm like, seeing how they jump from trying to be like Beacon, but they now have all this baggage between these, like, years of them going through stuff. It can't just be like Beacon again, but it'd be interesting to see at least Penny trying to, like, go back to that mindset, because that was when she, like, peaked. Penny was, like, thriving, being Ruby's friend at Beacon, and so of course it would make sense that Penny would want to go back to that point in time, you know? But so much has happened since then. You know, people have died, there's been wars fought, you know, all this stuff has happened between the characters since Beacon, and then meeting back up with Penny in Volume 7. Meeting back up with Penny in Volume 7. So, like, conceptually, I thought it was going to be super cool that we're going to play into that idea, but they ended up not doing anything with it, which was a shame. There's also the fact that bad plans do actually exist. For example, I recently learned about a plane designed so badly that it was put in a museum as an example of what not to do. Yeah, you know, sometimes you fuck up. Sometimes you big goof. Sometimes you do the thing and you did it wrong. And that's fine. And the thing is to learn from your mistakes. I've had plenty of things. Oh my god. I had like a whole art project that I was like, this is going to be the thing. And then it didn't work. And I'm like, well, now I know that that's not how it works. And it's fine to learn. It's fine to make mistakes. Some people act like you're supposed to do everything perfectly. You know, and that's a lot of problems with like RWBY. We act like it should have been done everything perfectly, and I don't think that was really the problem. I don't mind that RWBY has flaws. Everything has flaws. Even the most perfect thing in the world has flaws. Like, some of my other favorite shows. Avatar, it has flaws. Madoka Magica, it has flaws. Everything has flaws. I don't expect anything to be perfect. But the problem with RWBY isn't so much that it's not perfect. It's that I don't see how they're learning from their mistakes. Like, they got criticism that we focused on Jaune so much in Volume 1. And they were like, okay, we're learning, we're gonna take that criticism. But they don't think they did. Because Jaune still does things. Jaune is still center stage. Jaune fell with all of Team RWBY and was his special little, like, side story as he aged 20 years in front of them with the Ever After. So no, I don't see how they learned from that initial criticism. They said they were going to, but they didn't seem to execute it. Yeah, Raven, with her mask. She totally looks like a White Fang member. It's the same thing, with the eyes and the red. It's totally a White Fang mask. She was meant to be in the White Fang. I 100% believe that. Her name is Raven. She would have been a bird or something, I don't know. Not gonna lie, Volume 10 releases, they gotta renew the characters. The characters have actual personalities instead of the following the leader thing they have going on. Yeah, the following the leader. They're all just ducks wandering around behind Mama Duck, which is usually Ozpin, as they sit there and go, I hate that guy. I'm not following orders. And then Ozpin gives them an order and Yang goes, yes, sir, and falls in line. Yang is so annoying. I've been writing a story for the past decade of my life, since I was 10 years old, and it has gone through a ridiculous amount of changes. Nothing goes the way RT says it has. Exactly. I wrote a story when I was in high school, and thinking back to it, so many mistakes. And I wrote it the way I had planned it. Like, everything I had thought how it would go, that's what I did. Because I didn't know any better. And looking back, I'm like, oh, I should have changed a bunch of things. A bunch of things I wrote didn't make sense in the long run. So, like, having it all planned from the beginning is not some, like, grand excuse to, like, save your product from criticism. If anything, it just makes me think you don't know how to actually write a story. I always got headcanon that Adam got inspired to do the masks after seeing Raven in the woods or something. That is cool. Because in the Volume 6 Adam character short, he like shows up with his mask on, and other White Fang members just have like bandanas, and they're like, whoa, that's cool, makes you look like a Grimm. And then I guess he set the precedence for it. That would be cool. Like, how he got that idea. That's the problem. I don't want more Adam. I've never liked Adam. I think he's boring. I think he's a boring addition to the story. I don't think he does a lot of interesting things for Blake in the story. I don't want more Adam in the stupid story. But it's like, oh, well, if that's where it started, maybe seeing how he got that idea could be interesting. It's just, and maybe that's his problem. Maybe if Adam did have more on screen, he could be a better character than the stereotype Magoo he is now. The argument shouldn't be that it was planned from the beginning. It should be, was it executed well? Yeah, exactly. Alright, this is it. We're on the finale. We're almost done with our stream. Our 5.5 hour long stream. Crazy. We are doing it. I expected to talk about the show proper more, I'm gonna be honest. You guys keep distracting me, and you keep making me talk about other things. Like a Grim cult. Yeah, that would have been cool if Raven and her bandit tribes were like a Grim cult. One thing I'm gonna do with my my AU story that I'm working on is there's a greater emphasis on religion, because like they're gods. It's a story about gods. They are actually, like, it's actually a story about gods. It's actually a story about the god of light and the god of dark and Salem and Ozma, and they have god powers, and they're just like god stuff. It's a story about god things happening. So why, like, and having the characters conceptualize that as, like, in-universe religions is so easy to play with. That's such an interesting idea to play with. And I don't and I think it's because they didn't think of all the god stuff until later on. Like, clearly they didn't think about the brother gods until Volume 4. Not that they didn't think about Salem and Ozma's powers until Volume 6. I don't care what they say, they did not think it all the way through. But, like, playing around with, like, if imagine, like, if you have a religion, like, you think, like, Salem is real, like, that's your goddess that you pray to, and then she's there, like, that's a thing we talk about with, like, Tyrion. Like, a lot of people theorize that Tyrion is so obsessed with Salem because he was a part of the cult, or, like, grew up with the idea of the cult that Salem and Ozma had, that people worshipped them back in the day. Maybe that's why Tyrion is so obsessed with Salem, is because he does think she is a goddess. He even calls her my goddess. That's an idea, but that's just Tyrion. Imagine if anyone else in the story. Like, imagine if you thought, like, the god of light was real, but you didn't think the god of dark was real. And now, like, you're learning, like, real gods exist. That could be interesting. And so, maybe playing around with that concept more, I think, is a lot more of an interesting angle for, like, defining in-universe concepts for the characters. You know? Does that make sense? I think there's fun potential there. What if maidens were seen as Messiah? Yeah, that's another thing. Like, it would be real cool if, even in RWBY proper, if a sort of, like, group of people started to worship Winter. You know, because Winter floats out into the Vacuo Desert. She's the Maiden now. Everyone sees her. She has these awesome god powers, and she's killing Grimm. And people start, like, worshipping her because she's so above everyone else, and she saves them. That could be kind of interesting. You know? Y'all remember when... I was gonna read a comment, but I don't see it anymore. I think maybe my computer's lagging. I wish there was multiple tellings of the gods, like the story of the gods, humans and the Faunus, and the other one is gods made Faunus and humans. Yeah, like with that one fairy tale, like the god of animals and how Faunus came to be. Like, that's another fun thing. Like, stories change depending on, like, time, and as it travels the world, and cultures and stuff like that. And, like, who believes what is a cool idea that could be fun to play with. And it doesn't need to be, like, the backbone of the story, but it's, like, giving these characters a little bit more to play with as personalities. Having them, like, have different religions might be an interesting way to play with that idea. There's the comment. Y'all remember when Miles got on Cameo and confirmed Ironwood was dead and backtracked after a fan backlash? Did he really? Well, obviously Ironwood is dead. Like, of course he's dead. He, like, Atlas fell and then got flooded. I don't know who didn't think Ironwood was going to be dead, But, like, that's so silly if that's true. Like, that's the thing that makes me go, yeah, nothing they say is, like, actually planned from the beginning. Because they reactionarily do things according to what the fan base says so often. Like, do I think Blake and Yang was planned from the beginning? Maybe. But I think, especially after the amount of, like, noise the fan base was making for it to be, like, in the show, they really started hammering it home, like, a lot harder. Like, we can't deny that. Also, isn't it convenient that they confess their love for each other right at that point of time where everyone was being like, it's starting to feel like bait, and hey, you're losing a lot of money, and you need something really big to happen in your show to get people to watch it. You know, do I think it was planned from the beginning and just so happened to fall in that part? No. They reactionarily write things around what the fan base reaction is. I think Ironwood is dead. Honestly, at this point, I hope he's dead. Because it's just like with Adam. Don't bring him back. What more could we do? Repeat the same plot points and you already fumbled the first time? Just, like, have him stay dead and move on with the other interesting characters, you know? Ironwood was such a huge distraction for the plot. You know, we're sitting there trying to fight Salem's forces with Tyrion and Hazel and Watts and Cinder, and instead our heroes are busying themselves with guy who should be their teammate Ironwood. Like, Salem's there with her whole ass whale, and you're sitting there worrying over Ironwood? Priorities, guys. There's an argument to be made that Blake was planned to be a lesbian since the beginning, as Erin supposedly said this multiple times, but her words could be taken as jokes. Yeah, that's a thing. That's another thing. Like, a lot of it is just transcripts, and you can't tell, like, what's joking or not. And also, like, I don't know. There's also a lot of, like, other people talking. Like, would Erin know if Blake was planned to be a lesbian from the beginning? I don't know. She's not one of the writers. I don't know. There's a lot going on. The cameo video is on RWBY Critics. It's hilarious because he talks about the notes and how it was planned. Okay. I'll look into it. Everyone's favorite scene where Coco shoots through Grimm like paper towels. Yeah. And they, like, that's another thing planned from the beginning. They retroactively made Coco's semblance hype to explain away. That's the name of the semblance. It's hype is the name of it. To explain away how she was able to demolish these Grimms so easily. Because everyone was like, well, if she's that strong, why is she not, like, instant winning against the big attack on Beacon? And it's like, oh, well, it was her semblance. It was a special moment. She can't do that all the time. They do that constantly. Maybe that's RWBY's biggest problem, is that they set up really, really cool things for the characters. And they're like, awesome, amazing badasses, but then very quickly they realize they're now overpowered, and so they have to backpedal and excuse away, oh, no, it was her semblance, oh no, Ozpin's magic is fading, this thing doesn't actually work the way we thought it did, because it would be too easy for you to win all the time. Yeah, Coco has a semblance. They all do, they're all in the books. It, like, makes her bullets stronger, sometimes, or something like that. It's very boring. Like, Fox's semblance is he has telepathy. Yatsuhashi's semblance is he can, like, mind manipulate you, or make you forget things. His was crazy. Like, crazy overpowered for not being a thing. And we all know Velvet's. Velvet's is photographic memory. That's the thing. Like, people was like, how does she know how to use all these weapons? It's because of her semblance. She can mimic you perfectly. That's what her semblance is. My biggest pet peeve about Blake and Yang versus Adam is that Yang ate 3 moon slices and took, like, 1 damage. Yeah, and it's okay. So, yes, Ben, yes. And not only that, but also, 1 moon slice cut through her. And now suddenly she's tanking them left and right. And I know the, like, logistics of it is he had sucked up more energy the first time versus this time where he's blasting out his energy in weaker, smaller chunks. But they make it seem like such a big deal, and it, like, nothing, like, her aura doesn't break until she does her semblance herself. It just really... it undermines the threat of what he was supposed to be. You know, even when Azula was not fighting at 100%, she still was a massive threat, you know? I don't know. A lot of people, a lot of characters, I don't really care about power scaling discussions, especially with RWBY, because very clearly characters will arbitrarily win or lose randomly because plot needed to happen. Oh yeah, Neo can demolish Yang, easy peasy. And then in the next scene, Cinder's holding her own against her, because the plot said so. Pyrrha can completely destroy Team Cardinal all on her own, but then she can't beat Cinder because the plot said so. Good thing we're wrapping up soon. I ran out of Powerade. I wish they would have just made his sword magic, just have extra magic out there. I wish, okay, yes, that. And also, I wish they didn't stop to try to explain things. Like, I don't need an explanation on how his semblance worked. I could just see the fight and see the thing he can do and understand it's a danger for the protagonists without knowing the, like, scientific minutia around, oh, because his semblance does this, exactly. That's dumb. Like, no, too often, fantasy stories like this will attempt to explain their magic, and usually they make it more boring and add unnecessary rules that bog down fight scenes. Like, if you could just have semblances be there, magical things can just happen. Like I was talking earlier with Fiona and her, like, pocket hand dimension. The fact that they don't go into too much detail about explaining it, I think is a benefit. Because if there's too many rules around it, then suddenly they'll be like, oh, but this with this, and it can only do this with this other thing. And too often, like, explaining the magic makes it more boring to work with and have weird limitations to it, and often doesn't, like, make it more fun to watch. Like, knowing how Adam's sword works doesn't make watching his fights better. You know, it could have just been, like, a summarization. Like, we didn't need it explained, you know? I think it would have gone down easier if there was any reason to think Yang and Blake were any way stronger than they were in Beacon. That's another thing, too. Like, I can believe Adam had been weakened mentally because he was going crazy. He was not, like, all there, clearly. So I can understand why he might not be fighting at 100%. But, yeah, Yang trained with her arm a little bit. That was about it. They weren't training. We don't see them training. We do in Volume 7, but we also see them training with the Aesops. And so the idea that they're better than the Aesops, who've also been training with them this whole time, is hard to believe. But yeah, like, Blake didn't train. She went to Menagerie and then sat around resting and getting signatures. Like, I don't think she's any stronger than she was at Beacon. And that's, like, they do a lot of really cool, crazy things. Like, we just saw the train fight. They do really crazy things in these early volumes, and then they don't do the crazy things in later volumes. And so it doesn't feel like they've gotten better as, like, combatants on the battlefield. I've been watching Avatar again, and you can very clearly see Katara slowly getting better with waterbending. Like, going from her weird splash attack that she can only do backwards to, like, the water whip, maybe, to this thing, to this thing, to this thing, to ice, to all this other stuff. And you can watch her as she progresses, and so you can see the clear progression of her being a master waterbender. And it makes sense. You know, in RWBY, they don't do that, because they really blow their load on the cool factor, which is fun. Like, seeing them just demolish their baddies on the train is really cool and fun, but they don't think of cool, fun ways to top that cool moment in later volumes. So it doesn't feel like they're getting stronger. It doesn't feel like they're getting weaker, it just feels like they've stagnated, combat-wise. You know, maybe a new boost in abilities. Like, Ren got his semblance upgrade. That's something. RWBY technically upgraded her semblance, I guess. But, like, if a new fun thing they could do would go a long way to displaying the idea that they are getting better as fighters. Octopus Katara, yes. Thoughts on if you think Torchwick should have lived longer. A part of me wishes he did live longer because he was such a fun character. But then the other part of me is like, I don't know, watch him get ruined with the rest of the volumes. Like, it's the same thing with Pyrrha. Like, if Pyrrha lived, we would have just watched her be ruined and boring as the volumes go on, as her fight sequences get less and less interesting. We can see the end credits for this one because it's cool. We'll let this scroll for a little bit. It's maybe my favorite end credit sequence, and I think I like it because of just how like magical it feels. RWBY's always been a show that's had concepts of magic in it, clearly. I'm bummed they kind of just abandoned whatever idea this was going to be. Again, it's that thing with Raven. I think Raven was initially planned to be something very different. And yeah, like you're saying, Tenebrous films, it's like you're saying, it's a retcon. It's all just, they clearly went back and changed ideas with Raven. Like having her, like, maybe magically be connected to Yang somehow, speaking to her in a dream. You know, when she opens up her, like, portal to walk away, it's not presented like that's a semblance. It definitely feels like that's supposed to be some kind of extra magical thing that they don't end up explaining. And then I feel like they retroactively went back and was like, oh, it's actually her semblance. You know? So, and then, yeah, with her mask looking like a Grimm mask, she looks like a White Fang member. It's a lot. And I think they went back and changed a lot with her. And I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to tell. They'll never admit it, you know. We'll never see the RWBY Bible that they talk about. The Monty's plan. We know, like, initially there was going to be a thing where Raven was going to fight Team Juniper. And how does that play into the larger role of the story? I don't know. It would have been cool. But I don't know. There's a lot of... Clearly there was a lot of ideas. And a lot of things changed. So any time anyone mentions plan from the beginning, like, obviously it wasn't. Because a lot of things changed over time. Raven is clear enough to tell with that. So we did it. We watched volumes 1 and 2. Our great big 5.5 hour long stream. I can't believe I sat here and chatted the whole time. I knew I would. I was worried I wouldn't have enough things to talk about. Did you guys have fun? Did you guys have a fun time? Did you like watching volumes 1 and 2 with me? Did you put them on your own and watch the episodes along with me? Did you have a fun time? You hate how white Raven is? She's awfully pallid. A lot of characters are real dang pale, which makes me... And I've been dabbling with animation, and I think maybe, on one hand, they just did their lighting wrong. But I'm not sure. Yeah, we did it. We did it. Woohoo! Alright. Next time, we'll be tackling volumes 3 and 4. So that's gonna be fun. 3 is the best one. You know. So it'll be exciting. It'll probably be longer next time, because volumes 3 and 4 are longer than volumes 1 and 2. So if you got any fun things to chat about, get ready. Same time next week, again on Monday. It's gonna be fun. I'm excited. Alright. So yeah, this was great. It was a great just time just hanging out and streaming and stuff. Thanks everyone for showing up. And if you're watching the VOD later, thanks for showing up and watching the VOD. You're cool. Yeah, next week, 6 hour and 15 minute stream. Yeah. 3 is also my favorite. So, yeah, I guess that's it. Thanks, everyone. I appreciate you showing up and chatting for a while. We'll continue our RWBY marathon next time. I'll see y'all then. Thanks. Bye-bye.